In a small village lived a guy who was haunted daily by the mere thought that he was cursed by the world. In this village, people lived quite well, even happily socialized, went about their routine and their business. The children enjoyed life and tried to help their parents in their endeavors. And one day on the street, a little girl noticed a man in a big dark cloak. She tried to ask her mom about this man, but she told her to be quiet and not to look at him. The people around him looked at him in horror and whispered among themselves that it was a scavenger. When he walked by, it was like he was negative and poor. That's why everyone was so wary of him. He went to the store with the sack and wanted to trade something there. But when he went in, he saw a disgruntled male salesman who asked why he was there. People who were also standing in the store immediately ran away from there, as they did not want to be near the scavenger for a long time. The scavenger emptied a large handful of horns out of his sack and wanted to sell them, but the man said it was junk again and came out to a couple bronzes at most. When the scavenger heard this, he was very upset, for the man had only given him 20% of the market price. He was outraged and told him he was just trying to take advantage of his position and rob him. The seller replied that he was just a garbage man, and no one gave him the right to say anything. In this world, danger could be waiting for people at every turn, like giant monsters. They were hunted by people called adventurers. Every day, they fought monsters to get valuable and rare resources. By defeating monsters, they increased their level, and with each level came a huge jump in power. The level decided everything in a person's life. And in this world, Ark's level had a value of only 1. Disappointed, and having only gotten a couple bronze Ark, went to the market. He approached the seller and asked to sell him the most ordinary bread. He was glad to see Ark and had just left a package of bread for him. Ark was grateful for his kindness, but he was also very upset because he realized that he was giving away the last of his money and would be poor again. The salesman asked Ark if he wanted to quit his job as an adventurer because he understood his situation and how he felt. He expressed his thoughts that Ark could probably succeed in other rather lucrative pursuits. But Ark explained that it was too late, for he had already been dubbed a scavenger and was of no use to anyone. He has dreamed of being an adventurer since he was a child, but he didn't even realize that when he became one, he would be cursed. Ark was wildly horrified when he first learned that he was incapable of raising his level and couldn't believe it. Instead of skills, he had only a curse that prevented him from leveling up in any way. Even if he fought well, he didn't gain any experience. When he fought the first few times, he realized that it was true, and there was really no way he could raise his level. He didn't understand how he could get stronger then, but he still kept fighting and didn't give up, just hoping that one day he would be able to level up. Ark would nail the curse and fight on again and again. It was hard for him to live with this fact, and he suffered from the realization that he could remain on the first level for the rest of his life. But eventually, he ran out of money. And without realizing it, Ark began collecting the lifeless bodies that the adventurers left behind after the hunt. That's when Ark was nicknamed the Scavenger. But the materials of the first-level monsters were of no use to anyone, and the only chance of survival for Ark was to scavenge high-level monsters that were destroyed by adventurers. Ark walked back from the market all thoughtful and upset, eating the bread he had bought on the way. But all of a sudden, something happened. Ark was accidentally pushed by some guy in the crowd. He immediately apologized, but Ark couldn't keep his feet and just fell, dropping the bread from his hand. When the boy saw this, he decided to mock Ark and stomped on his bread with his foot. It was Ark's last meal. The guy mocked him again in front of the entire crowd, saying that Ark was just a pathetic and disgusting scavenger. The entire crowd of people stood around and just scoffed at the scavenger and the situation that had occurred. The whole town knew that's what they called him. They just hated him so much they wouldn't even hire him for any job. The scavenger was greatly saddened by his situation and did not understand why the world was so cruel to him. After all, he only wanted to realize his dream. Ark had no choice and decided to go to the goblin lair with the low-level goblins, or he could go to the other side of the world for starvation. He hoped he could find at least a couple lifeless bodies with rich loot. Ark walked on and smelled a strange odor, as if something had gone stale. He decided to look around and saw the lifeless body of a huge dragon. Leaning over to the dragon, Ark realized that it could be even higher than level 200. The dragon's materials were worth dozens of times more than the drop from normal monsters. The dragon's materials were worth dozens of times more than they were worth from ordinary monsters. The only organs left were the ones no one usually touched because they smelled so bad, but Ark decided to ignore it because the smell was keeping him alive. He groped the dragon and noticed that there was something solid inside it. Upon opening its body, Ark was shocked to see a breastplate inside the dragon. Suddenly, the dragon was reborn. At that moment, Ark realized that this might be his end, for he would not be able to handle it. Some sort of voice came from the dragon, urging Ark to put on his breastplate. He was horrified at what was happening and what he had heard. He realized that whatever it was definitely dangerous. He decided to get out of there as soon as possible and rushed off with all his legs. But that was no salvation for Ark. He heard suspicious sounds and a loud stomping. Turning around, he saw several angry goblins chasing him. Ark realized that he had screwed up too badly, and now he had no choice but to try to fight them. The goblins also possessed the first level, but Ark unfortunately had too bad equipment. They began to run at breakneck speed and pounce on the defenseless Ark. He realized that they would probably kill him. One goblin with a dagger attacked Ark, and he dropped his sword as he dodged the attack. He watched with great horror in his eyes and could not believe that he would really go to the other world right there. Ark looked at the advancing goblins coming closer and closer and didn't want his life to be cut short so easily and pathetically. Suddenly, Ark began to remember how pathetic and poor he was compared to all those people who called him a scavenger. He heard a certain voice from the dragon again urging him to put on his breastplate. Because of this, Ark suspected that it was also a setup, and the dragon wanted to eat him alive, but Ark decided to listen to him. Despite the goblin's attacks, Ark stood up and decided to try to get to the breastplate to put it on. He thought that even though it was dangerous, it was better than being defeated and going to the other world because of the goblins. Ark again heard the voice from the dragon saying that the owner registration was complete and the emergency setup was confirmed, but he didn't understand what that meant. After Ark put on the powerful equipment, he heard that the installation of the abyss armor had been completed. He was surprised he was still alive and was puzzled at what that abyss armor meant. The voice whispered that the owner's orders were to be obeyed while Ark was in the outfit. He decided to trust the voice for now. As he settled into the outfit, Ark noticed that his sword was now very sharp compared to the one he had used before. He believed in himself because he now possessed a good weapon and would surely be able to stand up to first-level goblins like him. Without wasting time, Ark immediately struck one goblin and destroyed it, but suddenly, he noticed that a bright yellow light was emanating from his body. The goblins continued to attack Ark without stopping, but he confidently fought off each one with his new sword. Ark's body began to glow again, and this time it already made him very wary. He couldn't understand what was happening to him and felt like he wasn't even in his own body. His sword began to slowly break, but there was only a little more time left to hold out and destroy every single goblin. With a little more effort with his sword, Ark finally finished what he had to do and defeated the last goblin. He examined his body and was in pleasant shock that it was all real and he was still alive. Ark couldn't believe that a low level he could defeat 5 goblins at once. Now he decided to figure out what that mystical light was emanating from his body. Suddenly he heard a voice shouting that his level had been raised. He looked around and didn't understand what miracles were happening or if it was all really not a dream. The voice said that his level was now 6. The voice repeated the words over and over again, and Ark stood puzzled, looking at the dragon. After thinking back a bit, Ark began to question why he was hearing this and how he could have gotten a level up in the first place. Ark looked at himself and thought that there was no way he could get experience points. But a voice said that, because of the abyss armor, he had a skill. He was now able to use the skill level absorption. This skill allowed him to absorb the level of defeated enemies. And that's when Ark realized what was wrong. He couldn't gain experience, but he could absorb the levels of his enemy. He also realized why his body glowed during the battle with the goblins. Each time his level increased, He cried out loudly in shock and joy at this long-awaited moment of very many years. He could really raise his level now. Ark had long ago realized that as his level increased, his speed should increase. But now he was convinced of it because he noticed that he had become faster as well. He was getting used to his body and couldn't believe that he had gotten as many as 5 levels at once. Ark had never been happier than in those moments. Leveling up had been a lifelong dream and he had finally achieved it. The dragon still gave off a horrible odor that choked Ark, but he was grateful because it was because of the dragon that he was able to level up. And then it hit Ark. He thought that if he could defeat all the enemies in the cave, he could become even stronger. He assessed the strength of his armor and assumed that no one would be able to injure him thanks to it. After gathering his thoughts, Ark decided to use all his strength and equipment to the maximum to defeat all the goblins. But suddenly, Ark saw a suspicious and gigantic shadow in front of him. He was racked with strange feelings and excitement, for he knew that this cave was not supposed to contain strong goblins. Ark turned around and saw the giant goblin lord standing before him. He was the protector of the goblin cave and was level 35. Ark was completely bewildered that a high goblin had suddenly appeared in this cave. He decided to run for the exit. The goblin lord was followed by many smaller goblins who pounced on the dragon. Ark realized they were attracted to his scent. The mysterious voice sounded again and advised Ark to immediately retreat because the enemy was a level 35. But Ark had already lost his chance to escape because the goblin lord was very close to him. Ark pounced on the goblin's sword and blocked its attack with his small sword when it wanted to strike at him. He blinked away from the goblin lord and gave himself a few seconds to catch his breath. At this moment, Ark realized that although he had managed to increase his level, he was still too weak against such a gigantic enemy. He realized that he was still unlucky. Tears even appeared in his eyes, and he decided to get away from the goblin lord as soon as possible. With difficulty, Ark was able to escape and distance himself from it, and now all that remained was to get out of the cave itself. But the difficulty was that the exit of the cave was guarded by the army of the goblin lord. Thinking about the best course of action as he considered himself too weak against the multitude of goblins, Ark decided to wait in a safe place. But suddenly, before he could even move away, he heard a loud stomp. A level 1 goblin was already running towards him. This finally pissed Ark off because they wouldn't let him rest, so he decided to deal with the goblin quickly. He pinned him against the wall and wrestled him to the ground in a second. More and more, Ark marveled at the fact that in the world everything was decided only by level. He sarcastically told the defeated goblin that even he should have realized the difference between the two of them, just as Ark realized the difference with the goblin lord. Thus, Ark managed to absorb another level from the goblin, and now his level was 7th. His body glowed brightly again, and the realization came to Ark that he should have continued absorbing levels. And if things went well, he would be able to defeat even a goblin lord. As everything in his life changed, Ark decided that he just had to fight to survive. He started attacking the first-level goblins in the cave himself, and attacking them even though it was very difficult at times. Gradually, Ark began to get excited and increasingly happy about the fact that only those with high levels in strength could survive. But the weak always had to obey the strong. Ark already knew that from his own experience. Ark walked around this cave fighting for a while longer, and thus got as high as level 15. He continued to look for goblins to further increase his level, but then a voice recommended him to explore the side caves as well. Ark was eerily curious as to what might be in there, so he obeyed and did as the voice told him to do. Entering one side cave, Ark saw something incredible. It contained huge piles of gold and treasure. It was all treasure that the goblins stole from the humans because the regular humans couldn't handle the first-level goblins and were losing. He decided to look through the treasures and search for anything he could use in battles. Noticing a small wooden box, Ark decided to look inside it and see what was stashed there. In the box, he saw many vials of recovery potion. It was more useful to Ark than anything else, and he decided to take them with him for the battle. The voice told Ark that there was a place in the armor reserved for potion. The armor began to shine brightly and a special cell opened in it, into which all the potions were moved. Ark was surprised by this convenience. Ark took absolutely every vial of potions and thought about what else he could use. He looked at the gold with delight and wanted to take at least some of it for himself, but the obstacle was that the gold would hinder him in his battle. Realizing that his main goal was to get back to the city alive, Ark forced himself not to think about the gold, because then he could get rich selling the materials. Gathering all his strength and will in a fist, he decided to head towards the rest of the goblins, anticipating victory and the exit from the cave. But as soon as he stepped back a little, he heard someone moaning and screaming. He immediately ran to see what had happened. When he went into another part of the cave, Ark saw a bound girl behind some crates. He assumed that the goblins were also kidnapping people. The girl was crying, trying to scream for help, and at that moment she was really lucky. Ark rushed to help her. Ark released the girl from all the ropes and noted that he was in the right place at the right time. Her expression instantly became happier. She thanked Ark and introduced herself as Meal from Rakuru village. She curiously started asking Ark about his name, and then he even hesitated for a few seconds, wondering if he should introduce himself. But at the same time, he was proud of himself and decided to admit that his name was Ark. Mill realized at once who he was, but he interrupted her thoughts. Ark asked Mill if she was familiar with the nickname Lifeless Body Collector. Mill shyly revealed that she had already heard many different rumors about Ark, but Mill absolutely did not sling mud at Ark, and even told him that he was completely different from all the rumors that were circulating. She was insanely grateful to Ark because he had literally saved her life. He was amazed to hear very kind words for the first time, and Mill added that he didn't look like a collector of lifeless bodies at all. From the happiness of joy and gratitude, Mill even cried out that she thought Ark was the truest hero. It was even hard for him to deal with his last emotions because he had always dreamed of being an adventurer, and it had finally come true. Ark asked Mill to follow him and said he would walk her to the village. She wasted no time and managed to bag herself some gold from the huge piles of treasures. Even if only a little, Ark was happy and proud of his great accomplishments in such a short time. After walking around the cave a bit, Ark asked Mill to hide behind some rocks for a bit. He could feel the goblins approaching again, and there were a whole bunch of them. Ark prepared his sword and estimated the number of goblins to be about 20. He anticipated the level he would earn thanks to them. He proudly announced to the goblins that they should prepare themselves, for they were about to turn into his level. The goblins ran and mobbed Ark, but he confidently dispatched them one by one. Ark didn't stop for a second and continued to fight to finish off each attacking goblin. His eyes burned brightly, and with each level absorbed, his body emitted a dazzling light. He even noticed that with each level absorbed, his speed increased, allowing him to fight each goblin faster and faster. Sometimes Ark had to dodge because of unexpected and sharp actions of goblins, but it did not confuse him and did not prevent him from confidently continuing the battle. The 4 goblins even tried to pounce on Ark from behind, but he was able to jump up in a flash, allowing him to deal damage to them perfectly. With each goblin defeat and level absorption, Ark's confidence and self-esteem soared higher and higher. After a few more legendary battles, the moment came when Ark had defeated all the goblins. His level had risen to 35. When she heard that everything had quieted down, Mill looked out and asked Ark if she could come out, but he said that it was too early and it would be worth waiting. Mill was terrified of everything that was happening, but decided to just trust Ark and thought he would definitely be able to protect her. Ark sensed the Goblin Lord approaching and said that he had spilled a lot of blood of his kin, and now he would finally do the same to him. Something eerie could be discerned in Ark's gaze at that moment. It was the certainty of pride and a wild thirst to fight. Finally, the incredibly gigantic Goblin Lord appeared before him, but surprisingly standing right in front of him, Ark had no sense of fear at all. After all, now despite the huge difference in parameters, they possessed exactly the same strength with the 35th level. With anger, Ark shouted that he was no longer the weakling who had escaped from the Goblin Lord. The Goblin Lord had already begun to swing to damage Ark, but he had a clear stance that the Lord could not even dream of defeating. Ark prepared to fight back and was absolutely certain that the Goblin Lord would not be able to defeat him so easily. With a bit of effort, Ark jumped up and slashed the side of the Goblin Lord, causing him quite a bit of damage. But suddenly, hearing the noise of the legendary battle, a bunch of goblins came to the aid of their lord and surrounded Ark, which he did not expect at all. He quickly oriented himself and took a few seconds to do the math. There were a total of 10 small goblins. Regardless, Ark did not want to take the time and get distracted by petty things, since their lord was still alive and it would be worth saving his strength. He shouted to Mill sitting in the distance and asked her to quickly throw him the knives. Mill quickly gathered her knives and was glad she could at least do something to help Ark in the battle. She threw him a belt with 9 knives in it, but she didn't even realize it could go wrong. In flight, all the knives fell out of his belt and flew straight at Ark and the goblins standing nearby. But Ark was not confused, shouted to Mill that it was no big deal, and began to deftly catch each falling knife. After that, Ark immediately dealt damage and defeated several goblins in a moment. Ark acted with maximum speed and wasted no time attacking the goblins immediately after catching each knife. He picked up 6 knives and shouted to the goblins that their desire to help only made things worse for themselves and their lord. After saying that, Ark instantly launched all of his knives at the goblins, making it easy to destroy several of them at once. When all the goblins had been sent to the other world, Ark's level had risen to 45, which he was very proud of. The Goblin Lord caught up with Ark and started attacking him, and the latter said that he was now much stronger than him with his 45th level. But when Ark tried to stop with his sword, the attack of the Lord who wanted to destroy him with huge knives, he felt his weakness. Ark dodged and tried to at least interfere with his attack, but for some reason nothing succeeded. The Goblin Lord pointed his powerful knife straight at Ark's body, and he had no idea how he would get out of this situation. A voice suddenly informed Ark that the Goblin Lord possessed a special bracelet that could increase performance in battle. He was shocked by what he heard because he knew that only adventurers equipped various items that increased their characteristics. But he couldn't even think that monsters had this ability as well. In this case, Ark had a clear target, and from the looks of it, it seemed like it would be quite difficult to do so. Ark needed to somehow destroy the bracelet on the Goblin Lord's hand, and then things would go as planned. He jumped high up trying to attack the Goblin Lord's hand, but failed. Ark realized that this time the battle would be very difficult because the Goblin Lord was indeed very powerful. In order to defeat him, Ark simply had to give his best and use all his strength. He jumped up once more to attack the Overlord, but he blocked his blow with his powerful dagger. This went on and on again, as the Goblin Lord simply would not allow Ark to do any damage on himself. The one couldn't even stand and fell as the Lord pushed his sword away with his dagger. But that was not the end at all, for Ark landed well and reacted quickly without letting himself give up. He looked at the lifeless bodies of the first-level goblins with knives still sticking out of them and decided to pick them up. Ark began throwing knives at the Goblin Lord's body with great speed, but he managed to deftly dodge and block the knives with his dagger. Even though Ark had failed so miserably and only further angered the Overlord, he still didn't give up. He bounced up to the level of the Goblin Lord's face again, and the latter defended himself again and again. This was beginning to anger Ark himself because he had been wasting his energy for some time, so he decided to concentrate as much as possible and finish what he had started. He outsmarted the Goblin Lord and managed to jump up to his arm and then confidently struck his sword at the target bracelet. Finally, it was successful, and the bracelet shattered from the Lord's hand into dozens of small pieces. The battle was going to be much easier from here on out, because now the Lord had no bracelet, and that pleased Ark. Ark looked at the Goblin Lord with disdain and mentally prepared himself to finish this legendary battle. Last time at the entrance to the dungeon, the Goblin Lord had seen the old and weak Ark, but now he was many times stronger than the Lord. Ark told the Goblin Lord that now the one should have fled from him in fear, but of course if he could at all. The Goblin Lord didn't react in any way and just continued to slowly approach Ark. But Ark pounced on the Lord with sword with great speed and force. He gave him a strong blow right in the stomach, which made the Goblin Lord unable to stand on his feet and simply fell to the ground. The Lord mooed and shouted loudly, and Ark only laughed at him, saying that he must have been scared of his abilities. He even somehow found the strength to rise, but while he was rising, he dropped the dagger from his clutches, thus making it easier for Ark. Ark was well aware that if he defeated him, he could forever rid himself of his weakness and the scorn of society. The Goblin Lord tried to hit Ark, but in a moment he dealt another heavy damage to him, and that was the end of it. Ironically, Ark even thanked the already lifeless body of the Lord for making him almost twice as strong. Again, Ark's body glowed brightly, and a voice alerted him that he had absorbed levels and now possessed level 80. Finally, Ark let Mill come out to him because it had all come to a very happy ending. Seeing the lifeless body of the Goblin Lord, Mill was very shocked. She couldn't believe that Ark had really done it alone. Mill was madly delighted with what had happened and praised Ark, calling him the strongest adventurer in the place. Ark wondered why she called him straight up the strongest, but he decided not to question Mill about it and just accept her praise. Before leaving, Ark of course decided to collect all the trophies from his prey. He even took the Goblin Lord's large fang. It was a very valuable and rare material. Ark never thought that one day he would be able to get it on his own. Mill offered to help Ark carry the sack containing the Goblin Lord's blade and the cursed bone. Ark quickly agreed and thanked Mill for her help, as the two of them could definitely take out more valuable materials. And Mill explained that it was her great pleasure to help Ark since he saved her life. She wondered what they would do with the Goblin Lord's body, and Ark replied that he had already collected all the valuable materials from it. Ark thought for a moment that he could have just gone back to the village. Mill was excited and expressed her thoughts that if they left the goblins as they were, there was a good chance that they would kidnap the girls from the village again. Thinking after her words, Ark asked to stay with him a little longer before leaving the cave. Ark explained that he couldn't allow any more kidnapping, so he went elsewhere in the cave to destroy absolutely all the goblins. When he returned to the village with Mill Ark, he was already level 100 because he had successfully fought 20 goblins in the cave. He was proud of himself because looking at the village, he remembered how he had left it as a nobody and at level 0, and now he had risen to the 100th level. He also reasoned that by that 100th level, he would be able to defeat most of the monsters in the area. With great pride and happiness, Ark said that he had finally become a true adventurer and would never be called a scavenger again. Mill hesitated after he said that and asked again what he had just said. She became quite indignant and said that she had never heard of a triple-digit adventurer before. From this, she concluded that Ark was clearly no longer a novice, for with a 100th level, he was literally the strongest adventurer in the village. Ark thought and realized that he himself had never met an adventurer with a level as high as his. He explained to Mill that he now possessed the ability to absorb the levels of defeated enemies and that he himself had been surprised when he first learned of it. She was happy for Ark for having such an ability and could be even stronger in the near future. As Mill said goodbye, she promised that she would keep her fingers crossed for Ark and believe in him. People passing by were incredibly shocked to see Ark and Mill standing side by side and chatting amiably. Some guy said hello to Ark and called him a collector of lifeless bodies like before. He also asked what kind of armor he was wearing, but this time Ark was no longer afraid and realized that he could defend himself. This guy and his friends started laughing loudly and condemning Ark, thinking that he decided to rely on armor without being able to level up. These guys were screaming at Ark that he'd still be trash, even if he put on nice armor, and that he'll still be a level 1 weakling who can't be helped by any equipment because of the big difference in levels. I couldn't stand the slander anymore. Ark ran up to the boy and held the knife to his throat, asking him politely to shut up. The only thing Ark asked of him was to do him the favor of shutting up and not saying anything in his direction. The guy just called Ark names and didn't understand how he even dared to act like that, after which he pushed Ark away and broke free from him. But it didn't make Ark worse, only now he was even more eager to take revenge on all his abusers. After that, the guy pulled out a sword from his equipment, asking Ark not to even dare to get cocky, and called him a scavenger again. He was frightened and didn't understand why he had changed so suddenly when Ark started threatening him with his sword. The guy's friends got their hands on knives and wanted to surround Ark to get him to back off their friend and stop threatening him. But Ark was aware of his actions and noticed in time as these guys approached him. He wondered if they wanted the same thing. The kid fell down and sat on the ground, saddened by the incomprehension of how he could lose to a level 1 Ark when he was level 20 himself. He sat with his head down and almost cried at the injustice he felt. Ark looked at him with a scornful laugh and replied that he was just a weakling because he was weaker than him several times over. The friends of this guy, whose name was Jarg, suspected something wrong and even sweated and asked to check the level of Ark. Jarg opened his screen and didn't even realize he was about to see something shocking. He looked at Ark's level and saw the number 100 there. Jarg chuckled nervously and said it must have been a joke. And Jarg asked Ark if that was really true, what kind of monster he was then. But Ark only sighed and said sarcastically that he had first called him a collector of lifeless bodies, and now, suddenly, he was a monster. Ark told him that he was just an ordinary adventurer after all. He didn't even have time to blink when he saw Jarg and his friends move away from him and start running away with loud shouts. Watching how fast they ran, Ark appreciated their speed but realized that his strength was now many times greater than theirs. Meanwhile, Mill stood nearby and looked at everything that was going on. Now she believed that Ark had really changed dramatically for the better. She went over to Ark and said that she was very happy for him and that now he could stand up for himself properly. Mill and Ark went on together to the shop to sell all the valuable materials. Mill even suggested that he tell everyone about Ark's abilities. As always, the fenceman's face changed dramatically when he saw that the scavenger Ark had come to see him again. Ark didn't hesitate and got right down to business, saying he wanted to sell the materials he'd collected. Perekup called him a collector of lifeless bodies again, and asked him not to waste his time thinking that Ark had brought some trash again. But in response, Ark smirked, opened the pouches, and questioned him if he really thought it was all just trash. What he saw shocked the merchant, and he couldn't believe that he had brought a real big fang of a goblin lord. He examined the fang and realized that it was very likely not a fake. He asked Ark where he had gotten such a thing. Ark proudly said that he had personally defeated the goblin lord and taken the fang. But the overbuyer simply could not believe him and was in great shock at the situation. Standing nearby, Mill delightedly confirmed to the Perekup that this was pure truth. Ark unloaded an even larger handful of collected treasures from the sacks, making the fence almost speechless. Not wanting to delay and waste time, Ark asked the man if he was going to buy it all, even though he could see he was just shocked. Ark also said that if he didn't want to take it all, he could basically find another buyer. Perekup did not think immediately replied that of course he will buy absolutely all of it, because he cannot take and give up such rare materials. This pleased Ark and he hoped he would appreciate all the treasures for what they were worth. After the successful transaction, Ark and Mill went to the market. There Ark went to see his grandfather and was in a great hurry to show him his hard-earned money. Grandpa was happy to see Ark, but he almost rolled his eyes when he saw Ark's large sum of money. He asked how he had so much money because it was unbelievable. Ark also confessed to him that he was finally able to defeat the strong monster as he had dreamed before. Grandpa was genuinely happy for Ark, congratulated him, and even threw himself into a tight hug with him. He repeated again and again how happy he was that Ark's business was going well. Ark was grateful for his kindness and sincerity. But suddenly, they heard strange shouts and the noise of people at the entrance to the marketplace, which made Ark very wary. There were more and more people gathered there who were scared and misunderstood everything that was going on. Ark decided to run over there and find out what was going on, asking Grandpa and Mill to stay put and wait for him. It turned out that huge wolves came to the village and started to touch everything in front of their eyes and attack people. Until then, Ark had managed to run to the scene, and reacting quickly, he destroyed the wolf with a few blows and saved the girl's life. Two more wolves appeared before Ark, and he had never met such monsters before, so he was surprised. But that didn't matter to him because he knew he could easily handle these wolves. They simply should not have shown up in the village that day, for Ark was sure he would not let them pass on and knew the outcome of these events in advance. The number of werewolf wolves increased as more wolves came running, forming a mob. Every one of them was level 8. Ark realized that he was the only person in the village who could fight against them, and the werewolves could not be allowed to infiltrate the village. Almost no one knew about Ark's level and abilities, so people tried to call Jarg and his friends for help, not knowing that they had already escaped. They were scared of Ark, and now he would only have to take responsibility for himself alone, but that didn't generally upset him. The werewolves started to run and wanted to attack Ark, but he knew he could easily fight them off and they were no threat to him. But suddenly, all of a sudden, the werewolves scattered and tried to catch up with the fleeing residents. This was too bad as Ark had no idea how to stop them, and at the same time take care of all the residents. Ark had to do something about it, or most of the residents would just go to the other side of the world. He ran like a bullet toward the werewolf who was about to destroy the guy and sent the werewolf to the other side with a couple of punches. Ark asked the guy if he was okay, but he just sat there and couldn't believe his eyes. He asked Ark if he was really a collector of lifeless bodies. He didn't understand how Ark had managed to save him. But Ark replied that he could be called whatever he wanted because it didn't matter, and he had more important things to do. After his help and these words, Ark ran off to continue his mission. All the time he was thinking that even though everyone called him a scavenger and a collector of lifeless bodies, he couldn't just abandon the inhabitants. People watching and waiting to be rescued saw Ark and were puzzled because they couldn't believe it was him who was rescuing them. After catching up with another werewolf, Ark diagnosed that he too was going to die, and at the same moment he confidently dispatched him. And now Ark's body shone very brightly again. The levels began to be counted, and it turned out that his level had risen to 172nd. Ark was shocked to hear that, because that was already a number almost twice as large as 100. But the thing was, there were 10 werewolves. If he defeated all of them, he should have gotten to level 180 by now. That meant that Ark had missed one werewolf somewhere, which was a very bad sign and a threat to the inhabitants. And looking around, Ark suddenly saw a werewolf on the roof of the house, preparing to jump on the little girl. Ark couldn't let that happen and hoped he could fight off the werewolf and save the girl's life. But he didn't know how best to do it and have time to do it, so he even began to doubt himself and his abilities. The werewolf had almost reached the girl, and she just stood there in hopelessness, not even running away, not knowing how to act in such a situation. And then, Ark began to realize that he could not accept that someone, especially a child, would go to the grave from the clutches of the monster right before his eyes. He thought he could throw a sword at the werewolf, and it would be better than doing nothing at all. He only had 1 second chance, but it was worth it so he wouldn't regret it for years. It was the best decision to take the risk that kept the girl alive, because Ark had hit the werewolf with his sword right on target. Ark was happy, but it was too early to relax, so he walked over to the girl. She sat scared with her hands over her ears. When she saw Ark, she admired him, though she followed the example of the adults and called him a collector of lifeless bodies. But that didn't upset him anymore, and he simply replied that he had indeed come to save the girl and everyone else, as well as not to let anyone get hurt. The girl thanked Ark sincerely, and then they said goodbye. Ark was really happy that he had saved her. When Ark was a little distracted from his thoughts, he looked around and saw something unpleasant. On all sides, Ark was surrounded by a crowd of residents who clearly wanted to ask him a lot of questions. They called him a collector of lifeless bodies again, and said they had a special favor to say to him. Of course, Ark should have expected the villagers to be unhappy that it was a scavenger who saved them. One man addressed him nonchalantly again, and Ark thought the man would start to say a lot of things to him. When the men had moved away from him, Ark turned away and said he had to go, for they were not likely to want to see the scavenger in person. As Ark began to move away, people shouted at him to stay a little longer. Surprisingly, people were delighted and thanked Ark for acting like a hero. And the mother of the little girl Ark saved was most grateful to him. She paid him the utmost respect. Mom even began to bow before Ark and almost cried at the thought that if it weren't for Ark, she might never see her daughter again. This situation embarrassed Ark, and even though he was pleased about it, he still asked to stop bowing in front of him. He explained that he just wanted to help them and did exactly what he had to do. That's all. Ark recognized and spoke of the fact that it was no longer possible to change the past in which he had actually harvested prey from lifeless bodies. However, now he had gained the power to save others and simply help many. Realizing and rejoicing again, Ark officially announced in front of the crowd that he was now also an adventurer who would do anything for the people. He asked the humans to look after him too, for which he would be immensely grateful. In an instant, Ark went from being a miserable scavenger to an adventurer. The next day, Ark was going about his business and met Mill on the street. She barely caught up with Ark and was happy to meet him again. Mill noticed that Ark wasn't wearing armor, and it puzzled her. She wondered why he had taken it off. Ark replied cryptically that, in fact, even at that moment, the armor of the abyss was on him. He snapped his fingers, and the armor magically appeared on him. Ark explained that he had discovered it in the morning and could remove the armor whenever he wanted. From such possibilities, Mill was very surprised and delighted because it was really very cool. Again, Ark was proud of himself and said that he could become a true adventurer thanks to this armor. He was glad he had found it in the cave. Of course, Ark was curious about the dragon's body in the cave, but it didn't matter to him. Meanwhile, Jarg and his friends were chasing a huge cyclops not far from the village. They even almost finished him off, but he was able to break free and escape from them, so they had to act faster. The monster was also of a higher level than Jarg and his friends. The monster was a level 20, while his friends were level 16 and 17. Cyclops ran straight to the cave and ran into it, causing them to chase him there as well. Jarg had already been fined for not being in the village during the werewolf attack. Therefore, missing the Cyclops monster was not an option, so as not to jeopardize the entire village. And Cyclops has already walked further through the cave and came across the lifeless body of the dragon, which he immediately began to gnaw greedily. Jarg and the boys tried to walk carefully and make their way through the cave looking for the monster. But suddenly, they smelled a simply horrifying vile odor that even made them nauseous. They finally found the escaped Cyclops, but saw that he was devouring the dragon's lifeless body. They couldn't believe their eyes. Jarg's friend was frightened and noticed that there was something wrong in the cave. Even Jarg himself hoped that what he had seen at that moment was just a cruel joke. They saw something creepy, and it was decided to get away from the monster and the dream of incidents as soon as possible. After the Cyclops devoured the dragon's body in the cave, a strange, huge Cyclops eye appeared and chased after Jarg and the boys. But they couldn't understand what such a monster could be doing in an ordinary goblin cave. It wasn't even a monster, but a horrifying apparition that Jarg was no longer chasing and realized that this was probably the end. Ark was walking near the cave and heard very suspicious and loud but muffled noises coming from there. He decided to go there and find out what was going on and if he had just heard something. But Ark's premonition only grew stronger with each step. It wasn't just a strange feeling, he actually felt someone unusual. He even assumed he had some special connection to the cave. Ark heard the sounds again and went into the cave, which had a terrible odor, but Ark knew it, for somewhere ahead was the dragon's body. And after a bit of walking, Ark saw something in the cave that he certainly didn't expect. He watched with his own eyes as a huge Cyclops monster lifted one of Jarg's friends by the head and then destroyed him with its paws. He had never seen such demons with such a frightening aura before. But he thought that he would be able to resist this monster because he himself was a level 180. He then made the decision to try and attack the Cyclops before it could make its move. And then suddenly, Ark heard warnings from a voice that warned him that the difference in levels was great, and Ark was advised to avoid the battle. He didn't even have time to realize what he had heard before he was struck in the chest by a monster, which sent Ark flying away, but thanks to his armor he wasn't injured. As Ark fell, he kept wondering why he couldn't fight this monster. The voice recommended Arch to check the Cyclops level quickly, which he did, and couldn't believe his eyes. It turned out that the Abyss Cyclops was indeed level 200, and because of that, Ark didn't know how to proceed. The voice informed Ark that the monster had a powerful energy accumulation detected in the head area, so Ark had to retreat urgently. The voice repeated it again and again, but for some reason Ark had a lack of strength and couldn't even get to his feet. He was lying literally in front of the strong and powerful Cyclops of the Abyss and realized that if he did nothing, he would be finished in a matter of seconds. And then the voice started counting down the seconds until the monster attacked. Ark couldn't believe that he could lose his life so easily after everything he'd been through. There was less and less time left, and Ark tried to force himself up, but he couldn't. After a while, the Cyclops attacked Ark and hit him hard enough that Ark flew off to the side. He was knocked unconscious. After a while, Ark woke up and could not understand what had happened to him, but the voice only informed him that the enemy had already left the cave. Perhaps he left because he thought he could defeat Ark. Ark was glad that even if he had, the Cyclops was definitely wrong. The voice informed Ark that he had been found to be seriously injured and was advised to use a healing potion. Ark had forgotten that he had collected these potions in the goblin lair, but he was happy to have them. It was the only thing he could thank the goblins for. When Ark drank the potion, his condition improved a lot, and he wanted to catch up with the Cyclops, who was probably heading towards the village. As he was about to leave the cave, Ark heard a voice calling him a collector of lifeless bodies. Ark was uncomfortable with what he heard, but he decided to turn around and see who needed his help. He saw a wounded Jarg from head to toe, asking for healing potions, for he saw that Ark had them. Even in such a terrible state, Jarg wasn't the least bit kind and was angry at Ark, saying that potions were too valuable an item for someone like him. Jarg hoped that he would be able to escape as soon as he healed his wounds, for the Cyclops had probably gone to the village and would not interfere with Jarg's life. He yelled for Ark to give him his healing potions right away. He even begged him to do so, albeit in a very aggressive way. Ark decided to be judicious about what had happened and consulted with the armor of the Abyss, asking if potions could heal Jarg's wounds. But the answer was sad. The voice replied that it was no longer possible and that Jarg would be dead in a few minutes because of the heavy loss of blood. So Ark decided to act quickly and asked another question about whether the skill of level absorption worked on people, and it turned out it did. Ark politely explained to Jarg that he could no longer help him, though Jarg had already realized it himself. Jarg begged for the pain to end, and he had already asked Ark to do so when he said he had a way to put him out of his misery. In the last moments of Jarg's life, Ark decided to confess to him that he had hated him all along. But now, after what was about to happen, he would clearly miss him. And Ark sent Jarg to the other world with one blow, thus raising his level to 200th. Then, he went in search of the escaped Cyclops. He wounded his arm badly, and while he was in pain, Ark had the perfect opportunity to finish him off completely. Ark's eyes lit up very brightly in his eagerness to defeat this Cyclops monster sooner rather than later. He even gave Cyclops one piece of advice that he should have finished off his opponents and checked on them before leaving. But Ark was very lucky that Cyclops didn't do that in the battle with him, and now their levels were even equal. Ark decided to continue the legendary battle. Ark was furious because he had to destroy his acquaintance Jarg with the same hands even though he hated him. And now the Cyclops has already pounced and flew directly at Ark, but he waited until he was closer and jumped on his face. This way, Ark could attack the Cyclops' back wings and even its head from behind. He struck the Cyclops' wings hard, but didn't even damage them a bit as the wings were very strong. Cyclops began preparing for a powerful shot from his eye, and Ark noticed it immediately and decided that there was no way he was going to let the monster do that. Also, Ark noticed that the one wanted to use a subterfuge ability, that posed a huge danger. Thanks to this ability, Cyclops destroyed the ground and trees in front of him, and Ark flew away and was injured. Ark was getting very angry, and he didn't understand why he couldn't defeat this Cyclops if their levels were exactly the same. He took out a healing potion and drank it quickly because he needed to continue the battle as soon as possible. Having regained his strength, Ark rose to continue the battle, but then the Abyss armor reported that the Cyclops had once again had a buildup of energy and Ark should have retreated. Ark was enveloped by an incredibly strong anger that the monster did not calm down and confidently confronted him. He decided not to back down, and with great speed he jumped on the Cyclops, giving it a mighty blow on the wing. It was already a good sign for Ark that he had at least managed to hurt him, which meant that things should be easier from here on out. Suddenly, Ark saw that the Cyclops was aiming his ominous gaze straight toward the village. He didn't even have time to do anything before he saw the Cyclops already flying toward the village. This was unacceptable because now at stake were the lives of the villagers, with the help of which Cyclops wanted to restore his strength. Ark with all his legs rushed back to the village and catch up with the Cyclops, because with his presence, the village was in great danger and there was no time to lose. And in a matter of minutes, the Cyclops flew to the village, scaring all the villagers who barely had time to escape before it landed on the ground. Ark came running when all the people had scattered far away, and he had to act quickly and confidently. The inhabitants called for help as the Cyclops continued to chase them, breaking everything in front of and underneath him. Ark was in a wild rage and thought about how he could quickly and easily deal with this Cyclops. He jumped onto the roof and tried to damage the Cyclops' second wing with a kick, but it was not successful at all. Once more, Ark tried to deal damage to the Cyclops, but it dodged it and tossed Ark aside. But he didn't give up and kept jumping up and attacking him, even managed to strike his arm with his sword and hurt it. During the battle, Ark dreamed of the moment when he would finally defeat the Cyclops and save his village. But the Cyclops suddenly charged again with tremendous energy and released an attack from which Ark fell down and even hurt himself. And the Cyclops monster wasted no time and went on to further destroy the village by jumping directly on the houses of the inhabitants. Ark barely found the strength to rise because he realized that if he did not defeat this monster, no one else would either. At the same moment, Ark came to his senses and made a promise to himself and set a goal not to give up once he started this endeavor. Cyclops had already reached the market in the village at this time and appeared right in front of Grandpa. The Cyclops looked huge and as terrifying as possible, but Grandpa wasn't afraid and didn't run away. He only wondered how big it was. Grandpa continued to just stand there as he realized that their village was small, and if he started to run away, the monster would still catch up with him. He decided that in this case, the best solution was to stay and buy time for the hero. And in a few seconds, Ark himself arrived, whom Grandpa sincerely called a hero. But Ark heard these words and jokingly asked his grandfather if a ragamuffin like him could be a hero, and he kept calling him that and explained that Ark had only come to his aid because he really was a hero. With a bit of desperation, Ark admitted that even so, he didn't know how to defeat the Cyclops. Grandpa advised him not to fill his head with unnecessary thoughts and ignore the fact that Ark and Cyclops had the same level. He even handed Ark a piece of the very bread he had eaten before when everyone thought he was a scavenger. And one bite gave Ark strength because now he had a new life, and remembering the past, he would not want to go back there. Thanks to his grandfather's sincerity and kindness, Ark was indeed able to gather his thoughts and was now geared up for a successful battle. Ark got close to the Cyclops and prepared to continue his attack. He aimed at the Cyclops' arm and tried to attack the arm, but the Cyclops dodged and fought back without getting hurt. Cyclops again flung Ark so high and far away that he landed from a great height, but at least he was conscious. He even began to slowly despair because he simply did not understand how he could defeat this powerful Cyclops. Suddenly, Ark heard a little boy crying and screaming behind him, which surprised him because it was strange that there was still a child in such a dangerous place. Ark shouted to the boy to run away from the scene of the monster, but the boy replied that he was scared and his legs just wouldn't move. A second later, the Cyclops aimed to attack the boy and jumped right in front of him, making him as scared as he had ever been in his life. Cyclops prepared his fist and was about to hit the boy, but Ark immediately jumped and covered the boy, shouting that he would never let the monster do that. The Cyclops' blow was so strong that it not only damaged Ark, but also split a huge tunnel in the ground. The most important thing for Ark was that he was able to protect the boy, so he asked him to run away immediately because he couldn't move anymore. Ark sat right in front of the Cyclops and encouraged the boy, saying that he was probably a brave guy, so he had to run. In tears, he ran away from the scene, and the powerless Ark was left alone with the Cyclops, but he was happy that he was able to change the boy's mind. The armor of the Abyss began to warn Ark again that the Cyclops had detected a huge buildup of energy and Ark should retreat. Ark knew he couldn't get away with it this time and apologized to the armor, and in a matter of seconds, the Cyclops launched its attack, ramming a powerful beam into everything in front of it for several dozen meters. And Ark was similarly thrown a great distance away. He sat behind the wall and looked at the Cyclops through the tunnel in despair. Even though they had the same level of strength, they were still very different. The Abyss armor again recommended that Ark immediately retreat, but he remembered the healing potions at that moment. But there was nothing left in his potion cells, and Ark realized that he must have lost them in the impact. He saw one potion on the ground and tried to reach for it. He was unable to do so because of his severe wounds and pain. Ark passed out and dreamed, not knowing where he was or if the village had been destroyed. But when Ark woke up, he saw that a girl was sitting in front of him, pouring a healing potion into his mouth, trying to bring Ark back to consciousness. Ark was surprised by this and asked the girl who she was. She said her name was Lyra. Lyra said that she had been born and raised in this village, so she wanted to protect it too, even though she was just an ordinary village girl. They heard the Cyclops rumbling and screaming, and Ark intended to gather his last strength and return to battle with him. Lyra confessed to Ark that she herself had seen him fighting a Cyclops to protect their village. She explained that this was what everyone wanted, and everyone wanted to live in peace. And despite what had happened in the past, people were very grateful to Ark for what he had done. Then, Lyra held out her hand to Ark to escape, but he replied that he couldn't because he was the only one who could defeat the Cyclops. She replied that that was the reason why Ark was so perplexed. And Lyra argued that if Ark had lost to Cyclops, there would be no such strong adventurers left at all, and then there would definitely be no one left to save the village. So Ark really should have avoided meeting the Cyclops until all wounds were healed. His whole body ached, and he realized he should have rested a bit more before fighting at full strength. But then suddenly, a Cyclops flew toward Lyra and Ark and landed right in front of them with a thunderous crash. Ark decided to listen to Lyra and his body after all, so he held out his hand to her and agreed to run away together instead of starting an unsuccessful battle. Lyra and Ark chased with all their legs to get away from the Cyclops, but he kept up with them and tried to catch up with them as fast as he could. They ran into an alley and Ark realized that Lyra had called him by his name even though he hadn't introduced himself yet. He asked how she knew it. To this, Lyra replied that Ark was already very popular in the village. He himself believed that he was still only popular as a pathetic scavenger, so he couldn't believe it. But Lyra consoled him that it was already in the past, and everyone, including herself, considered Ark a true hero. She also said that when the werewolf village was attacked, she was also on the scene and saw how skillfully Ark fought against them. And it was after what she saw that Lyra believed that only Ark could save the village. She told him so. These words helped Ark greatly in boosting his confidence in himself and his abilities. He promised Lyra that he would defeat the monster at any cost and would definitely save the village. Lyra and Ark's amiable dialogue was suddenly interrupted by someone's loud shouts. Turning around, they saw a horrifying scene as unknown men grabbed and tried to kidnap the girl. They transported their victims on horse-drawn carts and stopped just in time to kidnap a few more women in the village. They committed this crime in a hurry because they knew that Cyclops had already reached the village and thought that no one could destroy him. The criminals were happy that the village was in chaos, and they could kidnap people openly to make money without fear of punishment. Ark watched from around the corner and was angry that such horrors were happening at the most inconvenient time. Meanwhile, the criminals shouted to their comrades to take absolutely everything of value they could carry from the village. Lyra was saddened and even cried because she didn't think that there was such inhuman insolence in the world. Ark decided he couldn't leave things as they were and decided to go to the criminals to deal with them. He asked Lyra to stay, but she suddenly cried out. Turning around, Ark saw that Lyra had been grabbed by a huge man and even held a knife to her temple, letting Ark know that there was no way to save her. He asked Ark to drop his weapon on the condition that he didn't want Lyra to get hurt. Of course, Ark was well aware that this was all a manipulation, so he approached the commander of all these criminals. Toth was surprised to see him and reminded his co-conspirators that they didn't need men. And seeing Lyra behind his back in the hands of the huge man, the commander immediately marveled at her insane beauty and began to view her as prey. Lyra was more frightened by their actions than she had ever been in her life, and they still managed to talk about selling her for a high price. Ark asked the commander with the utmost contempt how they had the nerve to commit such crimes when the village was already in a very dangerous state of chaos. But he only laughed loudly in response and shouted that they didn't care what became of this village. He said that they came to the village originally to fulfill their plan to simply loot it. The commander pointed out that the people should have been grateful to them for at least letting them live. He was as angry about these people as he had ever been about any powerful monster. The criminal commander kept laughing at Ark and also clarified whether he was really an adventurer. He smirked and called Ark pathetic, thinking that he couldn't do anything, even though he had enough strength. After saying that, the commander decided it was time for them to move out and asked the accomplices to be more careful with Lyra. He didn't want Ark to interfere in any way with the progress of their affairs and try to free Lyra. As the criminals were about to leave, Ark knew he had to act as quickly as possible, but he only needed a second to save Lyra. Suddenly, the commander saw something shocking and shouted to the giant man to be careful. It turned out that Mill was coming at him from behind with a knife in her hand. She knew what she was doing. Even though the man was able to dodge Mill's attack while still holding Lyra in his arms, this plan still worked perfectly. Mill fell to the ground as she was running at a tremendous speed and just missed. With pride and laughter, the giant man said to Mill that she would never defeat him, because he was definitely beyond the teeth of a little girl. Mill proudly and joyfully shouted that she wasn't going to beat him because she was just playing the role of a decoy. And while he was thinking about what he had just said, Ark wasted no time and ran up to the giant from behind and started attacking him with blows. Ark, with all his anger, gave him a couple of powerful blows that made him quickly lose his mind and even flew off to the side. Of course, Lyra also fell out of his hands, but luckily, Ark managed to catch her without any harm. But Lyra was still frightened and worried about what would happen to them because the other criminals after the incident fled to Ark and threatened to destroy him. The criminals surrounded Ark from all sides and pointing their swords and daggers at him came closer and closer. Ark warned them menacingly that they should think again because he wasn't going to hold back in front of them. But those only yelled and continued to abuse and humiliate Ark, saying that he was certainly no one was afraid of him, and he was just a fool who pretended to be a hero. Once again, Ark repeated that this was his last warning, but even then he saw no suspension of action on the part of the criminals. This let him know to start fighting them mercilessly, and Ark also quoted their friend's words to the criminals that he was no match for them. At that moment, Ark was completely enraged, which was evident even in his eyes. He shouted that they couldn't beat him because the difference in levels was too great. In a few minutes, Ark easily defeated and sent almost all the criminals to the other world and absorbed their levels at the same time. Only their commander remained, who cried out with terror and fear that adventurers had never been as fast as he was. Ark confessed to him that to his regret, he was not an ordinary adventurer, but an adventurer with a 200th level. He shouted that Ark was a terrible impudent and even ran at him to attack him with his sword, but Ark easily and quickly dealt with him as well. The armor checked Ark's level and notified him that he had reached level 250th, and it appeared that this was the maximum level for a human. Of course, Ark was happy that he had reached such a high level, but at the same time he was disappointed because he didn't think there was a limit. Though he'd never heard of adventurers with a similarly high level before, and it famously comforted him. As Ark stood frozen with his thoughts, Lyra ran up to him and threw herself into his arms, screaming for him to save her. Her eyes seemed to shine with happiness as she looked at Ark and thanked him for her rescue. Ark looked at Lyra with a smile and kindness on his face and said that there was no way he would have left her in a situation like this. After all, it was Lyra who saved Ark and gave him the potion when he was already unconscious. He was grateful to Lyra for that, because if it wasn't for her, he probably wouldn't be alive anymore because of the Cyclops. Lyra looked at him with the happiest of eyes and was proud of Ark saying that she considered him her hero after all he had done. Ark was embarrassed by such sincere words and confessed that he did not think himself worthy of such praise, for he had sent even humans to the other world. But at the same time, he realized that if he let these criminals live, they would definitely ruin other villages and destroy other people's lives. So Lyra tried to cheer Ark up by saying that it wasn't his fault at all. After all, he took the lives of these vile criminals so that many more peaceful people could continue to live happily and peacefully. Lyra thought that having realized all this, Ark shouldn't have felt bad about himself because he had done the right thing and was now considered a hero. After the encouragement from Lyra, Ark really felt better, and he thanked her for that. They were both happy. A joyful Mill ran up to Ark and Lyra, and Ark was just able to praise her for showing agility and resourcefulness in a critical situation. Mill said she felt sadness as she watched Ark fight, and there was nothing she could do to help him. But this time, she managed to help Ark and distract the criminal, so she offered Ark to fight together next time. Without even thinking, Ark refused the offer because he couldn't and didn't want to endanger anyone else's life besides his own. Suddenly, Ark saw how the Cyclops meanwhile was not resting, but continued to jump around the houses in the distance, so he asked Mill and Lyra to hide as soon as possible. The Abyss armor informed Ark that now having reached level 250, he could definitely defeat the mighty Cyclops. This fact made Ark happy and gave him more self-confidence. He was now serious and eager to destroy the monster this time. The Cyclops was coming and jumping closer and closer to them, so Ark tried to gather his thoughts and concentrate on the battle. When the Cyclops was already behind the houses they were standing in front of, Ark promised that this time he would definitely finish off the monster. Therefore, Mill and Lyra sincerely wished Ark good luck and fled from that place to hide. With sarcasm, Ark even apologized to the Cyclops for running away on their last encounter. But now he was definitely not going to run away, but only to finish with the Cyclops and all the problems from him. Ark waited for the moment when the Cyclops would get close to him and present a good opportunity to attack himself. He stood and remembered how previously he couldn't even trivially wield a sword. And then he first swung his sword when it was necessary to save his life. Afterwards, Ark fought not only for his life but also for his home and village. Now he had to use his sword to fulfill the hopes of his friends and save the whole village. Ark asked the Cyclops to prepare properly for a battle with him, to feel the blows of a man who has already surpassed human limits. The Cyclops was getting closer and closer to Ark, but he was just waiting for him and preparing his sword to attack. When the Cyclops tried to strike him, Ark easily dodged and fought off the attack. Having obtained such a high level, Ark was already fully confident that the Cyclops' attacks were completely useless against him. Ark was able to fell the huge Cyclops with his attacks, and at that moment he delivered strong sword blows to his stomach. But after that, the Cyclops still rose up and Ark saw his eye burning and a purple light spreading around the Cyclops. This meant that the Cyclops had once again accumulated energy, which was reported by the armor, and this accumulation was incredibly stronger than in previous times. Seeing this, Ark assured himself that even with this, he shouldn't have any problems, because in this world, everything was decided only by level. Ark had never had so much confidence before, and now it was added to by this 50-level difference between them. It didn't matter what the Cyclops could do, because he had his own clear plans and goals. Cyclops certainly couldn't and shouldn't have won against Ark if their level difference was so great. He stood far away from Ark, and for some reason he didn't approach him, only growled loudly at him. Ark thought that the Cyclops was afraid of him, and it was a stupid thing to do, because when the monster was destroying the villagers, he felt strong. But this time, it was the Cyclops' turn to be trampled, like all the people he had sent to the other world. Ark decided not to hesitate and jumped closer to the Cyclops to attack faster and immediately pounced on him. The Cyclops immediately tried to fight back with his fists, but he didn't even touch Ark because he was smarter than he was. He dealt him a lot of damage and knocked him to the ground. It caused him to regain his energy and he was able to get up. Now Ark wanted to show him what real despair was. Ark showed the Cyclops his most powerful aura and anger, hoping that at least now he would understand the difference between the two. But looking at Ark, the Cyclops was only enraged by the fact that he had almost no way of defeating him. He tried to strike a blow at Ark, but he quickly and deftly jumped very high. With all his might, Ark dodged the Cyclops' attacks even as he launched another energy attack. And finally, Ark achieved what he had dreamed of. He jumped on the Cyclops from a height and used his sword to sever his arm. He was insanely happy that he was finally able to do something that would bring him halfway to victory. Ark realized that this was almost the end of the battle and it was worth ending it sooner rather than later. Because the Cyclops was kicking too hard, it was hard for Ark to attack it and damage it properly. But he still managed to do it and hurt Cyclops' stomach once more, causing him to twist and fall to his knees. This again presented Ark with the opportunity to pounce on the Cyclops from above and finish him off. And Ark never stopped reminding Cyclops that he had hurt so many people, and now it was his time to pay the bill. When Ark jumped to the head of the Cyclops, he immediately plunged his sword into his powerful eye, and the long-awaited moment of Ark's victory came. The day after all the incidents, people were already actively rebuilding the destroyed structures and houses in the village, and the work was progressing quite briskly. Everyone was carrying wood, planks, and bricks, trying to help each other and do as much good as possible. And Ark wasn't even resting after all he'd been through and done in the last few days, but was also helping the residents with heavy materials in every way possible. Now every villager considered Ark a hero truly respected and thanked him for his exploits. In his spare moments, Ark decided to seclude himself and find out what the transformation of the levels that had been revealed to him after fighting the Cyclops meant. Armor of the Abyss explained to him that with the level transformation skill, he could convert absorbed levels into unique skills. Unique skills had useful effects such as increased speed or fire resistance, which was a nice bonus for an adventurer. Ark now realized that earlier in his life he had not been able to gain experience points, and therefore unique skills were not available to him. He pondered and imagined how he could really trade levels and gain very rare unique skills. But at the same time, he was even more tormented by the question of what this Abyss armor was and who had previously been its owner. Armor of the Abyss prompted Ark that it was recommended to obtain the Limit Breakthrough skill to begin with. It was a skill that allowed you to get an unlimited number of levels, but it also cost as much as 240 levels. For this skill, Ark had to pay all his levels, but he realized that he really needed this skill later on. He thought about it some more and agreed to buy the unique skill of breaking through the limit. Armor of the Abyss explained that to purchase it was necessary to call the code phrase request for purchase and the name of the skill. Ark did exactly that. Armor alerted Ark to the start of the level conversion process. But at the same time, something strange began to happen to his body. Arch was shivering, and a bright yellow light was emanating from his body. This was noticed from afar even by the villagers who decided not to panic early. Something strange was happening in Ark's chest, and he felt incredible pain, which unfortunately was necessary for this process. There was only a little more to endure, and now the transformation of levels was finally completed. Ark received the skill of breaking through the limit. Suddenly, Ark felt something strange. He felt as if his consciousness had expanded. The armor of the abyss explained that Ark had exceeded the limit of human level, and now he had become a being that surpassed humans. This news did not frighten Ark at all. He was even glad and remembered how he was just a scavenger before, and now he had overcome such a path. In the meantime, an unknown man with intentions of increasing his strength and earning money, who had taken a long time to get there, came to the village. He was furious that he had wasted his time when he learned from the villagers that the Cyclops had already been destroyed. And now he was interested in another thing, whether there was still an adventurer in the village who was able to defeat the Cyclops. Ark was surprised to hear from the Abyss armor that he had been given 200 more levels to absorb. He remembered that after defeating the Cyclops, he couldn't absorb levels since he already had the maximum level. Now Ark was calm because he was still at level 210th, despite spending almost all of it on level transformation. He set out to get his hands on as many unique skills as possible. If he succeeded, he could become the strongest adventurer in the entire world. It was worth thinking about the next plan, and Ark was thinking about it, but his thoughts were abruptly interrupted by Lyra. She searched for him all over the village, and finally when she found him, she threw herself into his arms. With excitement, Lyra told her that after defeating the Cyclops, the village had become chaotic and she couldn't find Ark all day. But he explained that he was helping residents with extinguishing materials and construction, so that's probably what happened. Lyra admitted that she had been worried about him the whole time. A few seconds later, they saw Mill coming up the hill. Mill overheard their humble conversation and told me that she was equally worried about Ark too. Looking at them, Ark was happy and glad that Mill and Lyra were okay. And they claimed it was because of Ark. Lyra was very kind and admitted that she was very grateful to Ark. After saying that, she hugged Ark and stood on her toes and kissed Ark right on the cheek, saying it was just a thank you. But after what she had done, Lyra herself was embarrassed, and embarrassed Ark very much. Lyra blushed, lowered her head, and confessed her love to Ark as unexpectedly as possible. She was embarrassed, scared of what she had done, and ran away, leaving Ark and Mill standing in bewilderment. Not far from the place of events stood and watched everything Grandfather, who joked that now spring has come to Ark. Grandpa and Mill laughed when they saw how much Ark was blushing and embarrassed. Ark got angry at them for their taunts and jokingly chased them away, and they left while continuing to laugh. He was alone, and after he had cooled down a bit, he began to think about what had happened. He had never dreamed that anyone would fall in love with him before. Even the armor of the abyss was not silent and jokingly advised Ark to behave like a man, which made him angry and embarrassed again. A few days later, a group of adventurers unknown to the villagers complained to the village. They looked at the village and thought it looked more like a wasteland, and maybe they were already too late. Other adventurers concluded that the village was probably attacked by some unknown monster. After all, if a fire dragon did this, there would be nothing left of the village. But whatever it was, they wanted to ask around and learn more about the attack from the locals. The adventurers' goal was to prevent the dragon attack anyway, no matter how difficult it was. There were about 30 of them, and the first thing they decided to do was to go to the very cave with the dragon. After a while, Ark was already fighting small monsters in the forest, even though he had returned to the first level again and again. In the past few days, he had acquired many unique skills through level transformation. The first skill that cost 200 levels was poison coating, and Ark was given special knives. The skill allowed you to apply poison to your weapon, which helped send small monsters to the other side of the world. The second skill was knife throwing, and although Ark lost all levels, he could now defeat monsters without direct confrontations with them. The only drawback to the poison was that it took some time to take effect, but even at the first level, Ark could regain his former strength. He hardly rested as he continued to fight and improve his skills, thus raising his level again to 41. And these levels Ark decided to spend immediately on new skills as well. He mouthed the magic words request to acquire a poison reinforcement skill worth 40 levels. Now, monsters after being attacked by poison, thanks to such a skill of Ark's, should have been sent to the other world even faster. Ark estimated that at that point, his knives had dispatched about 20 monsters, and in a couple of hours he should be at level 200. He decided he had done enough work that day, and it was time to head back to the village. But when he returned, he met strangers, the very adventurers who had come to the village. Ark decided to approach them and ask what was wrong, and Ein, a representative of the Adventurers Guild, asked Ark if he was one as well. Ein had 120th level, and without even hearing Ark's reply, he offered to join him while checking his level in parallel. But seeing that Ark only had a level 1, Ein said that his level was too low. Everyone was surprised that Ark was a newcomer because outwardly he looked prestigious and quite strong. For Ark, the adventurer's reaction was expected, and when Ein asked if he wanted to become one too, Ark replied that he had been an adventurer for a long time, but they only laughed at him, and one adventurer asked him not to joke around like that, wondering why he was still at level 1. And when Ark looked at him angrily, he started to remember and said that he had heard rumors about Ark. He remembered and shouted that Ark was considered the weakest adventurer in history. Everyone else started pointing fingers at Ark while calling him a scavenger. Ark looked at them and confirmed that it was, asking what problems they found with it. The adventurers looked at Ark with great surprise and remained silent while he asked what they wanted. After an awkward silence, Ein explained that they had gotten an assignment from the guild to hunt. He said that many special demons had been discovered on the village lands not too long ago. Continuing to pretend he didn't understand, Ark asked what kind of special demons they were talking about. Ein gave the Black Dragon as an example of a powerful monster with 150th level. At the same time, he claimed that the Black Dragon could not be defeated alone. So he gathered his group of adventurers with unique skills to defeat the Black Dragon. He was expressing his confidence that he and the guild could definitely do it, so it wasn't even worth worrying about. Ein realized he hadn't even introduced himself to Ark yet, so he decided to do so, and shook his hand. Ark didn't even mind, and introduced himself to Ein while thinking that he could handle a level 150 dragon himself. But it suddenly dawned on Ark that it was from the already lifeless body of the dragon in the cave that he had gotten his armor. With screams and panic, an adventurer from his guild came running towards Ein. Because of the adventurer's panic, Ein was also scared, but just calmly asked what happened. The one shouted that the scouts had discovered this very dragon in a cave. The scouts in the cave stood right in front of the huge black dragon and shouted that there was no doubt that it was him. The adventurer was so scared and excited that he couldn't even catch his breath and shouted to Ein that he had to act as quickly as possible. Ein had ordered that he and a group of adventurers were urgently to go to the scene of the incidents since the target of the mission had been discovered. He ordered all adventurers to confidently set themselves up for victory and prepare for the legendary battle. For himself, Ark assumed that the level of the group of these adventurers was about 120th. Although some of them had unique skills in Ark's opinion, they would have a very hard time against a level 150 dragon. Ark realized that he couldn't just leave it like that and put a whole bunch of people at risk. He shouted to Ein and asked for them to take him with them into the cave. After a bit of thought, Ark estimated that the monsters he had poisoned with the poison should have gone to the other world very soon, and he would have gotten the 200th level. Ark realized that with this level, he should have no problem fighting, but Ein didn't know the truth and simply refused Ark. He explained that it was too dangerous for Ark and said that he probably didn't realize the gravity of the situation. Ark wanted to tell at least a little of the truth, but he was interrupted and simply afraid to reveal everything. The adventurers laughed and asked Ark what he could do to help them, being only at the first level. Everyone looked at him with great disdain and called him a common weakling who had no place in this battle. One of the adventurers thought that leader Ein had treated Ark too gently, so he decided to confess to Ark directly. He shouted at Ark that he was just a weakling, and then the group of adventurers set off, leaving Ark alone. As they grew farther away, Ark realized that, at this rate, they would just go to the other side of the world. But at the same time, he realized that there really wasn't anything he could do with his current first level. He decided to just wait for all the absorbed levels to come to him, and then catch up with these adventurers and handle it himself. When the adventurers arrived on the scene, they were horrified. They saw a dragon that no one had warned them about. Ein hoped it was a joke, if it was really a level 150 dragon, and immediately rushed to check its level. He found out that this dragon was a level 300, and it was definitely no longer a black dragon, but some kind of world-destroying dragon lord. Ein ordered the group of adventurers to retreat, because the dragon had already sent several scouts to the other world. He asked all the adventurers to flee as quickly as possible, because they would definitely not be able to deal with such a powerful dragon. Thinking that they wouldn't be able to escape in time, Ein wanted to request help from the guild, but at the same second he saw something terrible. The dragon attacked the adventurers and slammed Ein to the ground, and even sent some to the other world in an instant. Ark didn't hesitate and rushed to their aid, but he was frightened when he saw that the battle had already begun. He assumed it was the same dragon from the Goblin Cave, but couldn't believe that it was just pretending then. But this was not the moment to think about it, and Ark, realizing everything, just rushed faster and faster towards the dragon. He asked the Abyss Armor how long until he should have already been credited levels for defeated monsters. There were about 30 seconds left, but they lasted like an eternity, and Ark begged for it to happen as soon as possible. Watching the dragon from afar, Ark longed to slay it and save all those adventurers who could survive. After a few seconds, that long-awaited moment finally came, and Ark absorbed the levels, thus rising to level 201. He immediately sent a request for the fire-resistant skill, because the dragon was about to launch a fire attack. Thanks to his skill, in a matter of seconds already, with a bit of exertion, Ark was able to temporarily stop the dragon's attack. While there was time, Ark looked around and saw only Ein sitting on the ground, and all the adventurers had been destroyed by the dragon, or were living their last seconds. From what he saw with his own eyes, Ein was horrified and asked Ark how he was able to block the attack of the world-destroying dragon. The adventurer who had most previously despised Ark was fully wounded and asked out of his last strength why the scavenger was still alive. With excitement, Ark explained that he was much stronger than all of them, so he was completely unharmed. He said it was unfortunate that even with such power, he couldn't save everyone. He realized that he should have been more decisive right away. It was the last seconds of the adventurer's life after Ark's words. He was unable to answer him, and from excessive blood loss, he went to the other world. Ark was enraged at the realization that there was no way he could save all the people, no matter how strong he became. But now, no matter what, he had to defeat the dragon for the sake of all those adventurers the dragon had sent to the other world. The dragon destroyer of worlds was already starting to attack, and Ark was making last-seconds preparations to start attacking him. Ein was scared and worried about Ark, because he realized that he was literally his last hope. Ark asked him not to worry and not to panic, because he knew what he was doing, but he was still confident in himself and his abilities. He once again gathered all his strength and blocked the world's destroyer dragon's fiery attack. Ark even had time to be proud of himself, saying that such a weak flame was impossible to hurt him. After assessing the situation, Ark realized that the dragon's fire attacks wouldn't work anymore, and in the time before he attacked, he had to do something about it. Ark had to spend most of the levels to get the fire-resistant skill, and now he was only at level 21. He realized that there was an urgent need to raise his level in some way. But suddenly, the dragon lost its fire attack and began to use physical attacks. Ark managed to dodge, and the dragon only damaged the ground beneath him. Unfortunately, Ark realized he couldn't withstand an attack from a dragon with such a low level, but he also didn't know what he could do. Suddenly, he saw something start to happen, and the dragon shifted its attention to someone else, causing Ark to freak out. He saw a stranger defeat the dragon with a single blow and separate its head from its body. Ark couldn't believe what he was seeing with his own eyes. Seeing a powerful stranger with a huge sword on the dragon's back, Ark screamed and asked him who he was. Thoth continued to stand on the dragon's back, proud of himself, and introduced himself to Ark with the name Baldar. He said he was the only adventurer of disaster rank on the entire continent. Ark was shocked at what he heard, because he had never heard of a disaster rank before. In said that this was also the first time he had seen Baldar, but that he had heard rumors about him before. He explained to Ark that Baldar was a man of legend, for he was the possessor of incredible power. Because of this power, Baldar stood above all humans and ahead above all adventurers. No one could reach the same level as him, and it was all that meant rank calamity. Baldar listened and was proud of himself at how all the weak ones admired him. Baldar praised Ein for being very well informed. Ark couldn't yet realize what was happening and what he had heard, so he decided to check Baldar's level. Ark had learned that Baldar, the disaster rank adventurer, was level 300 and had the unique skill of breaking through the limit since birth. Ark had never been so perplexed before. He compared himself to him and realized that he was the exact opposite of his zero experience from birth. With a glance at Baldar, Ark asked him if he had come to help them or for some other purpose. Baldar only laughed in response and asked what this nonsense was since he wasn't going to help them in any way. He addressed Ark as an adventurer in black armor and said that all his plans were ruined because of him. But Ark completely missed the point of his words and knew nothing of any plans Baldar had. Baldar was surprised and asked if Ark had heard what the village had said about him. He said that Ark was called the hero in black armor who single-handedly defeated a demon. Baldar wondered if these rumors about Ark were true and said that he was greatly disappointed by him. And the dragon started making growling sounds, and it turned out that it still hadn't been destroyed. Baldar stabbed him with his sword and asked him to shut up, asking if he could see that they were talking. After this action, Baldar was silent for a moment and asked Ark and Ein if they knew that the dragon destroyer of worlds could regenerate. Ark was even more shocked, and Baldar went on to say that he could regenerate until his magical core was destroyed. Baldar was getting angrier and angrier with every word he said and confessed that he had once destroyed a dragon in a cave with goblins. Ark was horrified at the realization of the whole situation, for he understood that it was from this dragon that he had then taken out his abyss armor. Baldar went on to say that despite everything, he didn't destroy the dragon core that time and just left it in the cave. Listening to him, Ark still didn't understand what Baldar was getting at or what he needed at that moment. He explained that the Cyclops monster that ate the dragon's flesh evolved very quickly after that and became more ferocious. The dragon destroyer of worlds was certainly too strong and would definitely not leave even a trace of the village. Baldar needed a weaker monster, and the Cyclops was perfect for him. He admitted that he did so in order to first set the monster on the village and then destroy it, thus making himself look like a hero. And secondly, to destroy the destroyer of worlds again and become many times stronger. Baldar was so delighted with his plans that he began to shout that he could gain unlimited power and become world famous. Ein did not participate in the dialogue, but only listened to it and was horrified at how approachable Baldar was, for he had never imagined that he would turn out like this. But Baldar couldn't get everything he wanted because Ark ruined it for him. He yelled at him and pointed his finger at him while insulting Ark. Ark was puzzled and asked how the man could even let a monster attack a village for such a small thing as fame. But the latter called Ark a fool and shouted that an adventurer like him needed power, fame, money, and women. He was very much obsessed with all this and claimed that only by possessing the power he could live as he wished and conceive. Baldar continued to act pathetic even when Ark called him the ultimate fool. Ark shouted that many good citizens and adventurers had gone to the other world because of Baldar's foolish desires and for his sake. He asked if the dastardly Baldar had ever thought about it for a second, and at the same time asked the Abyss armor to lend him his power. Now it was simply necessary for Ark to bring the arrogant Baldar down to earth. Baldar only laughed at Ark to see if he really wanted to teach him a lesson. He asked that Ark not overestimate himself. Considering Baldar's 300th level, Ark decided to assess his capabilities and strength in a battle against him. And that was a huge problem for Ark, because if they started fighting with a low level, he wouldn't have a chance in this battle. But Ark had at least one idea. He looked at the dragon's core and thought it might be worth destroying while it was still vulnerable. And if he succeeded, the armor could absorb a dragon level that would never recover again. Ark found out from the Abyss armor if there was a skill for ranged attacks that he could acquire and use immediately, but it would have to wait. Baldur asked Ark what he was just standing there for, and if he was ready to surrender, and immediately pounced on him with his sword. When Baldur landed, he hit the ground so hard that Ark and Ein flew upward. Ark even hurt himself a bit during the fall, but he didn't care about that. He cared about the incredible power of Baldar's calamity rank. Glancing at Ark, Baldur threatened him that this was definitely the end of his life's journey. It was a bad sign, and Ark couldn't let it go on like this. But then, the Armor of the Abyss announced the search. Armor of the Abyss found and recommended Ark to acquire the skill, small grenades that allowed to endow the weapon with a small explosive force. But Ark doubted it would do him any good, since he couldn't destroy the core just by trying to blow up his sword. Armor of the Abyss replied that he shouldn't need to. He recommended using poison knives to level up. Rising, Ark asked Baldur if that was all he could do. He only shouted in response and marveled that Ark could still barely stand on his feet. Baldur yelled horribly at Ark with accusations that he didn't know how to do anything, not even how to stay on his feet properly. But Ark didn't respond to his provocations and simply sent a request to acquire a new skill, small grenades. Seeing the bright light emanating from Ark's body, Baldur asked him what he was doing. Of course, Ark didn't have to give himself away and just kept quiet, preparing his hands to throw poison knives. Ark shouted to Baldur that things were about to change very soon, and then jumped up and threw several knives. In response to Ark's actions, Baldur only laughed, for he considered poison knives too weak a weapon. He asked Ark why he was playing childish games, and what was the point of poison knives if they didn't reach their target. But Ark explained that even if those knives hadn't hurt Baldur, he wasn't even aiming at him anyway. At first, Baldur was at a loss for words, but then he looked at the dragon's core, where the knife had already struck. Taking advantage of the moment and wasting no time, Ark activated the blast of knives before Baldur could do anything about it. And within seconds there was an explosion, after which Ark said that now the destroyer of worlds was definitely finished. Baldur looked around when he saw a bright yellow light everywhere and didn't understand where it was coming from. But that was just the action of absorbing levels from Ark, something Baldur certainly couldn't even think of. With incredible anger, they ran towards each other and pounced with intentions of wrestling each other. Seeing how strong and confident Ark acted, Baldur shouted to him what the hell was going on if Ark only had level 21. Ark only proudly admitted that he had been before, but now he had a level 300 and first level almost on par with him. Baldur said that he seemed to understand what was going on. He wondered how Ark had defeated the Cyclops earlier, and now he realized that it was all about this level-absorbing ability of his. They gathered all their strength and anger, pounced on each other, and started a battle in which only the strongest would stand. Powerfully hitting Ark, Baldur even managed to throw him to the ground with words to not mess with him anymore. He asked Ark if he really thought he would be able to handle a disaster rank adventurer with vast combat experience. Saying that he didn't think so himself, Baldur jumped high again to land a blow on the ground and knock Ark back. But Ark managed to dodge and jump up to attack Baldur himself. He was puzzled by this failure. In a leap, Ark intended to pounce on Baldur from above and strike him quite hard. But this immediately failed as Baldur confidently defended himself with his huge sword. Fighting Baldur, Ark shouted that a greedy and arrogant imposter like him could not have any experience. Ark was enraged so much that he even got excited about this battle and yelled that he could never, ever lose. Baldur evaluated Ark's armor and said it was pretty good, but he was talking nonsense. With all the anger, Baldar yelled at Ark to shut up better, and then Baldar activated the unique skill manifestation of the Blood God. With this skill activated, he became like some kind of demon. He was getting closer and closer to Ark, shouting that this was his power. Baldar came closer and gave a massive kick to the ground, threatening Ark that he could not escape. From such force, Ark really couldn't stand on his feet and began to fall. At the same time, he thought about the skill that Baldar had activated and remembered that Blood God was a skill that could only be used once. This unique skill was worth 1 level, and upon rising to his feet, Ark immediately decided to acquire it as well. Ark sent the Armor of the Abyss a request to acquire and shouted to Baldar that there was nothing he could do against him. But suddenly, Ark saw that something creepy had happened, and his expression changed very drastically. He saw Baldar attacking Ein, who tried to distract him somehow to help Ark in the battle. Ein fell exhausted to the ground and paused the ongoing battle for a few seconds. Now Ein realized that if he had let Ark deal with the Dragon Destroyer right away, his friends would still be alive. But there was no way to go back in time, so Ein begged Ark in tears to avenge Baldar for his friends. Of course, Ark was determined to win as confidently as possible, and Ein's request gave him even more incentive and motivation. Ark immediately sent out a request to acquire the unique skill, Curse of Black Armor. Baldar tried his best to distract and attack Ark while he was trying to gain a unique skill. Armor of the Abyss warned Ark that this skill could only be used once, and he confirmed its acquisition as soon as possible. Even though Baldar didn't stop attacking Ark, he still skillfully dodged his blows and tried to dialogue with the armor. Armor of the Abyss reported that the skill cost ranged from 1 to infinity and could be topped up with any number of levels. Ark quickly pondered his decision and added 299 levels, paying a total of as much as 300. A pillar of yellow light shone incredibly brightly around the arch, which was many times larger and brighter than before. Ein, who was watching the whole scene, was scared for Ark, but he hoped that he would be all right because he knew what he was doing. Now Ark stayed on the first level, and Baldar called Ark names after what he saw and asked him what he had done. Baldar checked his level, and when he saw Mark 1, he started laughing loudly because he didn't understand why Ark had done all this. Baldar, overjoyed, shouted that now Ark didn't stand a chance and ran up to him, wishing him dead. But Ark turned to Baldar in earnest and charged that there was no way he could have defeated Ark. He requested the activation of the Black Armor Curse and glowed with a magical black and purple light. Baldar could not restrain his anger as he could not even think that he had such strong skills. The magical light enveloped and frightened Baldar in an instant, and he began to realize that he was losing his strength and could not resist. Ark told him that the Curse of Black Armor absorbed the enemy's level in proportion to the levels spent. Baldar was terrified, but he was not yet fully aware of the situation and could not resist Ark. He proudly told him that he had spent 299 levels himself, which meant that Baldar had to lose exactly the same amount. Despite everything, he even ironically asked Baldar his guesses as to how many levels he should have lost. Baldar hoped Ark was just joking and asked the man to stop and let him go. But Ark just smirked and said it was pretty simple, because now they both had to have a first level. When Baldar's level was completely absorbed, he was able to break free and couldn't believe that he had truly become powerless. He even started sobbing and screaming that such a thing was simply impossible and that it was a complete nonsense. Baldar's anger and rage was unbounded when he first checked his level and saw a mark of 1. He insulted Ark in every way possible and rebuked him for just standing there and having fun after lowering his level. Finding himself in such a disastrous situation, Baldar still threatened Ark, saying that he was a disaster rank adventurer and would still be able to crush him even so. Suddenly, Ark flew toward Baldar and swung his charged sword sharply at him. At the same time, Ark told me that recently there was a man in Rakuru village who was called a miserable scavenger, and because of his skill, he could not gain experience, and thus could not increase his level. Even though Baldar was bleeding, he still tried to confront Ark and ordered him to shut up. He swung his sword at the ground next to Ark to knock him down, but it failed because Ark easily dodged it. Ark continued his story about how he absolutely always had level 1 and had suffered from it for years. However, everything has changed, and now he is the strongest and simply invincible. After all the experience, only Ark knew better than anyone how to win while still being at level 1. And then Baldar cried out in wild terror and unreal pain, for after his words Ark separated Baldar's arm with his sword in a moment. Baldar's eyes were filled with a terrible desire for vengeance against Ark, but he could barely stand on his feet and shouted that it wasn't over yet. But Ark denied it and claimed that it was already over because it was already clear who had won. Despite his powerlessness, Baldar jumped up and tried to attack Ark from behind out of sheer anger, and Ark only laughed at him and said that he seemed to have stopped being sober about the whole situation. When Baldar finally reached him, Ark defended himself confidently and easily fought off his attack, causing more damage. Baldar then passed out and fell to the ground, and Ark said that it was definitely over now. Hearing that the situation had calmed down, an exhausted and frightened Ein ran up to Ark. He almost cried and thanked Ark, saying that he was able to avenge everyone. Ark, on the other hand, argued, as he always had before, that he shouldn't have been thanked so easily. He explained that he would never forgive Baldar anyway, so he would have defeated him even without Ein's request for revenge. Besides, there was no way Baldar was going to accept his defeat, and that was for nothing. Suddenly, Ark and Ein heard Baldar scream. He shouted that Ark had backed himself into a corner by severing Baldar's right arm. Through strength and pain, Baldar mumbled that he wouldn't have wanted it himself, but soon the other adventurers of the disaster class would know what had happened. After all, if Baldar had stopped showing any activity, he would have been searched for out of curiosity, suspecting something wrong. Baldar explained that the other adventurers would be interested in who could defeat him and would start hunting for Ark. But Ark didn't get the slightest bit flustered, and he didn't care at all about those words. He claimed that he would definitely fight whoever suddenly wanted to challenge him in such a way. Ark's self-confidence made Baldar mad, and he asked Ark to pray that he wouldn't waste all his strength. Baldar was frightened that he had lost too much blood. But suddenly, something strange began to happen, and he said goodbye to Ark. Ein realized everything and screamed in panic that Baldar had started teleporting. He shouted to Ark that at this rate he might just run away and needed to stop him, and Ark ran towards him. As Baldar teleported away, he shouted to Ark that he was sure to make him regret not finishing him off right away. As hard as Ark tried, Baldar's teleportation speed was faster than his, and he simply didn't have time to do anything about it. Baldar simply vanished, promising Ark that next time he would deal with him himself. Ark and Ein were left standing together in bewilderment and shocked disappointment at everything that had happened. Ein panicked, asking Ark what they should do if Baldar would return with reinforcements in the future. Ark, on the other hand, was trying to stay calm and reassuring himself and Ein that everything would be all right, and it was time for them to leave the scene. He did not lose faith in himself and even smiled, saying that if Baldar got in his way again, he would definitely defeat him. These words comforted Ein, and he decided to just rely on Ark because the situation could not be changed anyway. Ark regretted that they had lost so many in this battle, and if that was the case, they needed to take revenge on Baldar without any hesitation. Also, Ein reminded that they needed to report all the people affected, but Ark interrupted Ein's musings and asked him to listen, informing him of a request of his own. It was a request for Ein to help Ark and take him to another city, which he agreed to without question for Ark's gratitude. When they returned to the village the next day, they were ready to set off. Ein checked once more if Ark was sure, and that was his final decision. But before setting off on his long journey, Ark wanted to take one last walk through the streets of his hometown and check out the market. Ein admitted to Ark that when he decided to ask him for a favor, Ein was both pleased and shocked. He said that he expected any incredible request from a strong adventurer like Ark, and it turned out that Ark's request was simply to bring him to another city, and that surprised Ein very much. Ark thought about it and admitted that he would really like to stay in the village to continue to protect it and help the other villagers. And there was no other way out, because Ark, even though he didn't want it, he still attracted the attention of adventurers of the catastrophe class. He looked at the villagers and said that the likes of Baldar would surely find him sooner or later if he stayed in his home village. And since Ark wished to let the inhabitants live in peace and keep them out of harm's way, his departure was simply necessary. Ein expressed his full understanding for Ark's feelings and said that was why he wanted to hear his request to the end. He remembered that they had already defeated the Dragon Destroyer of Worlds, so Baldar wouldn't be so hard to defeat anytime soon. Ein also informed Ark that he had already notified the Guild of the losses and himself, and handed Ark a communication device, a magical communicator. He said he'd sent a couple of adventurers to protect the village since Ark was about to leave it, and so the village should be safe and quiet for a while. Ark thanked Ein for that, for he could see that he was genuinely worried about him. Hiding around the corner was Mill, who was terrified and didn't want Ark to leave the village and leave her alone. Ark and Ein stopped by the market, and Ark was upset when he saw that Grandpa's market stall was closed that day. He assumed it must have been a day off, and Ein wondered who Ark was so eager to say goodbye to. Worried about Ark's feelings, Ein suggested doing things a little differently to agree and change the day of departure. But Ark replied that it wasn't worth it, and thought that if he saw his loved ones, their goodbye would be quite painful. And it wasn't just Grandfather. Ark thought it was the same reason he didn't want to say goodbye to Mill and Lyra. Ark realized that he couldn't forgive himself if these people were once hurt just for messing with him. Ein and Ark were already approaching the exit from the village, and they walked in silence, each thinking about something else. At one point, Ein stopped abruptly and asked Arikia if he would regret it in the future, because if he left the village, he would not be able to return to it soon. Despite that, Ark was firmly convinced of his decision and just kept walking forward so as not to give himself bad thoughts. Suddenly, on the way out of the village, Ark heard a familiar voice calling him. When he turned around, he was surprised to see that it was a grandfather with a bag of bread in his hands. Grandpa wondered why Ark had such a sad expression on his face if he was going to leave after all. He told him that he had accidentally learned that Ark was going on a trip, and so he handed him the bread he had decided to bake for Ark for the journey. Ark was touched by his grandfather's sincere act and apologized to him for simply deciding to leave the village. But Grandpa wasn't the least bit upset by Ark's act and only asked him to become more cheerful and smile. He realized that if Ark was going to leave the village, it meant he had a good reason to do so. Grandfather remembered all the times he had watched Ark from the beginning of the journey and now encouraged him that he was the most powerful adventurer, which was why he asked to at least see Ark off with a smile on his face as a farewell. These words pleased Ark and he smiled, after which he thanked his grandfather and said goodbye to him. Ein and Ark continued on their way, and looking back, Ein admired his grandfather, saying that he must have been a very good man. Ark decided to immediately pull a loaf of bread out of the bag and happily taste it. Seeing this, Ein smiled and wondered what the farewell bread from his grandfather tasted like, to which Ark, continuing to bite into the fresh bread, replied that this bread was truly unbelievably delicious. As they continued on their way, Ein informed Ark that they would first stop by the city where the southern headquarters of the Durham Adventurers Guild, for which Ein worked, was located. For some reason, Ark couldn't get his mind off the fact that he had thus left Rakura's village behind. Meanwhile, Mill had already told Lyra in the village that Ark had just gone and left them, which made Lyra very upset. Stopping along the way, Ark and Ein noticed that goblins with bats and knives were attacking a caravan of traveling traders. Ark asked Ein to hold his stuff for a minute while he dealt with the goblins. Their leader was only level 5. This was a great opportunity for Ark, as he was glad to be able to level up a bit before arriving in the city. He began the battle with ease, overpowering and destroying one goblin after another. Soon he reached the leader of the goblins, whom he dealt with just as easily as the others. Meanwhile, Ein looked at Ark with admiration and said he couldn't wait for Ark to show his true power. Ein's words gave Ark even more strength, so he finished off the remaining goblins and absorbed their levels in a matter of seconds. This was a great result, and now the next stop was to be the southern city of Durham itself. Upon arriving in the town of Ark, I was surprised by everything I saw, as it was very different from the village of Rakura. Ein congratulated Ark on his arrival in Durham and asked him to feel like he was in his hometown. The southern city of Durham was located northeast of the village of Rakura and was considered a very large city on the southern part of the continent. Ark was still a little worried because this town was so crowded and its atmosphere was drastically different from any village. But Ein tried to cheer him up, saying it was no surprise that Durham was one of the largest cities on the continent. He said that the guild headquarters was located in the heart of Durham, and its full name was the Southern Branch of the Adventurer Guild Central Council. Continuing his story, Ein told me that there were many more guild headquarters with talented adventurers on the continent. He also said that there were quite a few talented adventurers like Ark, which surprised him. Ein had warned Ark that he was not to stand out much against them unless, of course, he raised his level again. At that time, Ark was level 110th, and he listened to Ein, saying that it was really not worth raising his level unnecessarily. Ark thanked Ein for his advice and reminded him that on the way to Durham, he had still leveled up a bit in the battle with the goblins. That was why Ein had asked to stop leveling up for now, and Ark wondered why he had asked so strongly. And Ein explained to him that if Ark's level differed drastically from the others, it might draw undue attention to him. He asked Ark to imagine the situation if he walked around with a level 300, then people would start spreading rumors that he was a new disaster rank adventurer. Ark pondered and realized that if such a thing were to happen, then he would indeed attract the attention of other adventurers of the catastrophe rank. Ein also warned that if anyone found out that Ark had defeated Baldar, there would be a lot of people who would want to fight with him, which would lead to bad consequences. He said that there were indeed many weirdos among the adventurers of the catastrophe rank, so it was not worth it to attract the attention of strange individuals. Ein had warned that adventurers should always stick together, not fight each other, because there was no point. Since they had already become adventurers, they were obligated to protect civilians and keep their peace. Ark looked at Ein and marveled at how talented he was and what a good heart he had. He thought about the fact that many adventurers really only cared about money and fame. For example, Baldar was just like that. And suddenly, Ark decided to set himself the goal of becoming an adventurer as kind and fair as Ein, because just having a high level did not solve anything. He inquired of Ein where they had been going for so long after all. Because they were too busy talking, Ein never told Ark, but now he was ready to explain with a smile. He said that they needed to report on the Dragon Destroyer of Worlds first, so they were heading to the guild headquarters. Ark glanced at Ein and saw that he looked as pensive and anxious as possible. Ein and Ark were graciously greeted by a woman when they finally reached the Central Council of the Adventurers Guild. The woman smilingly clarified what order they wanted to report, and Ein informed her that he had already transmitted the entire mission report over the communicator. The woman hurried to give him his reward as soon as possible. She also asked for the name of the completed mission, but she didn't expect to hear something incredible. After pondering for a moment, Ein still said that it was the incident in Rakura village with the Dragon Destroyer of Worlds. The expression on the woman's face changed dramatically in a moment, for she already knew that something terrible had happened in Rakura village. She hurriedly went to the warehouse, asked to wait a moment, and said she would bring Ein his reward. After a while, the woman returned and brought out several bags of gold coins, which was the reward. She explained that all the reward for the mission should have gone to Ein, since all the members of his group had gone to the other world. And Ein was the only person who survived, so he deserved the money. Hearing this conversation, Ark finally realized and understood everything, for all the way he had been wondering why Ein was so downcast. Ark speculated that Ein might even feel guilty for being the sole survivor of that battle, and it tormented him. Eind talked some more to the woman at the reception desk, and she asked to accept her condolences, for which Eind thanked her and went on his way with Ark. When Eind finally got free, Ark immediately asked him what the woman even meant, and he began to explain that every single member of his squad had gone to the other world, although Eind was supposed to be responsible for their lives. But in the end, what happened was what happened, and there was no way Ein could save them, so he was worried that now he might be thought of as the leader. Of course, Ark was shocked by the whole situation and couldn't even find the right words for Ein. When they entered the city, Ein immediately saw a huge crowd of people and realized that the rumors about him had traveled much faster than he had expected. He expressed his regret to Ark and said he really didn't want him to get hurt for his troubles either. Crowds of people sobbed, screamed, and verbally poured dirt on Ein, saying what a coward and traitor he was, even wishing him to go to the other world. Listening to all of this, Ein realized that he was indeed obligated to meet with the families and friends of his comrades to take all of their anger. He realized that he was the only one in command of the squad, and because of his mistake, his close comrades were wiped out. Even though Ein was sad too, and as much as he regretted what he had done, he realized that it didn't negate the fact that he was guilty. But the crowd still did not stop and continued to accuse Ein. They shouted that he had nothing to say for himself and that he was useless. Ein felt terribly depressed and exhausted because at this moment he needed support after everything that had happened. And despite this, he was not going to give up and claimed that he took absolutely all responsibility for what had happened. He recognized without objection that it was he who had failed to save any member of the group from being sent to the next world. At that moment, he was almost crying, but continued to recognize that all his comrades had gone to the other world because of his own mistakes. But even after saying that, they kept yelling at him and saying that it didn't matter how much he regretted what he had done. A man from the crowd wept and justified what he said by saying that all these men were the best adventurer. He shouted and didn't understand how all these adventurers could lose if their opponent was a level 150 flame dragon. When Ark heard that, he was worried because he knew that it was all wrong and that Ein had been wrongly accused and partly in vain. Only Ark knew at that moment that the adventurers then faced a level 300th world destroyer, and no one was prepared for such a battle. Ark didn't hold back and shouted that the crowd of people were wrong and the adventurers were actually facing something else, but he was stopped in a flash by Ein. Ein was grateful that Ark was worried about him, but still didn't want Ark to get involved in these problems. Despite Ark's attempts to help, Ein explained to him that it was because of his personal mistakes that his entire squad had gone to the other side. In sadness, Ein lowered his head again and said frustratedly that if he had ordered the evacuation of the villagers then, he could have avoided all of this. Ein was in a very depressed state and Ark tried to support him, but suddenly a man jumped out to them. This man was outwardly very strong and powerful, and he was heading closer and closer to Ein and Ark. He shouted and accused Ein of condemning a band of adventurers to the next world for the sake of a reward. Such words finally pissed Ark off, and he stood in the man's way menacingly, asserting that Ein would never do such a thing. A frustrated Ein asked Ark to stop before it was too late, because he realized that at this rate he would also get into trouble for him. And the muscular man only shouted at Ark to hunker down and said he didn't want to hear excuses from some strangers. Ark's anger was growing by the second, and he told me that he was no ordinary outsider, for he and Ein had defeated a 300th level world destroyer. The whole crowd was horrified at what they heard, for if what Ark had said was true, it was a miracle that they both made it back alive. People asked for someone to go to the guild and find out the whole truth and details about this situation. The man who argued with Ark didn't believe him and asked him not to talk nonsense in parallel checking Ark's level. Ark learned that his name was Will, and the man was surprised to learn that he and Ark were 110th level together. He angrily and disdainfully asked Ark how the one with 110th level was able to survive against a 300th level monster. But Ark realized that he couldn't reveal the whole truth about himself, so he answered that there were some reasons for that. Will laughed loudly and continued to take Ark for a fool, saying that he had fantasized his own reason. He provoked a conflict, called Ark a puppy, and angrily told him to get the hell out of there. In response, Ark didn't keep his cool and called him a fatty and asked him to make him do it. After these words, a fight broke out between Ark and Will, and it seemed impossible to calm them down. Concerned, Ein shouted to Ark to stop and calm down first, for now Ein felt even more guilty about everything that was happening. Ark was able to throw a few punches and get Will to the ground, and Ein kept yelling that it was all his fault and he really couldn't save his comrade. Ein shouted in despair to at least draw attention to his words that he had turned out to be a terrible leader. But Ark shouted that everything Ein had said wasn't true and finally calmed down, jumping closer to Ein. He was surprised and asked Ark why he thought it wasn't true. Ark began to explain that all his comrades had gone to the other world and could not be brought back. Will got up and attacked Ark again, but he fought him off and kept saying that despite everything, no one could have predicted this outcome. Ark regretted and claimed that Ein was still by his comrade's side right up until the very end. And despite the fact that something terrible and irreparable was going on at the time, Ein still didn't run away and abandon his friends. The battle, meanwhile, had stopped for a while as Ark kicked Will in the leg and he just stood there twisted in pain. Tears welled up in Ein's eyes, and seeing this, Ark noticed another very significant fact. He said that in addition, a man who faked the sending of his comrades to the other world for the sake of a reward would never mourn them so much. Even Ark himself was moved by his own words, and looking at the crying Ein told him the truth, that he was not a bad leader at all. He claimed that he would never once object if Ein really wanted to take responsibility for sending his friends to the other side of the world. But at the same time, Ark said that it was wrong to take responsibility for everything that had happened, because a lot of things were out of Ein's control. And it was precisely because Ein was at fault, far from everything, that Ark wanted to protect him from thoughts of poor leadership. Ark tried to cheer Ein up, saying that he was a leader who, despite the situation, did not abandon his comrades and avenge them. The distraught Ein didn't understand, and through tears asked Ark what he was working so hard to help him for. And Ark simply held out his hand to Ein to help him up and explained that Ein was the ideal adventurer he himself aspired to be. Ein didn't disagree with Ark in any way and decided to just trust him, hoping that it was really the only reason. This situation was watched by an angry Will, who shouted at Ark that he was insolent and it wasn't the end, and then wanted to attack him. When they saw the angry Will flying at them, Ark and Ein did not know how best to act because he himself provoked and continued to fuel the conflict. But suddenly, Will was epically stopped with his sword by an arriving male Geary. He saw Ein and was glad he was finally back in Durham City. He just nodded and lowered his head as he continued to blame himself for everything that had happened and didn't know how he was going to look at people. Ark, meanwhile, kept his sword at the ready and asked who the man was, saying that a terrifying aura emanated from him. Ein looked at Ark and motioned for him to lower his sword since there was no danger. He explained that the man was a colleague of his, namely, a supreme adventurer of the Sword of Salvation Guild. He had a level 200, and Ein introduced him to Ark with the name Mr. Guirai. Now Ark admitted his mistake and realized that he had been wrong to attack Giray since he was indeed Ein's comrade. Gireus immediately recognized and knew it was Ark, then loudly told everyone that Ark had saved Ein in the battle against the Dragon Destroyer of Worlds. And not only did Ark save Ein, but together they were able to defeat the Destroyer of Worlds. All the people in the crowd became excited and couldn't believe that Ein and Ark could really defeat the dragon together. Gireus also knew and noticed that on top of all that, they had also met the wretched Baldar. Ark was surprised that Mr. Gairai knew Baldar too. He realized that he should have told him at once what had happened in the village. Einen said that it was he himself who informed the Central Control and the Guildmaster about Baldar, And Uraeus explained that Baldar was the reason why the Destroyer of Worlds was not destroyed at the time, because Baldar did not destroy the core, which he knew very well. And that's why Ein and Ark were also rewarded for catching the Destroyer of Worlds. Jirei said that he was on an expedition and couldn't come to the group's aid, and that Ein had reported to him after the incident. He said he had only recently arrived in Duraim as soon as he learned the details of what had happened. It was only when Uraeus returned that he saw that a bunch of fools were accusing the leader of Ein of sending his comrades to the other side of the world, and he was very angry. He realized that all these people were accusing Ein unreasonably, without even looking into the situation or knowing all the details. Despite this, Girey acknowledged and said he understood the pain of the families and friends of the adventurers sent to the other world. No words or money could bring these people back to life, but the adventurers who survived were still adventurers. He said menacingly that adventurers were supposed to preserve the peace and quiet of the citizens, even though they risked their lives every time for the benefit of others. A recent memory unlocked in Ark's mind, as Ein had earlier uttered the exact same words as Mr. Gayaram. Graham claimed that every adventurer knew exactly what they were getting into when they became one, and that was their destiny. He reprimanded the crowd of men for doing nothing more than shifting responsibility to those who fought beside their loved ones to the end. The people in the crowd became much smaller as they ran away, recognizing their mistake, and even Will himself was frightened and decided to run away. And it was at this point that Gyaram ordered everyone to disperse and end the conversation about what had happened on the recent trek. Ark looked at Graham and secretly asked Ein if he was a good man. Ein replied without a doubt that it was, and asked Ark not to doubt either, however admitted that Gyaram was rather harsh. But then suddenly turning to Ein, Giriam said without hesitation that he had to expel him from the guild. At such words, Ark immediately became indignant and asked Giriam what he was even saying. Ein's face showed pain and despair, but he tried not to show it because he recognized his guilt. Gyaram acted hypocritical and explained that, although he had helped to resolve the misunderstanding with the crowd, Ein's incompetence could not be excused. He, like all those people, called Ein a leader who doomed the entire team to be sent to the other world and would remain a man with such a past forever. And he couldn't leave such a person behind in one of the strongest guilds in the world in the Sword of Salvation. Ark was shocked, and there was even a slight sweat on his forehead from Gyaram calling their guild the strongest in the entire world. Gyaram regretted it, but explained that he had no other choice. He asked if Ein had any objection. Without even thinking, Ein replied that he had no objection, but there was something he wanted to ask Gwiram. He asked Mr. Gwiram if he could accept Ark into the Sword of Salvation. Ark was horrified by what he said because he didn't want it and wouldn't have agreed to it. Ein continued to recommend Ark to Graham, saying that he could do a lot of good for the city in the future if he found allies. Even though Ein had been banished, he still believed and claimed that Ark had every prospect of becoming a first-class adventurer. For a few seconds, Guire thought about it, said he understood Ein, but he should have thought about it some more. But Ark couldn't bear to listen to this conversation anymore, so he interrupted them and shouted that he would never agree to such a thing. Ark lowered his head down and said that even though Ein would inevitably be expelled from the guild, but it was definitely a vile and hypocritical act. He shouted that he would never, ever join a guild that abandoned its own strong comrades. Ein held Ark up and told him to calm down, justifying that he would be able to get support from different people when he joined the guild. Also, Ein argued that Ark simply needed to join the guild if he himself wanted to actively help others. Ark's eyes lit up with anger and enthusiasm, and he said that if it was necessary, he could create a guild himself. After a while, Ein and Ark did indeed set out to create their guild and found a suitable building to start with. This building was small but quite beautiful, and Ark was shocked when they first came to look at it. Ark still had his doubts, and he asked Ein if the place Ein had picked up would be suitable for them. But Ein encouraged Ark and assured him that this was where Ark's personal guild history would begin. This place was to be the immediate base and beginning of their guild. Ein was also very happy and thanked Ark for inviting him into his guild in the very first place. Ark reflected on the fact that he had announced the formation of his guild right after Ein was expelled from the Sword of Salvation. And since then, Ein had become the very first member of the new Archguild, which made Guire very angry at the time. Ark realized and said that he still had a lot to learn from Ein because he was his ideal. He wanted to become a first-rate adventurer like Ein and would be glad to get any advice from him on the subject. Ein and Ark became very good friends during this time and agreed to go together until the very end. Once inside the building, Ark noticed that even though they had their own base, it would have to be rebuilt from scratch. Since they weren't an official guild yet, they didn't have much money. To that, Ein pointed out that they had to give up most of the money to buy the building itself, and most of the bounty for the Destroyer of Worlds was given to the families of those who went to the other world on that terrible expedition. This made Ark a little sad because he thought that his money and Ein's money would be enough for everything, but unfortunately he had miscalculated. As Ark looked around inside the building, he opened a closet that sent clouds of dust flying at him. It was a bad thing to deal with, and they should have at least cleaned things up there for comfort first. Ark and Ein gathered up all the mop's rags and buckets to immediately begin a general cleaning of the building. Immediately, Ark slipped and fell with the mop, but it didn't bother or upset him one bit. In such a situation, he instantly thought about the fact that when he received the armor, his entire life had become a battlefield. And because of that, he even missed such ordinary events and peaceful days. Suddenly, Ark and Ein heard someone screaming and saw someone start to break into their room. And then they saw that it was Mill and Lyra themselves, with a frustrated and angry look on their faces. They immediately pounced on Ark, accusing him of leaving and not even saying goodbye to them, hoping to get rid of them so easily. At the same moment, an urgent mandate began to be announced throughout the city for the free adventurers to head towards the western gate of the city. It turned out that a whole horde of new monsters had appeared outside the western gates of Durham. These monsters managed to clamp down and destroy several people, while the adventurers came up with a plan to fight and resolve the situation. Everyone was terrified of what was happening because it was the first time they had encountered such gigantic monsters, and the man against their background was just a miniature. Lyra and Mill glared angrily at Ark and were about to lay a great many claims on him. They asked why the hell he had just left the village and waited for Ark to explain. Alarmed by their visit, Ark had no idea how best to explain himself to them and just stood there. But then suddenly, an adventurer ran past their building and loudly notified everyone about the appearance of a crowd of monsters at the west gate. All adventurers who heard the announcement were urged to join and rush immediately to the west gate. Ein warned Ark that they shouldn't linger and needed to move on the defense and protection of Durham as soon as possible. Ark turned to Mill and Lyra, saying that there was no way he could stay there and needed to rush to help. So Ark promised to tell them later about the reason why he decided to leave the village. He asked Mill and Lyra not to worry and just wait in the building for Ark's return. After that, Ark and Ein immediately went to the western gate of the city. They changed into their armor, and Ark proudly announced that the upcoming battle was to be their first mission as Durham's new guild. No one understood how such a huge monster suddenly appeared at the gates of the city. It was a level 210th level Desolate Cursed. The enraged Will had already begun to battle the small monsters of the level 20 Cursed Nomads. Will was faced with several damn nomads at once, but he tried to fight and was sure that they would not take him by numbers. He pounced, and with a few blows he confidently overpowered a bunch of damn nomads. Will asked one of the adventurers where Old Man Guire was, and he said he had sent a Ghanaian after him, but they still hadn't returned. This made Will angry and worried, because if things continued like this, the battle would be very tight. Suddenly, the Desolate Cursed appeared behind Will and began unleashing attacks of some kind of blue bullets on the crowd of adventurers. The situation was escalating, and there was nothing any of the adventurers could do against such monster attacks. The bullets fired by the Desert Cursed enveloped the adventurers, and they couldn't move, feeling their bodies drastically numb. Will knew that this attack had done no harm so far, but avoiding the consequences would be hard. It was all about a desert curse spell that was very damaging to humans. This curse slowly sent a person's body to the other world, starting with a simple numbness, so one could not stay under the spell for too long. Will couldn't move a muscle because of the spell, and he realized that at this rate, he could lose his life even because of the damn nomad. But then Ark arrived in time to help and immediately defeated one cursed nomad, thereby absorbing his levels. Ark warned Ein that it was now time for him to level up, because in a battle like this, it was inevitable. Ein, meanwhile, had already started fighting the monsters as well, and so far, things were starting out pretty well. He understood Ark and told him that under the circumstances, he could not hold back and level up just to defeat all the monsters. At this rate, Ark had reached level 250th, and Ein asked him to leave the damn nomads to it. Ein also promised Ark that he would try to cover for him because he was about to start a battle with the most important desert curse. Ark gathered his thoughts and strength and thrust himself closer and closer to the already very enraged desert cur. As Ark suggested, this monster had already managed to put a curse on several adventurers. This time, however, Ark himself would have to bear his own curse for the desert curse. Within himself, Ark gathered all the strength of anger and burned with interest as to how the monster would handle his personal curse. Guiri has finally arrived in Durham and has been informed of the hordes of monsters at the Western Gate. But first he decided to check the Eastern Gate as he heard that there was a lot of noise there as well. Except that he never thought he'd meet another army of monsters at the Eastern Gate. The Desolate Cursed had level 210th, while Guire had level 200. The monsters were slowly approaching him. Guire assured himself and them that even if they all fought against him alone, they still wouldn't be able to win so easily. With sarcasm, Geary recognized that the Desert Cursed, as his opponent, was worthy of admiration. But unfortunately for the monster, no matter what army he gathered to win, it still wouldn't be enough. In the same second, Guire activated his demonic adventuring skill. He promised the Desert Cur that his life was to be cut short in exactly 5 seconds. The battle at Durham's Western Gate was just as relentless, and Ark tried his best. Ark was able to jump very high and deliver a sword strike right on the head of the Desert Cursed man. He continued to deliver blow after blow and even managed to separate one paw of the Desert Cursed. But now there was also a problem in that the skeleton's damn nomads got angry and were going to attack Ark from behind. Ark noticed this quickly and reacted just as quickly to the skeleton's intention. He turned around and destroyed several of them at once. If that was all the damn nomads could do, Ark knew they didn't stand a chance against him. He disposed of all the skeletons that were in his vicinity in a matter of seconds. Ark shone bright again as he absorbed a good amount of levels and had now reached level 290. The Desolate Cursed didn't lag behind Ark even for a second and kept trying to attack him. But Ark skillfully tried to dodge and at the same time try to deal damage to the Desolate Cursed one. And then suddenly the monster released an attack of cursed blue orbs that Ark feared the most at this moment. Ein shouted and warned Ark not to touch those orbs under any circumstances. Ark had everything under complete control though, and activated one of his strongest defensive skills. Ark's defenses blocked the attack with orbs and destroyed them in an instant, and Ark was confident that those orbs would never hit him. Watching the battle between Ark and the Desert Curse from afar was Will, who was horrified and bewildered by everything he saw. Will had never encountered adventurers with such abilities before, and he didn't understand what this Ark was all about. He took another look at Ark and remembered that he was the same scoundrel who had fought him in the square. Ark landed a few more hard blows on various places on the Desert Cursed's body and managed to bring him to the ground. He paused for a second and accused the monster of cursing many innocent people, then asked if the monster was pleased with himself. But that didn't matter to Ark, because regardless of the Desert Cursed man's answer, he would have sent him to the world at that very moment. Suddenly, the Desolate Cursed launched an attack of several dozen more cursed orbs that left Ark perplexed. He didn't understand why this was happening, because he thought that the powerful monster was on the verge of being sent to the other world. Ark stood in front of the deserted cursed and could not think of anything he could do in this situation. He saw that all those damn orbs were flying straight towards Durham, and Ark realized that for a split second he had even let his guard down. Ark was very excited and frightened because the curse of the desert curse was flying at Durham. The people in the city were scared out of their wits when they saw something flying in the sky right at them. The realization came to Ark that it was the innocent citizens of Durham who had been the original target of the desert curse. Residents in fear immediately began to flee wherever they could, but unfortunately, not everyone had time to hide and avoid getting hit by the attack themselves. With a little more work and a few more strikes on the desolate curse, Ark was finally able to defeat it. And it was safe to say that this was an incredible achievement because Ark had absorbed his level and raised his level from 290 to 500. Ein and Ark concluded that the desolate cursed himself was not as scary and dangerous as his ability to attack with orbs was dangerous. A disturbed Ein told Ark that the curse could not be broken so easily, and the victim would be sent to the other world in agony. Because of the most recent attack of the desert curse, most of the people of Durham have been affected by the curse. Ark asked Ein if there were people in the city who could lift the curse, to which Ein replied that only mages did that, and that was something that only high-level mages were capable of. However, in the strongest guild, Sword of Salvation, there were only 3 mages with such a level. This fact saddened Ark because he realized that 3 wizards could hardly manage to lift the curse from most of the inhabitants. Ein said that he wasn't sure about it until the end, as he personally knew only 3 wizards capable of lifting the curse. Suddenly, Ark and Ein saw that the mages had arrived on the scene and were rushing to help the injured. The mages asked those affected by the curse to be patient for a while and promised that they would try to help them immediately. The wizards tried their best to save the people and lift the curse, but for some reason, it was very difficult. One of the mages shouted to his colleague Mana that the curse placed on the adventurers was pretty serious, but there was still a chance to save them. Mina asked everyone to focus on supporting their fallen comrades and asserted that she would not let anyone go to the other side of the world. She was a rather wise and powerful high-level enchantress from the Sword of Salvation Guild. As Ein thought, there were only 3 wizards who could deal with the curse. But there were more and more victims of the incident every second, and at this rate, the mages wouldn't be able to save them all. Minna herself was equally shocked, as she tried her best to break the curse on at least one person. The curse was as strong as it could be, and she realized that even if she could break it, it would take too long. She even cried as she was worried, because she realized that not only her comrades were hurt, Mana has made it her responsibility to save every single person in Durham, not just her friends. Ark watched everything that was going on and without thinking, Long decided to resort to one method since the situation was so critical. Meanwhile, Mana had only managed to break the curse on one person so far, and that was Will. Reflecting, Ark realized that if he stood out a lot, he wouldn't be able to avoid encountering adventurers of the catastrophe rank. And even though he was aware of all this, he still had a reason why he couldn't leave the injured adventurers in the lurch. He immediately converted his 150 levels into the unique skill Heavenly Goodness, with which he could lift a curse of any difficulty. Ark asked Ein if he thought this was the right thing to do too, and Ein didn't even doubt it one bit. After Anya agreed, Ark immediately activated his skill to quickly lift the curse on the adventurers. And it was an instant success, with all the affected adventurers actually having the curse lifted in an instant. Minna simply couldn't believe what she was seeing and didn't understand how Ark managed to remove the curse from each adventurer so easily and effortlessly. She was wildly shocked and asked Ark who he was that he could both break the curse on the victims and defeat the desert curse. But Ark certainly didn't give away anything about himself so quickly and said it would be better to talk about it later. Since the curse was raging in Durham, they needed to rush to the rescue of the affected residents. Ark asked Mina if she would go with them, and she agreed without a second thought, catching up with Ark and Ein. Mana claimed that she was one of the strongest wizards in the guild and helping the injured was her primary duty. Walking into the city of Ein, Ark and Mana were horrified as Durham had a terrifying atmosphere, and the curse itself had consumed almost all of Durham's inhabitants, and there was quite little time left to save them. With the words that it was time to save everyone, Ark quickly activated his unique curse-breaking ability again. Ark realized that it was from his mistake that many people suffered, so he just had to save each of them. He got down to business and began to activate his Heavenly Benefit armor skill. The skill was ready to be used, and Ark himself was trying not to waste a minute thinking up a plan to save everyone. Jireh, meanwhile, had already massacred the desolate cursed at the eastern gate and was proud of himself. But when he turned around and looked at Durham, he saw that the city was shrouded in the curse and realized that the monsters had not wasted any time. Ark got down to business and began to run through the city, unleashing curses on everyone and trying to spot every affected resident. Meanwhile, Mina tried to take care of each rescued person by finding out how they were feeling. Mana was simply shocked that Ark was actually able to completely erase all traces of the curse from humans. But Ain noticed that unfortunately, the number of victims who fell from the curse was too high. And at this rate, no matter how hard Ark tried, it was unlikely he could save every last one of them from the curse, and casualties would still be unavoidable. With tremendous speed, Ark rushed over and unleashed a curse on everyone he saw. And despite everything, he realized that it wasn't enough as he had only dealt with a small part of the curse. Ark decided to ask the Abyss armor if there was a way to increase the range of the heavenly good skill. While he waited for an answer, he still continued to rescue the injured residents that came his way. Armor of the Abyss reported that it was recommended to use the skill of expanding the territory, which can also be acquired for levels. He explained that the skill itself wasn't that useful, but it could be used to amplify the effects of special skills. It was a skill called Seraphim's Wings that put holy magic on the owner's weapon, capable of cleansing the area of the curse. Without a second thought, Ark immediately sent a request to activate this skill. After receiving the magic, he immediately sent a request to also use the skill of cleansing the entire city from the curse. Ark's sword had indeed transformed considerably from behind the holy magic, and because of that, Durham began to purify rapidly. In a matter of seconds, the entire city was indeed cleansed of the curse, which was an incredible sight. Ein and Mina immediately came running to Ark, claiming that there was no such thing, and Mina asked what kind of holy magic he had. Mina asked Ark if he was really a simple adventurer or a saint after all. In response, Ark claimed that he was a common adventurer, but that he was willing to do whatever it took to save the people of Durham. Ark informed Ein that he needed to consult with him urgently, and Ein was ready to listen to him carefully. He informed Ein that he had apparently overdone his powers. A worried Ark admitted that he wanted to save the people of Durham, but had forgotten that he had hidden his power from everyone. Ark begged for Ein's help, for if everyone knew he had saved the city, the adventurers of the catastrophe rank would definitely show up. Without thinking long, Ein looked at Mina and she asked if he needed anything. Ein suggested Ark pin all of his exploits on Mina, and that was a pretty good way out of the situation. After a time, the people gathered in the square to express all their gratitude to Mina for her strong feat. People praised her wholeheartedly, saying that she had saved Durham from a terrible curse and was a heroine to whom all the inhabitants owed their lives. Mina was embarrassed and objected, thinking that people were praising her too much, but tried not to give a suspicious look. After a while, Mina paid a visit to the central headquarters of the Adventurers Guild and told them everything that had happened. As Ark had asked, she told everything from the perspective that Ark and Ein had defended the city from monsters, and Mana had saved the inhabitants with holy magic. It was indeed a great way out of the situation, and luckily Mina had agreed to it, for which Ark was very grateful. In the end, Ark didn't become a hero for single-handedly saving the people of Durham from the curse, though it was true. Instead, Ein gave Ark the idea to rewrite all the feats of the day to Mina, since she was the strongest mage, and it didn't look so suspicious from her. All Maine had to do was write a detailed report on everything that had happened, and Ark and Ein were happy to help her with that. Ark felt guilty and apologized to her that they were putting all these things on Mina that she shouldn't have been involved in. But Mina claimed that she had no trouble helping them, since Ark had saved all of Durham from the terrible events. She had agreed to do all of this as a thank you to Ark for saving the residents, and was willing to help him with anything from that point on. Ein had noticed that the guild had grown more crowded because of the tales of the heroine who had saved Durham. Minna was angry when she was called a heroine, even though it wasn't true, and asked not to be called that anymore. But Ein argued that everything was natural, and Mina didn't understand what he was trying to tell her. He said that Mana was considered one of the best spellcasters in the Sword of Salvation Guild, so she was quite suitable for the title of Divine Heroine. Their main task was not to give a suspicious look and believe the lie themselves. After all, the Divine Heroine gave the townspeople confidence that they would always be protected no matter what attack awaited them in the future. Ark, on the other hand, was completely unsuited for this role as he had no official status and wished to continue hiding. Therefore, Ein was sure that it was Mine who was destined to play such a responsible role. Minna was all embarrassed and in denial at Ein's words, asking for him to stop praising her so much for her undeserved accomplishments. Ark checked with Ein to see if he was sure this plan was actually working. But Ein had not a single doubt. He claimed that thanks to Ark's incredible abilities, they could make Maina a living legend of Durham. All these words pissed Mana off, and she didn't even know how to react to everything Ein said. Ein wanted Ark to give Maine the holy powers, but she didn't understand why it was necessary to do so. And Ark explained that if they wanted to maintain Mina's divine heroine status, it was necessary to reward her with that very divinity. She was afraid, since she didn't know how they were even going to transfer this power to her, and asked if Ark would shoot holy light at her. Ark apologized to her, but there was nothing that could be done, and everything would have to go normally, since Mina's body wouldn't be harmed in any way. But despite everything, Ark understood Mina's feelings too, so he might not do it if she didn't want to. Mina didn't mind because she had promised herself that she could be counted on. She trusted Ark's decision, since he had saved the whole town. To be sure, Ark once again asked Mina if this was her final decision. Ark thanked Mana for agreeing to do this after all, and prepared himself for such a demanding process. And since Mana had allowed herself to be rewarded with holy powers, Ark decided to no longer hesitate or hold back. They took Mana outside to the people for all the people of Durham to see, and Ark immediately activated the Seraphim Wing skill. People were ecstatic at such a sight and praised the divine heroine Mina, feeling how she illuminated everyone with warmth and light. During the procedure, because of the skill, Ark was twirling Mana in the air, and Ein wondered if it was possible not to do that. But Ark replied that it was too hard for him to control it, since he hadn't fully learned how to use the skill yet. In a moment, Ark realized and asked Ein why he was enjoying this whole absurd situation so much. Ein could see that he was glowing with happiness as he watched everything that was going on, but he didn't give Ark a clear answer. The transfer of Mung's holy power was successful, and the people around continued to admire her without ceasing. Ark was still thinking and regretting that he had stood out too much in saving people from the curse, so he should be more careful next time. Suddenly, Mr. Guire came to Ein and Ark, and they didn't even notice how he snuck in. Ein and Ark were horrified and scared as they realized that Guire had already seen everything and could have guessed everything. But Gyre, without further words or questions, simply turned to Ark and asked him to step back for a few words to discuss something. Trying to pretend he didn't understand, Ark asked him what was underneath that something, and Guirai immediately asked not to be taken for an idiot and admitted that he was aware of everything from the beginning. He told me that he already knew who the true hero was who had saved Durham from the curse. Ark was frightened and didn't know how to proceed if Guire and perhaps others knew the truth. Guire claimed that he did not intend to condemn Ark and Ein's methods in any way. After all, The role of the hero who saved Durham really needed someone who is familiar to most of the city's residents. However, Guiry explained that Ark and Ein's actions had been seen by other adventurers besides the residents who had fought them at the Western Gate. And that battle involved adventurers not only from the Sword of Salvation Guild, which was a huge disadvantage. Ein was surprised that this fact bothered Girei-san so much that he was willing to talk to them personally over such a trifle. But Guiré refuted that by saying that wasn't what he wanted to talk about, and he didn't care how many adventurers saw Ark in action. A flustered Ein wondered what it was that Guiré wanted to talk to them about then. Guiré asked if Ein and Ark were aware of what was going on at the East Gate during the attack on the West Gate. They immediately fell into a stupor as they had not even considered that there might be something going on at the Eastern Gate. Guiré wasn't surprised by this, as the incident with the Eastern Gate was quickly hushed up since there were only adventurers of the Sword of Salvation there. Ein covered himself in a light sweat of bewilderment and immediately asked what had happened there. Guiré said that a horde of cursed beasts had gathered not only at the Western Gate that day, but were waiting at the Eastern Gate as well. He assumed and was even certain that this attack on Durham had been carefully planned. Ark became worried about possible injured residents and asked about the casualties at the East Gate. And since Juraeus was in that place at the right moment, he destroyed all the monsters in time, and they didn't even have time to injure anyone. This fact made Ark feel much better, but he was shocked at Guiré's incredible abilities, which was to be expected. After all, Guiré was the supreme adventurer of one of the most important guilds on the continent, and he wasted no time in deciding to check out another way out of the city. Without Guiré's help, Ark and Ein would have failed, and the monsters could have infiltrated the city. But Ark couldn't believe that Guiré could handle them alone. Guiré also claimed that they had a much bigger problem. The attack on Durham was organized from two sides at the same time, and monsters weren't capable of thinking enough to organize such an attack, and in all likelihood it was organized by a human. It was a guess that shocked Ark and Ein, but they agreed that there was much about the attack that didn't fit the obvious facts. Ein also thought about the fact that he had lived in Durham for a long time, but he had never seen monsters like this before. He asked the other adventurers about these monsters, but they too, like Ein himself, had no recollection of having fought them before. Ark wondered why they thought it was so unusual, to which Ein replied that such monsters didn't even live in their area. It was hard not to encounter a huge monster like the Desolation Damnation given its hostility, and then it suddenly appeared in the city. Guiré continued to speculate that these monsters had been summoned to Durham for a specific purpose. He explained that there could be a person having a special skill or magic, and under such condition, he could well summon an army of monsters. Ark was bothered by the fact that someone really wanted to destroy Durham. But what Guiré originally wanted to talk about was that they needed to strengthen Durham's defenses if anyone was really thinking of summoning monsters. He admitted that he wanted Ark to create his own personal guild as soon as possible. Guiré spoke of his desire for the newly formed Ark Guild to fight alongside the Sword of Salvation Guild. But they couldn't officially register as a guild yet because there was a lot of work to be done and the process couldn't be rushed. And despite that, Guiré expressed his desire to help Ark and Ein as soon as possible by making arrangements with the Central Control. But for this, Ark had to promise Guirém two things. The first request was to maintain a cooperative relationship between the guilds. And secondly, Juraeus wanted to personally conduct a practice fight and assess Ark's skills to make sure he was competent. After a bit of thought, Ark decided to agree and not to lose a good opportunity to move forward as soon as possible. After a while, they met at the Central Adventurer Guild Council building for a practice battle at the training ground. Juraeus allowed Ark to use any weapon he wanted in a training fight, even though it was not allowed. He was doing this to see Ark's true power and thus show his true power. And it could only be done in battle with real weapons of ability and a determined attitude to defeat the enemy. And then Guiré immediately began to activate some of his power skills and asked Ark to demonstrate what he was capable of. Ark fully understood Girai's requirements and desires, after which he too began to activate his skills. The fight was to begin after Ein's signal, and Giray and Ark were already standing at the ready, waiting for the signal. When Ein signaled Ark and Gireus immediately began the practice battle. Guiray turned to Ark with words of hope that Ark could survive the battle against his sword. At the time of this battle, Ark was only level 100, which was well below Girai's level, since Giray still had level 200 and could be many times stronger than Ark. Ark realized that his victory in this sparring match was doomed to failure, because with such a difference in levels, he would not be able to win. Giraius himself realized this, and if so, then Ark's task in this fight was not to defeat his opponent at all. The task was only to show all that Ark was capable of and demonstrate his true abilities. Giri and Ark pounced on each other in an attempt to attack and deal damage. And then Ark decided to summon the Holy Sword of Seraphim Wings to further surprise Giraius. But Giray skillfully dodged his attacks in an effort to confuse Ark and prevent him from striking. Despite Giray's counterattacks and resistance, Ark attempted to strike him in the chest with his sword. Giraius ducked and was horrified because he didn't even think Ark would do such a thing. But Ark never managed to damage Giri as he blocked his attack with his mighty sword. Ark activated his strong skills and flew at Giraius with the words that, although the difference in their levels was great, he hoped that Giraius enjoyed this battle. Ein, watching the battle, was discouraged by everything he saw. He noticed that Ark's combat skills as an adventurer had greatly improved despite the obvious difference in Ark and Giray's levels. After a few seconds, Ark stopped and realized that was the most he was capable of at that moment. Ark even managed to hit and damage Giray's face and suit, even though it was just a training battle. The angry Guirai realized that if it wasn't for the difference in levels, he would have already been killed by such a direct blow. Guirai shouted to Ark that his abilities were pretty good and Ark's combat skills were not to be doubted. Ark wanted to stop for a while and say something to Giraius, but he wouldn't let him. He suggested that Ark go straight to the next part of their fight to see how Ark would defend against a stronger attack. This alarmed Ark as he saw in Giray's face and heard in his voice some incredibly creepy attitude. This scared Ein as well, as he immediately realized that Guiray was going to use the demonic adventuring skill against Ark. Guiray, without any thought or stopping, immediately began to activate the demonic adventuring. He shouted to Ark that now it was a fight to the other side, and if Ark didn't stop him, his life was going to be cut short in 15 seconds. Now Ark also realized that he wanted to use demonic adventuring, but he didn't know what the power of this skill was in Giray. Ein shouted to Ark to be more careful, for such tricks were no joke. He informed Ark that demonic adventuring was a skill that for 15 seconds doubled the wielder's level. But Ark hadn't even known about the level increase before, and it scared him. Ark realized that if that was indeed the case, Giray's level at that moment should have been 400. For some reason, Giraius was hungry for victory, justifying it by the fact that it had been a long time since he had fought an adventurer who was equal to him in strength. Giraius had originally started this battle to test Ark's abilities, but now he wanted to have some fun for those 15 seconds. Guirai admitted that Ark met all his expectations and more, but all this time a demon had been sleeping inside Giray, waiting for a worthy opponent, and now no one could stop him. It was incredibly difficult, but Ark managed to dodge Girai's attacks even though he couldn't attack him back. Ein was worried about Ark and could not find a place to sit, for he saw and realized that the battle had indeed gone too far. People on the street and even Meng could hear that something strange was going on in the building as the rumbling and noise from the battle was coming from there. There were still 10 seconds left before Giray's attack was over, and he asked Ark if he could withstand all of his inner demon's attacks. But Ark was not going to give up so easily and continued to dodge because there was still a little more time to wait. But suddenly something strange happened to Ark, and he felt his mind begin to leave him. Ark began to faint and even thought that he had lost this battle after all. It turned out that Giray's attack had just sent Ark flying high and almost flying off the building. Mill and Lyra, who were outside, saw it. With 6 seconds to go, Ark remembered how Mill and Lyra had shown up at his guild and pounced on him with a ton of questions. In flight, Ark saw Mina as well, remembering that he had said goodbye to her after he met Mr. Jirei. He also recalled that he had decided to start his own guild to protect Durham and those dear to him. With only 4 seconds to go, Ark regained consciousness as he fell back into the training ground to Girei. As the battle continued, Ark tried his best to hold out and dodge the attacks, for there was only a little bit left to hold out. The demon in Jiraiya was rejoicing in the demon who fought only strong opponents, and Jiraiya was enjoying himself as he hadn't shown his true self to anyone in a long time. Despite Ark's stamina, Jiraiya believed that, unfortunately, it was soon to be over. Suddenly, Jiraiya decided to use the demonic Black Flash skill as well, which could instantly defeat Ark. Ark admitted to Jiraiya that he had lost that battle, and he was still a long way from being as skilled as Jiraiya. But even if he lost, Ark was sure he'd survive no matter what. He decided to invoke the sacred weapon explosion skill so that the weapon could explode and protect Ark from his opponent's attack. After that, Ark instantly activated the Seraphim Wings' Holy Sword Blast, and it did help at least a little to keep himself safe from Girei's powerful attack. Suddenly, with only a couple seconds left, Ark half-consciously flew out of the building, ramming into one of the walls. Ark fell right on the rocks and asked for armor to restore the sword the Seraphim Wings, and also to find the necessary skill to get another weapon. And the armor recommended Ark to retreat because Girei's level was too high, but Ark couldn't afford to run away so easily. So Armor still picked up 2 epic skills for Ark that he immediately bought for 90 levels weapon recovery and rapid weapon repair. Now Ark, too, was eager to cool the demon Girei's ardor with his mighty blades. He realized that if he held on a little longer, he could definitely defeat Jirai. In a burst of strength, Ark thought he could still fight, but abruptly fell back onto the rocks and lost consciousness. Jiraiya also came down to Ark, who realized that it was not worth fighting anymore, because 15 seconds had already come to an end and Ark needed to rest. When Ark woke up, he immediately shouted that he could still fight without fully realizing what had happened. And looking around, he saw that he was in bed at his guild base with his friends. Lyra was glad that Ark had finally woken up and began to tell how she and Mill were going grocery shopping for dinner and saw Ark fall from the top tower. She expressed her regret and said that she was very scared because she was worried about Ark. Ark even remembered the moment when he saw Lyra and Mill in flight and now understood how they had gotten there. Mill was also madly happy that Ark was awake and said that he had been beaten up pretty badly this time, and they were all very worried about him. Mana reported that because of Ark's fight with Girei-san, the guild headquarters tower was damaged because they were doing something terrible there. Bit by bit, Ark came to his senses and apologized to everyone for making them worry. But he still only cared about one thing more than anything else: whether he had passed the test from Girei-san. And then, as unexpectedly as possible, Ark's question was answered by Jiraiya himself. Ark was surprised because he hadn't seen Girei and didn't think he was at the guild base at that moment. Jiraiya told Ark that 15 seconds had passed even before Ark lost consciousness, although Girei had put all his skill and determination into it. He admitted that Ark was the first adventurer to survive those 15 seconds and only suffered minor injuries. Ark's joy was boundless, and the smile on his face stretched as far as his ears. Ein reminded Mr. Girei that he had something else to say to Ark. The nervous Girei explained that, even though he hadn't fought opponents of equal strength for a long time, he had acted immaturely. After all, he had used his legendary skill because his emotions had overpowered his reason, and Ark had suffered. Jirei regretted what had happened. Ein also reminded Jiraiya that he wanted to defend Durham with Ark, but instead almost took his life. So Ein asked Jiraiya to be a little more remorseful for what he had done and apologize properly. Mr. Guiri, though shy, still apologized to Ark. He also informed Ark that he had passed the first part of the challenge, but that was just the beginning. According to Girei, Ark was to begin the second part of the test as soon as he had sufficiently rested and regained his strength. Ark had already known in advance that the second test was supposed to be clearing the dungeon and clarified if that was really the case. Guire confirmed this and began to explain that there were underground ruins east of Durham in the desert, and other adventurers nicknamed this dungeon the Old Witch's Workshop. Even Mina was surprised by this fact, as she was part of the guild and had never heard of it before. They wondered what the name came from. But Juraeus continued to report that a powerful witch used to dwell in these ruins, after which the place was flooded with monsters. Of course, Ark was most interested in what kind of monsters dwelt there, and he asked about it right away. And Juraeus only gave the answer that it was unknown, since no one had managed to find out. Mana said that for the past few years, unusual magical anomalies had been emerging from the witch's workshop. And because of these anomalies, the monsters became stronger and more aggressive, and many merchants that were on their way to Durham were attacked by them. Guire said that they still haven't figured out the source of the anomalies, but these anomalies were definitely coming from the monster that lodged in these ruins. He also said that the guild mages had come to a conclusion about the level of this monster, and it was most likely level 300. Ark assessed his level and compared that it was much higher than the Desolate Cursed, with level 210. But the ruins themselves were dangerous, for none of the adventurers of the Guild of Guire had yet reached their depths. Since Ark was able to handle the first part, Juraeus thought he could handle the second. He had Ark investigate the ruins of the Old Witch's Workshop. In addition to the research, Ark had to destroy the monster that was causing the magical anomalies. Girai hoped that Ark would agree. The old witch still living in the ruins knew of every time someone intended to enter her chamber. The old witch was terrifying and aggressive, and she was sure that she would send anyone who tried to get close to her to the other side of the world. After a few days, Ark recovered and immediately set off into the wilderness east of Durham. But he wasn't alone, as his friends didn't want to let him go on his own and showed a desire to go to the old witch's workshop with him. At the entrance to the old witch's dungeon, there were all sorts of skeletons scattered about, and Ark decided to check them out. He also asked Mill if she was sure she wanted to enter the dungeon with them. Mill was already a novice adventurer with level 10 at that point and wanted to gain experience, so she was 100% confident. She had obtained a novice adventurer's license from Central Control just to assist Ark in his adventures. Mill also confessed that she already knew the reason why Ark left Rakura village, because Ayn had already told her everything. She called Ark an incredibly kind man if he really only decided to leave the village to avoid hurting the other villagers. Admiring Ark, Mill wanted to become as strong as him, so she wanted to travel with him. Ark explained that despite his strong desire, the old witch's workshop was still too dangerous a place to start traveling. He said that in addition, Mill was only level 10 and she was upset and resentful because Ark himself was level 10 at that moment. Mill talked about how she learned about Ark's epic skill at Central Control, and it was incredibly cool. Unlike Ark, Mill wouldn't level up if she didn't get into difficult battles and was willing to take such risks for the sake of strength. Besides, Mill knew and was confident that Ark would protect her and the others anyway. He didn't mind or argue with Mill and just agreed to let her go too. Ark, Mill, and Mana gathered their thoughts and decided to make a quick trip to the old witch's workshop. In the workshop on the first floor, Mina felt a strong magical energy and concluded that this was clearly no ordinary ruin. Ayn agreed and said that they needed to pump Ark to the max before the source of magical energy appeared. Ark had only level 10 at that moment, and he realized that if he met an opponent with level 300, he would definitely not be able to defeat him. Aino reasoned that Ark's level would be much easier to raise on the way to the dungeon. But the problem was that all the local monsters hid in their lairs because of the battle with the Desert Curse. After a bit more walking through the dungeon, they met a local monster iron warrior that would be perfect for pumping Ark. Mana and Ayn planned to weaken the Iron Warrior, and Ark would deliver the final blow and absorb his 50 levels. Ark was worried about Maina and Ayn, but Ayn cheered him up, reassuring him that they were Durham's best adventurers, and they would certainly never be ceremonious with such an adversary. Confidently, Mina attacked the Iron Warrior with her magical energy and shouted to Ark that they wouldn't let the monster hurt them. When Mina brought out the Iron Warrior and did a good amount of damage to it, Ein shouted to Ark that it was time to do the final damage. And Ark immediately ran to pounce on the Iron Warrior and finally finish him off. But suddenly, something unforeseen happened, and the monster simply transformed. Ark realized that at this rate, he would crush it. Mill was scared when she saw that Ark was in trouble, so she grabbed her sword and decided to rush to his aid. She shouted that she could protect Ark with her epic lightning strike thunderflash skill and prevent the Iron Warrior from attacking him. After a few seconds, Mill ran up to the monster and activated her skill. It was a very risky move, and Ark was scared, thinking that something could most likely happen to Mill. With all her might, Mill tried her best and tried to block the Iron Warrior's attack with her thunderous flash. She managed to do so, and as she finished her attack, she fell backwards, and Ark caught her. Ark then thanked Mill for helping him, and for the first time, he was alive because of her. At that moment, Mill was happier than ever before because she was finally able to do for Ark what she had dreamed of for so long. Ark reasoned that the Iron Warrior had transformed at the very last moment, which was to be expected from a mechanical witch puppet. He knew the monster wouldn't be able to hit him due to its sheer size, but Ark needed to think of a plan to defeat it. Due to the difference in levels, Ark's attacks didn't do any damage to the Iron Warrior, so he didn't know how to defeat him. Mina assumed that if it really was just a mechanical puppet, there must have been a core underneath the metal body. But Ark still didn't understand how on earth they could get to that core and destroy it. Ein explained that it was simple, and they needed to destroy the Iron Warrior's hull by force. He immediately set about provoking the Iron Warrior and urging him to fight, and Mina promised to cover Aina and not stopping to attack with the Iron Warrior's magic. Pouncing on the Iron Warrior, Ein was immediately able to disengage its hull where the core was located. Ein believed in himself and proved in this battle that he wasn't as weak as he seemed. When he reached the core, he shouted to Ark to attack the Iron Warrior while he was still disoriented. Ark pounced on the Iron Warrior with great speed and delivered a direct sword strike to the core, putting an end to this battle. This way, they were able to raise Ark's level to 60th, and now it would be much easier to fight in the future. Ark realized that if he defeated a couple more of these mechanical puppets, he could quickly regain his previous level. Mina asked Ark to remember that these were just magical golems and their weak point was their magical core. Ein explained that they could only function because of the core and were only mindless puppets themselves. And these mindless puppets obeyed only the will of the master who once created them and breathed life into them through magic. Suddenly, the guys saw that two more of the same monsters with level 50 were approaching the scene. But that only pleased Ark, and he was confident that with his new level 60, he could handle them himself. He instantly pounced on the monsters and knocked them to the ground in one go. Ark shattered the hull of one Iron Warrior and struck the core again, which absorbed its level and raised his level to 110th. Now it remained to defeat and the second Iron Warrior, for the sake of which Ark decided to activate the skill wings of Seraphim. He was sure that this time the monster would no longer be able to transform and simply outsmart him. Thanks to a couple of strikes with the activated skill, Ark easily defeated the second Iron Warrior as well. And finally, just as Ark wanted, he was able to raise his level to 160. Ark's friends were overjoyed too, but after a few seconds they saw something terrifying, and it was still very early to relax. Another group of already distinctively more powerful robots were advancing towards them. They were robotic iron arrows, also level 50, but they were a whole bunch of them, unlike the Iron Warriors. Mana noticed that although their level was quite low, they were stronger than they should have been due to the magic anomaly in the dungeon. The iron arrows were sending out a request for even more reinforcements as they sought to immediately eliminate the threat in the form of humans. Ein ordered everyone to run away as it was the only and best way out in this situation. Mill noticed that Ark wanted to turn around and try to fight the iron arrows, so she didn't want to let him go alone. But Ark asked Mill vividly to follow Mana and Ein, and she decided to trust him and listen to him. Ark activated his legendary skill, Seraphim Wings, and gathered all his strength and thoughts to begin the battle. When one iron archer started to attack him, Ark confidently blocked his blow. He waited for the iron arrows to come closer to him and start attacking, even trying to provoke them to do so. Ark shouted that if the gunmen thought they could overwhelm him in numbers, they were sorely mistaken. And then the unexpected happened. Ark saw that one of the robots began to emit the strongest energy from its core. It was certainly an unexpected turn, and Ark realized that it would be unrealistic for him to deal with them at this rate. He hid behind a wall and watched as everything around him began to explode from such an iron arrow attack. Ark ran out and called up with Ina Meal and Mana, who had stopped at the exit for some reason. He wondered why those just stood there if they needed to get out of there as soon as possible. The iron arrows were already on their way, and if they didn't hurry up, they would definitely go to the other world right in this dungeon. Ein looked ahead and said that they would have loved to run away, but there was nowhere to run to. At first, Ark didn't understand what Ein was talking about, but then he saw that the iron arrows were waiting for them at the other exit. Seeing that the iron arrows were advancing closer and closer to them, Mina instantly activated her magical defense skill. She tried her best to protect her team and at the same time block the iron gunners' attacks. But because the crowd of iron shooters was many times stronger than her, Mina felt she could no longer hold them back. The enraged Ark asked that if nothing could be done, he could break out to the gunmen himself and try to do something about it. But Ein strictly forbade Ark to do so, because even if he had a high level, there were many times more monsters and they were stronger together. Besides, in the dungeon, the iron arrows were reinforced due to the magic anomaly, and Ark wouldn't be able to overpower them, but no one knew what to do. Suddenly they saw unknown and suspicious purple circles begin to form on the ceiling. Mina immediately recognized that it was teleportation and asked everyone to be careful. In a matter of seconds, Ark, Ein, Mana, and Mill fell from such brutal actions of the iron shooters. In flight, Ark pondered the fact that the floor couldn't have collapsed on its own, and it was all definitely a setup. And if that was indeed the case, they could have fallen right into some unknown trap. The iron arrows also flew after them with the intent of pursuing the intruders, and one arrow even touched Ark planning to attack him. But Ark wasn't confused and immediately fought back by blocking the attack of the brazen iron archer. He noticed that all the lasers of the iron shooters were aimed directly at them, and in such a situation they would simply not be able to dodge. Ein, in flight, shouted to Ark to extend his right hand to him as soon as possible, but it was quite hard to reach, so Ein asked Mana to push him with wind magic. Mana listened to him and did so, even though it was a rather risky move. That was how Ein and Ark were able to reach each other and grabbed hands. Ein had some sort of plan and wanted to push Ark forward so he could attack some iron shooters. They succeeded in doing so, and Ark tried his best to put as strong an attack as possible on the iron arrows. And although it was as difficult as possible to do it in flight, Ark was able to attack them thanks to his swords and skills. With a little more effort in attacking the iron shooters, Ark made a few of the robots explode. Ark destroyed 4 shooters at once and absorbed their levels. Now his level had risen to 360. He realized that if he continued to level up like this, he would definitely be able to defeat the one who had once cast a curse on Durham. Mill yelled that they were still falling, and it lasted somehow too long, as if the abyss was endless. But she was comforted by Mana and told not to worry, claiming that she was about to get them out of there. In a matter of seconds, they finally fell into the dungeon, which was more or less quiet for now. Ark was radiating strong energy throughout and apologized to his friends for what was happening. He explained that his level had risen too sharply, so he was not yet able to control his power fully. But Ein found it a good thing because with Ark's 360th level, he didn't have to worry about his strength and training. Mill wondered what this place was all about. It was dark, dusty, and almost impossible to see. As they looked around, They realized that from the looks of it, the place looked like a workshop, and most likely, this was the most dangerous place to be. The old witch saw the intruders and thought about how she could best deal with them. She went out to the boys and was sure there was no way she was going to let them get out of her workshop alive. Ark was horrified by what he saw and wondered if this creepy witch-like creature was also just a mechanical puppet. Ian checked the information about the old witch and was shocked and warned everyone to be on their guard because it was no longer just a doll. The witch activated the self-destruct protocol and activated distress mode, then launched her attack. Ein had no doubt that this creature was the reason for the magical anomaly, and he informed his friend. But the problem was that her level was 400, which was still higher than Ark's 360th level. The old witch was transforming with each passing second and becoming like a creepy robot trying to do damage to the guys. The witch's mind flashed back to memories of finding a child 30 years ago on an island as an old hermit. She thought that she herself could not bring him up because she had already lived in the world for 80 years and devoted her life to the search for truth. And during this time, she became a powerful witch who knew everything about magic but never learned to live like a normal person among people. At that moment, she realized that by denying everything worldly, she was following only one path like an old fool. The witch wondered why the child's parents had left him all alone and realized that if she abandoned him, the child would suffer from hungry beasts. But if that was the case, it meant that it was the child's destiny. And then the child cried out. Still, the witch had her doubts and wondered how the child might have grown up if the old hermit had raised her. Since the child's will to live was great, she decided to introduce herself to him by the name of Belgadia and keep an eye on the child from that day on. Belgadia thought about what name to give the child and decided to call him Merim. It was the name of a spell that made a person perfectly happy. She took the infant to her and hoped that with such a name his life would indeed be a happy one. But despite all the memories of the past, the witch in the body of the robot continued to attack Ark in every possible way and wished the guys to be sent to the other world. Mina tried to protect everyone with her magic and block the witch's attacks, but her magic and strength was still more powerful. Ark realized what had to be done and told his friends that they should have torn off the witch's hands so that she could no longer conjure and attack them. Ein and Ark began to fight in an attempt to carry out this plan, but the witch with her huge sword would not let them approach her. She screamed and wished them to the other world and suddenly wondered to herself why she was doing this. This was a surprise to Ein. He didn't understand why she asked that because she had started attacking them. Mill and Mina were also puzzled by what was happening. Mana had never seen a creature with abnormally high levels before, and not only that, the witch could also use different types of magic. Ein had one thought on the matter while he tried his best to confront the old witch. He said that 10 years ago in the same workshop lived a powerful witch who could master various kinds of magic. Ein heard that this witch had long since gone to the other world, but he speculated that perhaps she had found a way to live in these ruins forever. And if that was true, the robot they were fighting was not a doll, but the old witch's soul that was encased in a new body. Ark was horrified and wondered if the old witch had always been so inhospitable. And Ein remembered and said that the old men of Durham said that though she was a hermit, she had never harmed anyone. He concluded that most likely the old witch's soul was struggling with the body of a mechanical doll. But as it was, this witch's body still carried a hell of a danger to the people who would try to find and destroy her. Memories of what had happened 18 years ago in her workshop resurfaced in the witch's mind. Miriam was again fiddling with creating his robot dolls, and Belgadia concluded that he was very attracted to strange things. And Miriam claimed that he didn't have as much power as Belgadia, but really wanted to reach her level of skill one day. She claimed that he was still small and could not compare to her, but if he continued to study, then he would definitely know the same power as her. Little Miriam thought he had absolutely no talent for magic, so he decided to become an inventor. He believed that one day the puppets he created could defeat Belgadia. and Belgadia let him do what he wanted because it was his life and he was free to live it as he wished. After that memory, another memory of what had already happened 10 years ago surfaced in Belgadia's mind. Then she lay there and told Mary Moo that soon her life would come to an end, but he couldn't accept it because he hadn't yet created an incredible creation. He claimed that he was only a short time away from creating a masterpiece that would match Belgadia in power, and he asked her not to leave this life. Belgadia encouraged Merim, saying that he had dedicated his life to the study of dolls and would surely finish his creation. She claimed that Merim's life was just beginning and hoped that he had a good future ahead of him because he had grown up to be a good boy. That was the end of the memories, and the witch did not calm down and continued to attack the guys, even tried to strike Mill. But Ark ran up to her in a flash and saved Mill from the witch, protecting her with his body. The witch tossed Ark aside with her blow and he fell to the floor right beside her. Mana tried to protect Ark with her magic attack, but the witch wouldn't let her. Ein moved closer to the witch to try and relieve her of her arms, thus giving Ark a chance to get up and move away. But the witch was too fast, and her hands didn't stop for a second. This kept Ein from executing his plan, and he realized he wouldn't be able to dodge her attacks for too long. As the witch attacked and fell, Ark was wounded in the face and was beginning to realize that at this rate she could send them all to the other world. Overcoming himself and approaching the witch, Ark was only able to hit her on the arm once. But this move was useless and only made the witch even angrier, who was planning something even more horrible. Ark began to realize that whatever was happening to the witch's body was not stopping her from fighting and attacking. Even so, Ark realized that he couldn't drag out this fight like this. The witch was only a mechanical puppet and had to be powered by the core, except he couldn't even imagine how he could get to its mechanical core. If the witch continued to attack and move with great speed in the same manner, there was no way Ark would be able to get close to her. Ark saw several more robots begin to jump out of the hole they had all fallen out of into this workshop. But this was more good than bad for Ark, because now he could defeat these robots and thus increase his level. He immediately proceeded to battle them and destroyed the cores inside the robots, after which absorbed their level. Thus Ark had reached level 560, which was much higher than the witch's level. Ark demanded from the Abyss Armor a legendary skill that could limit the enemy's movement in battle. Armor of the Abyss recommended that Ark acquire the skill Royal Order, which allowed him to bind the target with black spears. Without any hesitation, Ark immediately acquired this skill worth 150 levels. Now Ark's level was 410th, and the witch's level was 400. Ark hoped that it was definitely supposed to be over now, and asked the witch to kneel before the king's majesty. 10 years ago, Merim succeeded in achieving his goal, which made him feel incredibly happy. He had been trying to transplant Belgadia's soul into the mechanical doll for a long time, and he was failing miserably. But a man told him of a forbidden technique by which he could put Belgadia's soul into a doll. Her soul had to live as long as Merim lived, and though he couldn't be by her side forever, he considered it a small price to pay for Belgadia's life. Once Merim was gone, the doll would automatically turn on and Belgadia's soul would remain in it forever. He said goodbye to Belgadia forever, and even though Merim was consumed by evil, he hoped she would live a happy life for the two of them. Ark activated his new skill and was able to shackle the witch in a multitude of black spears. But he watched as the witch continued to move and tried to escape from such a trap. Ark even thought the technique didn't work. He decided to try again and reactivated the skill Royal Order, thanks to which he chained the witch with spears. She kept lashing out and screaming that she had to send the intruder to the other side of the world, but immediately wondered why she would do that. Ark couldn't understand or even have any clue why the witch still kept asking that question. The witch once again wondered if sending people to the other world was really her goal. Seeing that 2 attempts did not yield any result, Ark activated the skill a third time as well. And this time, the witch slowly began to bend and stop moving and screamed that she only wanted to protect her child. She shouted Maririm's name, after which she finally disintegrated into dozens of parts thanks to the spears. Ark was still just standing there in shock, not realizing that he had actually defeated this witch. He saw a blue blob of light fly out of it, but he didn't realize what it could be. This blob of light flew towards the wall and formed a secret door there, then flew straight into it. Ark had planned to head over there as soon as possible and check out what was behind that door, but suddenly he was hit with an absorption of levels. Now Ark realized that it was really over, and this was the first time he had been able to defeat such a high-level opponent. The Abyss armor alerted Ark that he had reached level 810th, but suddenly Ark was twisted by an incredibly intense pain, and he fell down, assuming it was because of absorbing such a high level. The armor warned Ark that the wearer took heavy physical and mental damage when absorbing a huge number of levels. It was recommended that he purchase the vault skill to preserve his life. Armor waited for confirmation of the purchase, but Ark did not respond. He simply couldn't answer or decide anything as he didn't realize anything and was in terrible pain. Only once, because of Ark's critical condition, did the armor decide to take temporary powers himself acquired and activated the vault skill. After acquiring the vault, the armor carried 400 levels of Ark there. The exhausted Ark woke up and didn't realize what had happened to him in the meantime. He inquired of the armor of distress if it had indeed saved his life. Armor explained that he had confirmed the owner's intentions and acquired the vault, and Ark could remember almost nothing because of the intense pain. Ark asked what the vault's capabilities were, and Armor explained that it allowed you to bring in or conversely remove your levels at will. In order to preserve Ark's life and sanity, the armor took over and carried the 400 levels into the vault. Now Ark realized that his level hadn't increased thanks to the vault skill. Ark thought about it and realized that it was even quite convenient, because when he got into the city, he could lower his level and not draw attention to himself. But he realized that he still shouldn't absorb too high levels, or he might just lose his mind. But Abyss Armor complimented that this was the first time such a thing had happened, that Ark had absorbed such a high level and it would not happen again in the future. The awakened Einmil and Mana ran up to Ark and questioned him if everything was all right. Mill said she heard Ark screaming, but he calmed her down and told her not to worry because everything was already normal. Ark was insanely happy that in the end they were all unharmed. He decided not to waste time and immediately told me that after defeating the witch, a blob of light flew out of her body. Ein suggested that it might well have been the old witch's soul. Ark agreed that she had opened a secret door behind the shelves. They were going to go there immediately and check out what was behind that secret door. But Mana warned that if the old witch's soul still lingered, danger might still be waiting for them behind that door. As they approached the secret door, everyone gathered their thoughts and strength for what was to come, and Ark opened that door. Once in there, everyone was insanely shocked by everything they saw, but decided to go a little further. It was a bright and fresh clearing with flowers and a house, but Ark didn't understand how that was possible if they were deep underground. Ein assumed it was a space created by the old witch's magic. Mina enjoyed the view, for she had never seen anything like it and thought that the witch was indeed a very powerful sorceress. Mill was very curious as to where the blob of light Ark had told her about had gone. She saw a small house in a clearing and lit up with the desire to go into it and look around there. But suddenly, Ark and the boys noticed something strange. A new robot was flying towards them from the cabin. Ark was angry because he didn't think they would be facing new opponents again, but this robot immediately asked Ark to put his weapon away. He said the sword wasn't a toy, and Ark was outraged and said he'd walked around with a sword himself, but it turned out to be part of a robot arm. Suddenly, the robot said that the jokes should have been put aside and she just wanted to thank them. She said her name was Belgadia, and on behalf of the old witch who dwelt in the ruins, she thanked them for saving her wounded soul. Belgadia, in the robot's body, said she didn't think a witch like her could live this long. Ark was shocked and couldn't believe that the old witch Belgadia had actually appeared before them. She explained that that creepy mechanical doll they had defeated for years contained her soul, and as soon as they destroyed the doll, Belgadia woke up in the body of a robot and was glad that her will was finally not being suppressed. Ayn thought her mind was clouded with negative energy. Mill asked why Belgadia's soul had not found peace. She replied that after the destruction of her old body, her soul had taken refuge in this old doll, but logically, she really should have left the world. But the fact was that the Marine boy had used a forbidden magical technique on Belgadia. From what she heard, Mina was the most surprised since she, being a strong sorceress, had never heard of such a thing before. Ark asked Belgadia what the forbidden technique was. She said it was a set of spells that were forbidden to be used by anyone. And in wizarding society, the use of these techniques was taboo because of the dangerous consequences. Ark asked what he had done to her soul. Belgadia said that a 95th forbidden technique called soul-seeking, rest in another's body, was used on her. Mana assumed that if Belgadia wanted to rest in peace, they could just spell her. But Belgadia wouldn't even listen to that and immediately replied that it was simply impossible. Her soul could only be freed by the one who put the forbidden technique on her, and there was no way she could get rid of it herself. Minna wondered who the person who had put the forbidden technique on Belgadia was after all. She said that it was her student Merim who couldn't bear to send Belgadia to the other world. That was why he used the forbidden technique, even though no one was supposed to disrupt the natural course of things. Belgadia called him a fool because she wanted him to live a happy life and not do this to her. She wanted to teach him a lesson in her new body. But she also told me that the problem was something else entirely. Merim wasn't smart enough to learn such a complex technique on his own, so he made a deal with a fellow warlock. This warlock helped seal Belgadia's soul into a doll and in return took Merim into slavery, forcing him to create the strongest fighting dolls. And his name was Volm Fortin. Suddenly, after saying his name, Volm Fortin magically arrived at the clearing. He began to say that he thought it was nonsense that the Wizarding Lodge rejected powerful mages who tried to use forbidden techniques. He claimed that through the forbidden techniques people lived happy lives, and in the hands of these magicians was the power of God himself. And that's why Volm Fortin taught forbidden magical techniques to all those who needed them. When she saw Volm Fortin, Belgadia was angry and asked how such an overbearing little man dared to set foot in her abode. She screamed that he had taken everything from her, her apprentice, and her soul. Belgadia wanted to make Volm Fortin go through the same hell she had gone through. She ordered the magic dolls to destroy Fortin, but he only laughed and called them tin cans. Volm Fortin used his magic and in the blink of an eye, effortlessly shattered all the dolls into small pieces. He said it was time to be done with the joke and asked Belgadia to let him send her to the other side of the world. Belgadia wondered if he had even realized that, because of the magical forbidden technique, he would simply not be able to send her to the other world. Fortin was aware of it and claimed he was the one who helped Miriam cast the spell on her. And Belgadia claimed that only the caster could remove the forbidden technique from the victim, meaning that only Volm Fortin himself could do it. Thoth chuckled and said that Belgadia was absolutely right, and only he was capable of freeing her soul from that tin can. He rejoiced and said that he was the one who had shown Belgadia the beauty of the forbidden technique. Volm Fortin claimed that once he would destroy the body of the mechanical puppet, then Belgadia's soul would immediately leave this world forever. But still, Belgadia didn't understand why he had to destroy her and why he had come at that moment if he could break in on her at any time. And he answered that it was indeed a very good question, but he didn't want to send Belgadia to the other world originally. But for these 10 years, the situation has changed, because now Volm Fortin was right on the threshold of the fulfillment of his cherished dream. And to get the desired result, he had to make a great sacrifice. Fortin began to say that in the face of the entire southern capital of Durham, people still remembered Mrs. Belgadia, and only a witch as powerful as Belgadia could stop him, because many people still remembered Belgadia's kindness. He didn't want people who remembered Belgadia to come to her workshop and beg for her help, it was much easier for him to destroy her at once. Ark realized this and asked Volm Fortin if he had brought all those monsters to Durham. And the one who was happy and smirking answered that, of course, he was the one who had created it all. Hearing that, Ark was glad he'd finally found the creep who'd been bullying Durham. Ark pounced on him and hoped he could destroy him and end this whole story. But Volm Fortin effortlessly pushed Ark away and blocked his attack with his magic. Ark didn't know all the reasons why Fortin had arranged all this, but he didn't really care about them. He spoke and was sure that he would not allow Volm Fortin to destroy Durham for his own selfish desires. Ark shouted to Fortin that he was bound to finish him off himself. Volm Fortin had a level 500 at the time and thought Ark was a very interesting boy. Fortin thought he could only be thwarted by Lady Belgadia, and it had been a long time since he had seen adventurers of such a high caliber as Ark. Ark tried to attack Fortin again, but the latter claimed it was not his plan to kill him. But now Volm Fortin was glad he'd gotten lucky, and Ark was there at the right moment. He thought he could now straighten out two elements that annoyed him at the same time in the same place. Volm Fortin used magic to easily throw Ark to the ground without allowing him to resist. He said he didn't even want to get his hands dirty on a simpleton like Ark, so he intended to give him a quick send-off. But then Ein suddenly turned to Volm Fortin and reminded him of them, asking him not to forget about him and Mill and Man. The one looked them over and admitted that he wasn't at all prepared for a battle with so many opponents. Fortin chuckled and asked everyone to let him bow out, then quickly began to create a portal for himself. Belgadia shouted and asked why he had decided to run away now, but Volm Fortin replied that he didn't want to be late for the bloody feast. The boys were terrified and were already guessing what Volm Fortin intended and meant by this bloody celebration. He advised them all to hurry if they really wanted to protect Durham. Volm Fortin admitted that at that very moment, his subordinates had already begun to destroy the people of Durham and then teleported away. Teleporting to Durham, Volm Fortin saw that life continued to boil there as always, but soon he was going to destroy this peaceful idol. He began launching pillars of magic into random dream cities that could confuse and destroy people. The evil Volm Fortin has decreed that all humans must become food for the new god of this world. In the clearing, Ark saw Mrs. Belgadia begin to feel violently ill and curled up. She asked the guys not to worry about her, and most likely before she left, Volm Fortin had modified the magical forbidden technique after all. Ark realized that if Belgadia's body broke, she would immediately leave this world forever. But Belgadia claimed that she didn't care anymore because she had already gone to the other world once and it was no big deal to her. She said that after she was sent to the other world, she was encased in a scary doll and could not leave the confines of her workshop. And now it was different. Belgadia was free and could finally leave this place because the new body was not subject to the old restrictions. But something else was more important. Belgadia asked the boys if they remembered what Volm Fortin had told them. A frightened Meal replied that he was going to destroy all the people of Durham to fulfill some dream of his. Ark wondered if it was true, and Belgadia replied that she didn't think he could lie about such a thing. Ein reported that they needed to return as soon as possible and stop Volm from harming the people of Durham, but they wouldn't be able to return so quickly. Ark supposed that even if they tried to get back on their feet, all of Durham would be in ruins by then. Belgadia reminded them that they had time to get to know her that day. She said that even Volm himself feared her as his only equal opponent, so Belgadia could help them. In Durham, meanwhile, a wild terror was already going on and the inhabitants were being actively attacked by Volm Fortin's subordinates. His subordinates were candy-faced and dressed in black suits. People begged them not to hurt them, but of course, no one felt sorry for them. Lyra heard screaming in the city and ran out of the guild base into the street to see what was going on. She saw the sky turn scarlet for some reason, but a second later, another of Volm's subordinates ran at her like a new victim. He shouted for her to beg, crying and trembling with fear in anticipation of the imminent. A subordinate told Lyra that her suffering was to be food for their new god. But then Ark and his team arrived in time to help Lyra. He knocked out and threw his subordinate far away with a strong punch. Ark asked Lyra not to worry as she was now completely safe and they could protect her. And those who used forbidden techniques were real weaklings who could not master the magical arts. Lyra was happy to see Ark, Ein, and Mill and thanked them for arriving in time to save her life. Along with them was Belgadia, who reported that Volm had changed the nature of her body after all, and she wouldn't be able to go back to the workshop. Belgadia was willing to help them in any way she could and praised them for risking their lives to save the people of Durham. Ark thanked Mrs. Belgadia for her help, and she asked him to drop it because such a name was a relic of the past. She offered and asked that, from that moment on, those began to call her their friend. Mr. Guiry also came to the aid of all the people of Durham and claimed to his subordinates that he would punish them for the sins they had committed. Guiry asked all the people he saw to run to the Sword of Salvation headquarters where all the survivors had taken refuge. He wouldn't let the monsters get in. He guessed that the enemies he met in the city were around level 80 to level 100. And until that day, Guiry had never met anyone like them in Durham. He heard someone turn to him from behind and clap his hands saying that Guiry was pretty good. It was Volm Fortin, and turning around, Guiry asked him if he was the culprit of all the chaos going on. Volm Fortin laughed and marveled at Guiry's human anger, telling him that he looked just fine. Fortin smirked and admitted that it was he who had organized the bloody celebration that had managed to encompass the whole of Durham. Guiry was horrified by what he heard and could not understand why Volm Fortin needed this bloody celebration. And he said that only humans could experience this sweet cocktail of feelings, weeping with the suffering of anger and rage. These feelings made the blood boil in the veins of the people and were to serve as food for the new god, and that is what was called a bloody triumph. And Guiry asked Volm if he was the one who brought the desert curses upon Durham. He replied that he had created it to test the strength of Guiry, but he was not impressed with the results at all, so he had forgotten about it. However, Volm said he was grateful to the guild for protecting Durham that day, because now he could feed all the townspeople to the new god. He laughed evilly and shouted that only through their protection could the new god of this world enjoy human suffering. Guiry threatened that he wouldn't let Fortin's plans come to fruition, then immediately activated the legendary skill demonic precursor. Volm Fortin mocked Guiry and said that even with the use of the legendary skill, his level only reached 400. He himself was level 500 and shouted that Guiry was no match for him and began to activate his strongest magic. But Guiry did not listen to him and warned Fortin that he could force him to lay down his arm, and he could only do it in 15 seconds because he had already activated his demonic precursor on Volm. Meanwhile, Ark didn't rest either, but activated his vault and asked the armor to add another 190 levels to his status. Ark now had a level 600 and along with Guiry, confidently pounced on Volm Fortin. Volm Fortin was terrified and even frightened, for he had never thought that he would be attacked so suddenly from all sides. Ein, meanwhile, was massacring Volm Fortin's subordinate monsters in the city who fed on evil. He said they all made innocent people suffer and beg for mercy just for the sake of their made-up god. Ein was angry and shouted that it was just disgusting. Suddenly, he heard a voice saying that Ein should not stand there. That was Will, and he said that if Ein was pissing someone off, you could just punch them in the mouth and be done with it. With Will's words, Ein was in complete agreement and continued to confidently destroy all the subordinate monsters around him. Will asked Ein where the Ark kid in black armor was at that moment, and Ein answered him admiringly that Ark, like all other adventurers, had fought with his own strength against the evil that had overtaken Durham. When Ark tried to strike Volm Fortin, he was able to defend himself and block his attack. He asked Guiry-san to do something, and he activated his demonic black flash against Volm. But Volm Fortin, although frightened, was not confused, and once again used the 74th forbidden technique of sacrifice for the greater good. Because of this action, another bunch of his subordinates with lollipop faces formed around Volm Fortin. Fortin claimed that his lovely followers would always defend him from any of their attacks at the risk of their lives. He smirked and said it would be sad if they killed them all, but he didn't need followers who couldn't handle adventurers. Volmforten checked Ark's level once more and said that he was concerned that he had raised his level so quickly and it wasn't normal. He thought Ark was driven by some special power and said he should have finished Ark off back at the workshop. While Volmforten was distracted, Mr. Guiri was able to pounce and strike at him, though he tried his best to block it. Guire-san realized that Volm's forbidden technique was undoubtedly strong. However, apparently it was wasting a lot of his strength, so he couldn't use this technique all the time. Ark pounced on Volmim, saying that if this was really true, they should have gotten rid of him before he used his technique again. But unexpectedly for Ark and Jiraeus, Volmforten bounced away sharply, preventing Ark from doing any damage on himself. So Ark suggested that Jiraeus hit him together, so he definitely wouldn't have time to dodge, and Jiraeus thought it was a great idea. Guiri reactivated the demonic Black Flash skill and flew together with Ark to pounce on Volmforten. They almost reached Volmforten, but he suddenly created a huge protective shield for himself, and it would seem that Ark and Jiraeus have no chance against it. But they tried to break this shield, and they easily succeeded. All the shards from the broken shield flew straight at Volmforten. Ark and Jiraeus took advantage of the moment to hit him hard, making him bleed to death. An enraged Gaire and Ark claimed that Volm had lost, and as long as they stood guard, he was not destined to destroy Durham. Volmforten sat back and chuckled softly, admiring the taste of his blood. He admitted that he had underestimated Durham's strongest adventurers. He paid special attention to Ark, for he was much stronger than he thought. Fortin sadly admitted that he had lost. He said he hadn't sacrificed enough to awaken the new god, but it was far from over. And then, he once again formed several of his subordinates in front of Ark and Guire. Fortune said the new god didn't care who was sacrificed to him. Therefore, Volmforten used the 76 forbidden technique of crowd shouting, which could be used before being sent to the other world. He transformed his subordinates into even more powerful ones and asked them to taste the divine flavor of their own blood. After that, all his followers fell, and Fortin asked them not to worry because their sacrifices would not be in vain. He claimed that although it wasn't enough, he could hardly get more victims. Ark pounced on Volmforten to finally finish him off and said he wouldn't let him do whatever he wanted. Volmforten laughed and argued that although Ark was very fast, it was too late to do anything about it. He shouted that the time had come and asked everyone to suffer, to beg for mercy, and merge together for a new god. All of Durham began to glow with blood, and a red stone began to emerge from the suspicious bud in Fortin's hands. Fortin shouted that if the new god needed his flesh and blood, he would gladly give him anything he wanted. He took out a crystal from the bud, calling it the fruit of suffering and human sorrow. He even named it the blood crystal. Suddenly, Volmforten flew up and claimed that now no one in Durham was capable of stopping him. He said that with this bloody crystal, he could perform his ritual to change the roots of their universe. And then the world was to meet its new god, something Volmforten admired immensely. Ark couldn't take it anymore and pounced on Fortin, asking how the hell he was going to summon some new god into the world. Volm immediately replied that the forbidden techniques were not perfect, and it would be impossible for him to completely resurrect a god, but he would allow the new god to take his body as a vessel. Fortune had told Ark that he could see a new god very soon, but he had only to wait a little longer. There was some kind of pillar of light coming from Fortin, and Guire guessed where he was going if he wasn't going to perform the ritual right in the same place. Ark inquired, and Guire told him that there was a place in West Durham with an abnormal amount of dark magical energy, and that place was the Mausoleum of Palmyra. Guire wanted to stop the dark wizard Volmforten, but he let him get away. It was necessary to gather a squad of fighters to confront him, but the Sword of Salvation didn't have adventurers that strong. Guire claimed that Volmforten's level was 500, and the maximum level a human could reach was 250. But Guire said that Ark was the only one who was capable of defeating Volmforten because he didn't know anyone with such a high level. Ark, of course, agreed to accept the new assignment personally from Girei, for he was eager to save Durham from the ongoing horror. Mr. Guirai had promised Ark to let his guild exist if he could handle his assignment. He promised to negotiate with the central control and support the guild, and fight with Ark side by side against the forces of evil. Guirai was willing to do everything in Ark's power, but it was Ark's duty to defeat Volum by any means necessary. After gathering his thoughts, Ark accepted Girei's challenge, and the latter inquired as to Ark's guild name. Ark realized that he hadn't even thought of a name yet, and Girei said that coming up with a name for his brainchild was a very important step. Nothing had even crossed Ark's mind yet, and Girei suggested he take the old man's advice. Mr. Guiri argued that the name of the guild was meant to reflect the essence of its founder. Knowing Ark for some time now, Guirei analyzed his personality and said that he had become a support for everyone he met during his wanderings. Many had already taken Ark as an example, considering him their hero, and he was willing to sacrifice his life to save others. And Ark's friends responded in kind by trying to emulate Ark. Guirei suggested that Ark name the guild Black Star of Hope. In the mausoleum of Palmyra sat Merim with his huge wolf, who informed him that a guild of adventurers was headed there. Merim thanked him for the information and said it was time to prepare for their visit to prevent them from going any further. Volm Fortun went there in anticipation that what he had been waiting for was about to happen. A new god was about to arrive on Earth, and Fortun carefully prepared for this day, created a blood crystal, and prepared forbidden techniques. The technique would help summon a new god to this world, but there was one thing Volm would need time for this ritual. But Merim asked Volm Fortun not to worry about it, as he was sure he could personally finish off anyone who dared to set foot in the mausoleum. That endorsement pleased Volm, and he said he wasn't wrong about Mary May when he made that forbidden deal with him. Volm Fortun decided not to waste any time and immediately began to perform the ritual so that the new god would fundamentally change the rotten world. East of Durham, the Black Star of Hope Guild Squad, along with Belgadia, were traveling on a horse-drawn wagon. Mill inquired from Ark where he got the money for such a fancy wagon and several horses. And Ark reported that their application to form a guild had been approved, and since then, the central government had supported them financially. I noticed that the guild name Black Star of Hope sounded pretty good. Ark apologized and said he couldn't think of anything better, and his friends laughed at him, saying they didn't expect much from him. Mina asked Ark if it was okay to call him Guildmaster since he was the founder of the guild. Ark said yes, but Ayn laughed and told her that she was still a member of the Sword of Salvation and couldn't call him that. Upon arrival, the coachman informed the members of the Black Star of Hope Guild that they had already reached the Palmyra Mausoleum where Volm was supposed to be. Belgadia assumed the mausoleum was protected by a protective barrier, but she would be able to teleport them inside without much effort. She noticed something strange and realized that they were obviously waiting there since the mausoleum's defenses were more reinforced. They saw a whole crowd of Volem's minions starting to get close to the wagons and trying to destroy them. The minions attacked the wagon carrying the adventurers from Sword of Salvation. Ark wanted to rush to their aid, but Ayn stopped him and told him not to rush into battle before his time. He was confident that the adventurers from the Sword of Salvation could do just fine on their own, so they didn't need any help for now. Altogether, the adventurers overpowered a crowd of Volm's minions, then prepared to head inside the Palmyra Mausoleum. Mr. Guirai checked with the adventurers to make sure everyone was ready to begin. Following the adventurers' positive response, Ark announced the launch of an operation to capture the dangerous criminal Volm Fortun. Thanks to Belgadia's teleportation ability, the entire group of adventurers immediately found themselves inside the Palmyra Mausoleum. First, they looked around in the Palmyra Mausoleum and were shocked at how gigantic and quite beautiful it was. Mr. Guiri asked everyone not to let their guard down as the enemy Volm Fortun could attack them at absolutely any moment. While the adventurers were exploring Palmyra's mausoleum and every corner in it, they were suddenly attacked by Volm's minions. This time, the minions were very well armed, and there were quite a few of them again. The adventurers immediately began to kill all the henchmen, but there were more and more of them every second. Jiraiya issued orders for the first squad of Sword of Salvation to stay and fight the minions while the second squad followed Jiraiya. Mr. Guiri informed Ark that it concerned him too, so he was obliged to follow him. He said it was an order and they just needed to capture Volm while Girei's squad would deal with the rest of the enemy. After that, Guiri and a squad from the Black Star of Hope Guild set out to find and eliminate Volm Fortin. Ark was trying to fight the minions along the way, and Ein informed him that he should have hurried up sooner rather than later. After all, if Volm's words were true, then right at that moment he was most likely summoning a new evil god into this world. And that's why they didn't have any more time to deal with his minion. So when the time came, Ark would have to deal with Volm alone while the others would cover him. Ark should have saved his strength. Ark tried to object, but Ein asked him if he really thought Ein couldn't handle a bunch of some mage minions. Ark was angry because he hadn't said that, but he decided to just listen to Ein because he was right. Ein and Ark agreed, after which Ein said that he absolutely relied on and trusted Guildmaster Ark. There was no end to the minions, and they wouldn't stop advancing, so Guirei, running away, left them all to Will. Will confidently began to spread out and destroy each henchman, thus clearing the way for other adventurers. There were just too many of them, but Will was sure they'd never overpower him alone. Ark couldn't help himself and decided to distract himself to help Will take down a couple of henchmen. The armor then informed Ark that their level could not be absorbed due to the dark magic that had been cast on these creatures. But that didn't matter to Ark, because he had a level that was enough to defeat Volm. Having disposed of the minions, Ark shouted to Mr. Geary that the way was clear, and they set off in search of Volm Fortin. Suddenly, Guirei saw someone's huge paws start to stick out of a hole in the wall, and after a few seconds, a desert curse that was slightly larger than the last time it had attacked Durham came out of there. Within seconds, several more desolate cursed appeared on the spot, making it much harder for Jiraiya. Ark began to worry about Jirei, but he shouted to him that there was no time to massacre them, so he could only delay them. Jirei was left to try and hold off the desert cursed, and shouted to the adventurers that now they would continue on their own and the fate of the world was only in their hands. Mina noticed that the air in Palmyra's mausoleum was so saturated with dark magic that it was getting harder by the second to even breathe. Belgatia Ark, Einmil and Mena reached the room where the door was located, and it was likely that this particular door led directly to Volum. Ark shouted that they should have hurried and headed straight for that door with great speed. But unexpectedly, the very huge Marima wolf that would be incredibly hard to deal with got in their way. A second later, Merim himself jumped out to the adventurers and said that the wolf cub's name was Barish. Merim informed them that very soon a new god was to be born in this world. He said that no one called them all to this celebration and then ordered the wolf Barish to pounce on the adventurers and destroy them. Ark realized that Merim was the very apprentice of Belgadia she spoke of. He was confident and told Merim that it didn't matter who he was, because Ark would still kill anyone who tried to stop him. Merim told him to try all he wanted and it would still be useless. Barish's wolf was level 450, while Ark had a level 600, and Merim had told him about hearing about his abnormally high level for the average person. Merim also claimed that he was an ordinary engineer and could not defeat Ark in battle, so he had prepared something special, especially for Ark. He began to activate some unknown magic that enveloped the entire room in a suspicious green light. Mina didn't understand what was happening and asked Ein if it was some kind of magic technique, but he said he didn't feel anything special. Ark felt his body feel heavier than it should be. After this action, Merim began to leave and told Barish that he was leaving everything to him because Barish was his perfect creation. Merim asked Barish to show the adventurers how powerful he was as a perfect android puppet. Barish was the first to pounce on Ark, but Ark was sure that an opponent with a level 150 less than him would definitely not be able to overpower him. Ark lunged back at Barish and struck him with two of his swords at once. but he still couldn't stop or even hurt Barish, who kept attacking and tearing everything around him. Within seconds, Barish jumped up to Ark and unleashed his fire attack right at him. This was seen by a worried Mill, but Ark claimed to be unharmed and was able to block Barish's blow in time. Ark continued to wonder why he couldn't even wound Barish if he was sure he'd hit him directly. Yes, and given their difference in levels, Ark should have overpowered Barish after a hard hit. But for some unknown reason, nothing stopped Barish, and he continued to live and fight with Ark as before. Miriam watched from above and sarcastically asked why it was that Ark couldn't defeat a lower-level opponent. Miriam said that the answer to this question lay in Berisha, and he did not call it his best creation for nothing. He admitted that Berisha's skill reduced the level of opponents within the radius of the energy field, meaning that Ark's level was on par with Berisha's, and Barish's skeleton was made of strong steel that absorbed magical damage. Ark would rather be exhausted than defeat a machine like Barish. Miriam also claimed that Volm should have finished his ritual in the time it would have taken Ark to try to defeat Barish. Ark simply didn't listen to Miriam and continued to fight confidently. Barish's level was 450th, and Ark would be able to use all his skills. But that way, Ark would have to waste all his precious time, and so he didn't even know what could be done. While Ark was trying to approach Barish, he noticed that Belgadia was also attacking Barish with all her might. Belgadia told Ark that she could deal with Merim and Barish herself. After all, Ark had better things to do with destroying Volm than messing around with the obnoxious Barish kid. Ark couldn't understand what had happened to Belgadia, and she admitted to him that her body worked the same way as Barish's wolf cub. Also, Belgadia realized and told that she too felt an extraordinary burst of strength and energy being in Merim's energy field. There was much more Ark wanted to learn about Belgadia, but Ein came up to him and asked him to go quickly, for they had limited time. He listened to Ein, but he was still afraid to leave the adventurers alone, so he told them not to dare to go to the other world. Ein named Ark the Guildmaster and left Volm to him. Then Ark ran off on his mission. When Merim saw Ark try to break through, he quickly unleashed Barish on him, and the latter chased after him with all his might. To make it easier for Ark and to stop Barish from chasing him, Belgadia decided to fight Barish as equals. Ein also decided to pounce on Merim to prevent him from doing anything else. Ein told Merim that he had created the perfect conditions to keep Ark in this place. But now it was also their task to keep Merim there as long as possible in spite of everything. Ark relied on Ein Belgadia and the other adventurers, and then quickly dashed straight for the door where Volm could supposedly be hiding. Belgadia was trying her best to get close to Berisha and attack him, but so far it was not going well. Merim stood beside Barish and told Belgadia that looking at her he kept thinking, who had created such an ugly doll? He said that he had created such flimsy dolls in the past, and the mere sight of Belgadia annoyed him immensely. And Belgadia said that despite his changed opinion and skills, it didn't change the fact that he was the one who created her. Merim objected and claimed that he could create dolls like her of, at most, 150th level, and they were not endowed with intelligence. But Belgadia could speak and fight in peace. She agreed with Merim, but said that the old witch's soul might well have entered the useless doll. She claimed that because her soul was sealed in the world thanks to the forbidden arts, her level had increased the powers of this doll. Belgadia had a 450th level and threatened Merim that he would have to pay for sealing her soul. Suddenly Merim began to guess that he was talking to his master Belgadia, but he had no way of knowing how or why she was there. Belgadia replied that it was obvious, and her purpose was to teach a lesson to one foolish student named Merim. Merim was frightened by Belgadia's words and asked why he should be taught a lesson if he had done nothing and only wanted to save Belgadia. But since Merim wasn't a mage, he had to make a deal with someone who would help save Belgadia from being sent to the other world. In response, Belgadia said she understood Merim and he did it all for her, but she didn't ask him to do such a thing. She said that going to the other world was the natural end of the life of every living creature, and magicians accepted the laws of the universe. But Merim had stripped Belgadia of this privilege, and now she was very sorry that his favorite son and apprentice had become a follower of the new god. Also, Belgadia reminded Merimu of her words to him before her departure to the other world. That day she said she wanted Merim to live his life happily and not dwell on the past, and Merim remembered that very well. Merim understood everything and regretted that he still could not fulfill the will of his master Belgadia. Belgadia saw this, and as Master Marima felt it was her duty to get him back on track, and she would not back down from that. After her words, Belgadia immediately rushed to fight Barish in a desire to destroy him as soon as possible and teach Merim a lesson. She managed to chase Barish's wolf and even did some damage, but her main target was the mechanism in Barish's body. Between herself and the wolf Barish, Belgadia conjured up a huge glass shield so that she could get some things done during the defense. The adventurers were shocked by everything they saw, and Ein called Belgadia a fine fighter. Suddenly exhausted, Belgadia whispered the #1 forbidden technique called I am the seed of destruction. She told me that this technique was invented at the very last minute, and its essence was quite simple. With this technique, Belgadia's level should have risen until she would have gone to the other world. Until that moment, she had damaged Barish's mechanism, and his ability could not work with someone who relentlessly raised his level in exchange for life. Belgadia's life was about to come to an end, and in her last moments she wanted to teach Merim a lesson he would remember forever. Belgadia instructed Mene and Ein to stop Merim while she would deal with Barish. The frightened Merim screamed and wanted to try to change Belgadia's mind, but it was already useless. Despite the difficulty, Belgadia knew that every masterpiece had its flaw, which meant she would definitely be able to overpower the wolf cub Barish. To Belgadia's aid, Mill also came running in and immediately used her lightning strike thunderflash skill, and it gave a very good result because thanks to her skill, Mill dealt a lot of damage to Barisha. For what she had done, Belgadia praised Mill, and now it was her time to strike the final blow and finish off Barish. For the time being, Aini and Mana blocked Merim's movement thanks to Mana's magic. Belgadia asked Merim to stand and watch her destroy Barish. Meanwhile, Ark would save their world. She was happier than ever, for she knew that after this blow to Barisha, she should finally have her freedom. Merim tried to break free and begged Belgadia not to do it, arguing that if she went to the other side of the world, he would have nothing left to live for. But Belgadia asked Merim not to talk nonsense, for she had saved him and given him a beautiful name to live a truly happy life. Therefore, Belgadia, as the master of Merima, felt it was her duty to save and preserve him from any evil. After her words, Belgadia rushed towards Barish with the confidence that she could destroy him with just one blow of her fist. She really asked Merim to give the world another chance and not continue to side with evil. But Merim almost didn't hear her and screamed at the realization that it really could have been over in seconds, and his long efforts, it would have been in vain. Ark continued to run to find Volm and felt his level recover again as he came out of the energy field. He was more confident and determined than ever to destroy Volm Fortin for the sake of all his friends. Running into the room behind the door, Ark did indeed see Volm there, who immediately said that Ark was late, and that was very unfortunate. Volm Fortin alerted Ark that the preparations were complete and the new god of this world was finally there. Volm was very curious why Ark wanted to challenge him if their attempt had already failed. Suddenly, Volm Fortin activated a forbidden technique number 100 called God My God, Let Me Know the Suffering of Men of Sin. Abruptly, a huge ball formed above Volm from which something strange and unknown was born, and Volm asked Ark to tremble before the majesty of the new god. Fortin begged Ark to behold the true god of their sinful world, a god of pain and suffering called the Abyss of Evil. Volm Fortin was happy and proud that at last what he had been waiting for and preparing for years was finally accomplished, the birth of a new god. He claimed to be his loyal subject and was ready to obey his every wish. Volm asked to glorify the god of pain and suffering. Ark saw that the body of the so-called god Volm had created had abruptly begun to lose its shape, and it was the creepiest sight possible. Volm Forton himself was wildly terrified and did not understand why this was happening because he thought he had done everything right. He realized that he really hadn't had enough blood to power the blood crystal before, and so his ritual might have failed. And suddenly, this being called God himself mouthed a negative answer, and then a big explosion came out of him. After this explosion, the god of the abyss of evil did indeed take the form and normal appearance, and he also possessed a 1050 level. After checking the level of the abyss of evil, Ark couldn't believe his eyes because he had never met anyone with such a level before. The evil abyss. God began to say that because of the flawed forbidden technique, his body had become so shapelessly rotten, full of flaws and ugliness. However, even with such a body, the god abyss of evil would be able to plunge the world into an abyss of despair. Volm Forton offered the god his solution. Even though the ritual didn't quite go according to plan, he asked the god to take advantage of him and use his body as a vessel and merge with him. Fortin kept saying that then they would be able to overpower all the wretched humans, but suddenly, the god seized him in his huge hand. God claimed he could do it himself without the help of Fortin's pathetic worm, and he didn't need him at all. The man cried out in bewilderment and asked God how dare he say such a thing to him. Volm claimed that he was, after all, a loyal subject of the god and asked what then was his role in the destruction of the world. The god abyss of evil replied to Volm that he had already received the great honor of bringing him back to this world, so as a miserable creature, he could be proud of it. But in response, Fortin instantly activated the 24th, 63rd, and 78th forbidden techniques at once. In this way, Volm Fortin wanted to show the imperfection of the god abyss of evil to humans himself. This angered the god, and he said that no mere man was worthy to touch the face of the god, after which he activated the skill of purifying everything around him. Then the god abyss of evil once again grabbed Fortin in his hand and reminded him that he was the god of pain and suffering after all. And since he was such a god, he decided to grant his loyal follower, Volm Fortin, his favor. Volm Fortin was shocked at the words of the god abyss of evil and cried out that this could not happen because he was supposed to be sowing pain with him. But the god abyss of evil claimed that all ordinary people were absolutely equal before him, so he wanted to grant Fortin something wonderful. He clasped it in his hand and stabbed a multitude of crystals into Volm Fortin's body before throwing him to the floor. Fortin screamed like never before and agonized in incredibly intense pain as these crystals began to grow right inside him. He begged God to send him to the next world. But the god could not send him to the other world so easily and said that he gave his followers not this, but only misery. Ark, watching everything that was going on, told Volm that this was his adept in forbidden techniques. And in Ark's opinion, given all of Volm Fortin's misdeeds, he got exactly what he deserved. But despite all that, Ark also wanted to show Volm his personal mercy. So Ark finished off Fortin, who was in pain. The armor informed Ark that the ban on leveling up had been lifted. This is because Volm himself was the creator of the forbidden technique, and after his destruction, the technique disappeared. Ark asked the armor to raise his level to the maximum because to defeat the deity, he had to use everything he had. Hearing Ark's words, the god abyss of evil told him that it was impossible and no man was able to defeat the deity. Even the armor of the abyss spoke it was disgusting, and such a pathetic creature was not worthy to be called a god. Ark had absorbed Volm Fortin's levels, and there were another 500 levels available in his vault. The total level was 710th. Armor of the Abyss provided Ark with the recommended skill Divine Ascension and the weapon Divine Eclipse to defeat the god. More than anything, Ark hoped that the skill and weapons recommended by the armor would actually help him defeat the god. But Ark wondered why the skill cost nothing and the weapon cost as much as 400 levels. He decided to deal with it later and go straight into battle with the deity. Ark requested the acquisition of divine ascension and divine eclipse by throwing himself into battle with the abyss of evil deity. He believed and hoped more than ever that the new sword in his hands would actually help him defeat a 1,500 level deity. Also, Ark warned the god that despite their difference in levels, he was aiming to chop the deity's flesh apart with his mighty sword. If the god of the abyss of evil liked pain and suffering so much, Ark was more than happy to grant it to him in its original form. The god looked at Ark and told him that it would prove to be a waste of time and man could never achieve strength enough to overpower a deity. He went on to say that humans were created to glorify the gods, and the gods in turn bestowed their favor or cruelty upon them, and the reverse was not given. Ark realized that these were all empty words to intimidate Ark, and so he suggested that the deity test all his claims in practice. He said that he had already separated one of the god's hands and it was only a matter of time. The god was angry and said that miserable Ark had to be punished severely. The god of the abyss of evil told Ark that he was just a common sinner, not his follower, and his kind needed to be exterminated from the world. And that was already a handicap for Ark. He realized that the god's body had rotted and would be easier to defeat, but their difference in levels was too great. Ark realized that the deity only had to hit him, and he could go to the other world, which was simply unacceptable. Ark received a notification from the Abyss armor that the enemy's level had been lowered to 1,450. When Ark asked why this was the case, the armor told him that there were fragments of blood crystal in the severed hand, and it was these crystals that infused the god with power. If Ark had cut off all the blood crystal fragments, the god's level would have dropped significantly. Ark realized his task quickly. He needed to separate those parts of the god's body that showed parts of the bloody crystals. He swooped down on the deity in a flash and immediately and effortlessly separated a few of his hands with crystals, causing his level to drop. Suddenly, the god reached for Ark with his remaining hands, but Ark dodged them in every way possible. God told him that he seemed to have figured out how to weaken the divine power, but his attempts were futile. The deity of the abyss of evil claimed that it was time for the sinner Ark to take his punishment. After the god began to activate the strongest attack with an explosion and promised Ark to destroy him because people like him were not worthy to live in his world. Ark realized that he couldn't dodge such an attack, and even though he had weakened the god, it still wasn't enough. Ark had no choice, and he didn't want to go to the other world either, so he decided to try and fight to the last. He asked the armor to open the vault and give him all the levels he had. The god was surprised that Ark was still alive after his attack, but the abyss armor informed Ark that there were no more levels left in his vault, and his current level was 910. The evil abyss god continued to unleash powerful attacks that were beginning to drive Ark crazy. Ark was angry to the point that he kept pouncing on the god and separating his body parts with crystals, thus lowering his level. God told Ark that he was a sinner trying to attain God's power for no reason went into a beastly rage. He said that a god like him would never tolerate being treated so disgustingly, but Ark didn't even hear him speak anymore. Despite the decline in strength and energy, Ark continued to fulfill his mission and destroy the god abyss of evil little by little. He quickly lowered the god level first to 1,200, then to 1,120th and 1,400. After a while, Ark had almost equalized the god's level with his own and brought it down to 950. Ark could feel his thoughts already beginning to jumble and his body turning inside out from the pain of the god's powerful attacks. He no longer understood what was happening to him, and the armor warned Ark that he had reached his physical limit. The Abyss armor said that if Ark continued to fight, he could do irreparable damage to his body, but Ark didn't remember what else he wanted to do. God looked at Ark and said that he was a sinner who had succumbed to primitive desires and could only be purified by being sent to the other world. Ark's consciousness was clouded, and he couldn't answer the question of what else he had to do. For a second, Ark even wondered if this was the end, but suddenly he woke up to the shouts of Aingire Meal and Mina. Ain shouted to Ark, trying to bring him to consciousness so he wouldn't let this power consume him. Mill asked Ark not to give up, and Mana encouraged him and told him that only he could defeat the god and there was only a little bit left to do. Merem, meanwhile, also stood beside the adventurers and remained silent inwardly, realizing that he too had done a lot of stupid things in his life. Mr. Gairai shouted at Ark to keep his wits about him and remember who he was. Ark tried to remember anything at all looking at Einmil Manu, and even Garay-san. Seconds later, Ark remembered that he had asked the armor to release all levels from the vault and that power consumed his mind. Finally waking up, Ark immediately gathered his strength and thoughts and asked the armor how much longer his body could last. The Abyss armor replied that he could still do everything he had planned. Ark was sure that a single blow would have been enough. The god of the Abyss of Evil asked him to prove who was the strongest of them all. God claimed that ordinary people were never able to defeat God because it was a taboo and no one could break this rule. Ark could use the Kara Lord's kit, and by concentrating divine energy into the sword, he would be able to unleash a powerful blast. But there was one thing he had to wait a minute for the energy to replenish. Ark asked the armor if he could use his seraphim wings in the meantime, and the answer was no. But since Ark had no other choice, he planned to end this nightmare with a single blow. Therefore, Ark immediately activated Kara Lord's energy set and waited for the energy to become sufficient to launch an attack. God asserted to him that no matter how strong a man was, it would never be enough to defeat God himself. He began unleashing attacks again, and Ark skillfully dodged them, while the god continued to impress upon him that his attempts to defeat him were utter folly. Without stopping to mock Ark, the god attacked him and said that whatever he did to his body, his spirit would never disappear. But Ark couldn't help himself and couldn't stand all those words, so he shouted that he didn't care at all about what the god was telling him. He asked him why Ark had spent all his energy on this, and why he didn't want to just accept the inevitable. Ark thought this question was stupid, and replied that if he surrendered, his loved ones would suffer at the hands of a god. And Ark, of course, feared this more than anything else in the world, so he continued to fight for the bright future of his dear people. Also, Ark shouted that everyone was the master of his own destiny, and no god had the right to decide and choose his fate for him. Ark had only recovered 30% of his energy, but the god had already begun to reach out to him, threatening to send him to the next world. The god activated an even stronger attack on Ark when the energy was 55% and the friends standing nearby were greatly worried about him. After the explosion, the god told Ark that it was time to say goodbye to him, and Ark happily agreed, because it was indeed time to say goodbye to the god of pain and suffering. When Ark's energy had recovered 82%, he began to slowly get closer to the god. For soon the long-awaited thing Ark had dreamed of was about to happen. His energy was 90%. And after a couple of seconds, the energy was fully restored, and Ark solemnly announced to the god that he was now finished. Ark didn't waste a second pouncing on the god, and thrust his charged sword right into his face while he whispered that the man couldn't end him so easily. Kara Gentleman's set of energy really helped Ark out, and after one hit, the god fell and shattered into a multitude of bloody crystals. After the legendary battle, the adventurers would return and Ein would carry the exhausted, unconscious Ark in his arms. Mina offered Ein her help, for even though she had cast a spell on Ark to reduce his body weight, it was still difficult for Ein to carry him. Ein didn't agree to her offer of help and wanted to carry him himself because it was an honor to rescue and carry his hero friend. Guiri said that even though Volmforten had already been defeated, there were still a bunch of his monsters in Palmyra's mausoleum. So everyone who wasn't injured had to be on guard and in case of anything, deal with the monsters while Ein kept an eye on Ark. Suddenly, one desolate curse appeared in front of the adventurers again, and Guirai planned to waste no time and deal with him urgently. After a couple of seconds of deserted curses, there was a crowd of them with no end in sight. Guirai asked Mina for help. They joined the battle together and began to massacre the desert cursed to keep them away from Ain and Ark by no means. There were so many of them that Guire even doubted his own strength and thought that at this rate they could definitely break through. The desolate cursed were getting closer and closer to Ain and Ark, which could be a huge problem. But then Mill stepped in to help, shouting that she wouldn't let the desert curses get any further as they wanted. Mill was proud of Ark, for he had single-handedly defeated the god himself and saved all his friends and the people of Durham from being sent to the other world. But now his life hung in the balance, and if he didn't get help, he would never wake up. And so it was Mill's turn to protect and rescue her loyal friend Ark. She grabbed her sword in her hands and began activating one of her epic skills. It was the Lightning Strike Thunder Flash skill that she would have a much easier time fighting the desolate curses with. In response to Ina Mill's surprise, she told him that she hadn't wasted any time either and had even pumped her level from 10th to 100th. Mill told Ain that by fighting strong opponents in the Palmyra Mausoleum, she earned herself a high level much faster. Though it was all thanks to her epic skill, Mill thought she had done a very good job. Ain was incredibly shocked that Mill was able to raise her level with such ease, and he had never seen such a thing before. He told the unconscious Ark that this girl Mill could definitely become a strong adventurer like himself in the future. Mr. Guairai continued his brutal battle with the desolate curses and destroyed them one by one. Jiraiya asked Ain to hurry up and get Ark outside to find some sort of escape for him without the threat of monsters. On the street outside the mausoleum, all the adventurers who were there gathered, and Ain told them that he should have used the life-splitting skill to save Ark. This epic skill transferred life energy to another person, but only with the consent of the person giving that energy. Ain claimed that this skill would drain the adventurers of so much energy that they wouldn't even be able to fight for days. But it was the only skill and opportunity that could save Ark. Ain begged that someone would agree to do this and help Ark. He even almost cried, but suddenly heard a bunch of adventurers agreeing with the words that there was absolutely no problem with it. The adventurers did not object in any way and were in agreement, for Ark had single-handedly defeated the god of the abyss of evil, and without his feat, they would not have been able to cope and survive. They didn't spare anything for a hero like Ark. Ain thanked the adventurers and proceeded to carry out the process with the skill. All the adventurers stood in a circle and held hands around Ark, and Ain began to activate the life-sharing skill. These people were some of the strongest adventurers, and so Anya was receiving a great deal of life energy. However, it was still not enough. Ain has always used this skill to heal the wounds of his allies, but he has never tried to bring someone back to life with it. And it wasn't a fact that Ain's skill would definitely work, but he realized that he had lost a lot of allies, and he couldn't just lose Ark too. He promised himself he would do what he could and give Ark most of his life energy just to bring him back to life. Ain managed to pull off his plan with the life-splitting skill, and after a while, Ark really did wake up. But waking up Ark did not remember anything and did not understand where he was, because he only remembered that he fought with the god in the mausoleum of Palmyra. Ark turned around and saw Ain slumped on the ground and didn't understand what could have happened to him. When Ain lost consciousness after activating the skill, he saw a vision in which he suddenly stopped feeling his body. In a vision, Ain was visited by his guardian spirit, who asked him if he was going to go to the other world. And Ain replied with a smile that he didn't care about himself at all anymore. The guardian spirit told Ain that even if he didn't care, he thought it was foolish to sacrifice himself for someone else. Ain let the spirit guardian count as he wished, but Ain was no longer willing to endure the loss of his close comrades. But the spirit guardian only called Ain troubled and hugged him, saying that, unlike him, he didn't want Ain to go to the other world. Despite everything, Ain argued to the guardian spirit that he should have given Ark some of his life energy, and the spirit called him a fool. Ain apologized to him for everything, and the spirit guardian said he could only help him half as much by sharing his life energy. The guardian spirit claimed that, in that case, Ein would have only days to live, but Ein didn't care at all that he was sacrificing himself at that moment. The guardian spirit also gave Ein hope that his life could still be saved, but that he would need help to do so. And it was his faithful friends who were to be of help to Ein after all he had been through. After these words, the guardian spirit said goodbye to Ein and told him that he would be waiting for him in the spiritual land of Repilum. When Ark woke up, he rushed to Ein to find out what had happened to him. But Mill stopped Ark and told him that Ein had tried to bring Ark back from the other side some time ago. Mill's words shocked Ark, and he all the more rushed to Ein, begging for him to wake up. Suddenly, Ark saw suspicious purple spots on Ein's face and neck that he had never seen on anyone before. Ark immediately began questioning all the adventurers about whether they had seen something like this before and what it could even be. He began to ask Mina what it might be, thinking that Mina must surely know it. But a saddened Mina apologized to Ark with the words that she too did not know the origin and danger of those purple spots. Someone in the crowd said that those purple spots were a sign of spirit sickness. One of the adventurers was outraged that Durham's strongest adventurers had gathered in this place, but none of them had ever heard of it before. Belgadia's head in Merim's hands spoke of the spirit sickness. She said that the spirit disease was a mystical illness, and in this disease, the body was to be destroyed because the man had borrowed too much strength from his guardian spirit. Belgadia said that Ein was not to be envied. Ark saw only Belgadia's head and was horrified that only the head was left of her body. She got angry and put this conversation aside for later, asking to listen to her carefully. Belgadia said that the disease could be cured. Although the spirit sickness could be cured, it was necessary to act as quickly as possible. Belgadia claimed that this affliction could destroy a person's body until it was nothing but dust. She said the disease was spreading very quickly throughout her body, so that at best, Ein had less than a week to live. All the adventurers were horrified by this fact, especially Ark, who was afraid of not having enough time or not being able to gather everything needed to save Ein. Ein was brought in and laid to rest and recover at the Black Star of Hope Guild base. Ark asked Ein to bear with him a little longer and promised to save him from this ailment that had overtaken him. Disappointed, Belgadia said that unfortunately the spirit disease could only be cured by spirits, but they had not lived among humans for a long time. Belgadia said that the only place to find the spirits was in the land of Repilum, a spiritual place on the border of the continent. Memories of how she had only been there once in her younger years came flooding back to Belgadia. Thinking about Belgadia's younger years, Ark assumed it must have been over a century ago that she was angry. Anyway, Belgadia said that only in the spiritual lands of Repilum could they find a cure that would save Ein from being sent to the other world. Jiraeus and Lyra entered the Black Star of Hope Guild base with the news that they had already prepared the wagon for the journey. Mr. Guy Ray himself picked up Ein in his arms to carry him to the wagon and was ready to depart as soon as they finished their conversation. Ark didn't want to waste time, and so he himself asked everyone to hurry up, but he noticed Merim sitting there without a word. Merim stood up and walked over to Ark holding out his hands with Belgadia's head. He asked Ark to take Master Belgadia with him, for she had been to the Repilum lands once before and had heard of them. Merim himself was afraid to travel with the adventurers, feeling guilty and thinking that he would only get in their way. Mrs. Belgadia asked Ark to decide how to deal with Merim, since he was the guildmaster. After a moment's thought, Ark asked what the problem was, and Merim might as well have gone with the squad. Merim was shocked by Ark's decision, as he was still tormented by guilt for almost taking the lives of all those adventurers. Ark asked Merim if everything he had done before was really for the sake of Belgadia, and besides, he hadn't hurt anyone. But Ark had another hunch that Merim, as a former subordinate of Volm Fortin, might have taken many lives and felt guilty for what he had done. But Merim argued that this was not the case at all. and he was never able to take the lives of innocents at someone else's behest. He said that he often lied to Volmforten that he was fulfilling his whims, but in fact, he was a common weakling and couldn't handle simple errands. Then Ark saw no problem and invited Merim to go with them, and Belgadia would be glad to be in his company instead of alone. Merim didn't object and graciously agreed, happy that everyone was able to agree and make things a little better. Ark still wondered why there was only one head left of Belgadia, and whether or not it happened at the hands of Merim during the battle. And Belgadia confessed that she used a forbidden technique to defeat Merim, but afterwards her body exploded and only her head survived. As creepy as it sounded, Ark still tried to just accept the situation and not ask too many questions. After the conversation, Lyra hurried Ark and Merim, for they should have left for the spiritual lands sooner rather than later. Ark was more excited than ever that in the spiritual lands of Repialum, he could find the spirits and the cure to save his friend Ein. Mr. Geary drove the horse-drawn wagon all the way to the spiritual lands of Repialum. The entire band of adventurers looked at Ein with regret and sadness, but each of them hoped to find salvation for him. Belgadia said she could only teleport them all to the outskirts of the Spirit Lands territory, and it was impossible to teleport to the spiritual lands with the help of magic, even with a great desire. Ark checked with Belgadia to see if she was even sure she had teleported them to the Spirit Lands. As far as Ark knew, the spiritual land of Repialum was a place where nature ruled and crystal-clear rivers flowed. But there was literally none of that in this place, which seemed strange to Belgadia herself because there used to be meadows, not a continuous gray road. Mr. Geary reported that they should all be on the lookout so they don't get into any trouble again. He explained that if Belgadia was indeed right and they were very close to the Spirit Lands, it meant that they were not expected there. There was only fog around, and Jireh checked with Ark about the best way to deal with such an impenetrable fog and whether it was worth it to go on. But Lyra argued that there was no choice, for Ein had to be rescued even though they were afraid and unaware of what might await them in the Spirit Land. And among the adventurers, there were those who didn't know how to fight at all, so Jiraeus thought it was an unnecessary risk. Lyra assured Mr. Geary that everything was fine for now, but Ein unfortunately didn't have long to live. And that's why they had to use every opportunity to save Ein no matter what. There was no way they could back down. Lyra also claimed that she and the others were surrounded by Durham's strongest adventurers, which meant they all had nothing to fear. And Ark argued that each of them was willing to take the risk, and if behind the impenetrable fog was indeed the Repialum, to go all the way. Mr. Guiry agreed with Ark and asked everyone to hold on tight because this trip was going to be quite hot. Suddenly there was heavy thunder and thunderstorms, and Mr. Guiry tried to drive as fast and carefully as possible to avoid the blows of the thunderstorms. But since they had entered the thick of the fog, they could see almost nothing and had to be as careful as possible. Ark had a feeling they had only a short distance to go, and the main thing was to get through despite the heavy thunderstorms. Jiraeus tried to drive carefully and quickly, but suddenly a thunderstorm hit their wagon, causing Ark to fly out of the wagon. Waking up, Ark saw at least one tree around him and began to guess that they had already reached the spiritual lands of Repialum. Armor of the Abyss asked Ark if they had managed to get here, but Ark didn't understand what he meant at all. Ark heard a strange sound and turned around to see an unknown huge monster in front of him. He was already planning to start a battle with this monster, but he was overtaken by an unfamiliar guy who dealt with the huge monster in a couple of blows. Upon seeing Ark, the guy welcomed him to Repialum and said he was the first prince of the spiritual lands named Falk Repialum. Falk Repialum informed Ark that he was actually very much looking forward to his arrival in the spiritual lands. He graciously met and received the entire band of adventurers, promising to escort them to a safe place where Ein could be left. Falk said that he was already well aware that this fool Ein would surely be rescued by his loyal friends. He laughed, saying he was interested in watching them ride through the storm clouds and fog, but he was surprised they all managed to survive. The adventurers were shocked by what they heard, and Ark asked Falk how he knew Ein and such information about them. And Falk looked at Ark and said that long ago there was a kingdom of spirits and humans, and for the sake of peaceful relations, people gave their technology to the spirits. And the spirits in return swore to protect and defend the people, and that promise lived on to this day thanks to Een and Falk. Falk went on to say that Ein had gotten an epic skill that was directly related to Falk's power. However, Falk did not grant this power to Ein personally. He simply wished that his powers would go to a man with a good heart. And that's how fate tied Ein and Falk together, so he knew quite a bit about Ein. Also, Falk Repialum admitted that the last time Ein used his skill, he had the opportunity to learn something. And he learned from his subconscious everything in particular about what was happening to Ein and what had happened to all of Ein's adventurers and friends. And so Falk also knew the backstory of everything that had happened and of Ark himself. A flustered Ark asked Falk why he didn't stop Ein while using the skill if he saw the whole thing. Falk Repialum was honest and admitted that he tried to stop Ein, but all that coaxing was just futile. He said that Ein knew everything and was just ready to risk his life, but thanks to Falk's spiritual power, he was at least able to survive. So Falk asked Ark to thank Ein for his rescue when he would have woken up. After a little more traveling through the spiritual lands of Repialum, Falk reported that they had already arrived at the proper and safe place. Mill, looking around, saw only the usual wasteland and wondered how they could have been in a place like this. Falk asked Mill to look more closely and opened some sort of portal right in the middle of the wasteland. Entering the portal, the adventurers saw something incredible and exactly what they thought of when they spoke of the spiritual lands of Repialum. The place was beautiful, and exactly as the stories of Belgadia and Falk welcomed them to the last stronghold. He explained that the last stronghold was the last piece of Repialum land they had left. With a little effort, Falk said that Ein was very lucky that the disease hadn't spread completely. He was able to heal Ein completely and solemnly announced that he only had to rest, but his life was no longer in danger. The adventurers patted Falk and were more pleased and grateful than ever that he had saved Ein's life. Falk had given his word that Ein was supposed to be better now, but he would need to stay with them for a while to recover. Despite the healing, the disease kept Ein from regaining consciousness, but the forces of the spiritual earth had to draw all the evil out of his body. Belgadia said she remembered the kingdom of Repialum as a land where spirits and nature lived in harmony with each other, but she wondered why the kingdom had turned into the desolate land they had seen on their way to their last stronghold. Sighing, Falk began to tell that 50 years ago, their land was invaded by a monster whose touch destroyed nature and animals, and this monster's name was Galbatus. According to Falk, he was the worst of the worst embodiment of evil itself. Falk also reported that once inside Ein's subconscious mind, he realized that the monsters they were fighting were followers of Galbatus. Falk claimed that these brats had cursed their land, and to put it simply, the entire spiritual land had been struck by a disease that he had saved Ein from. Ark wondered if Galbatus's monster could really be defeated in any way. But Falk said it was just impossible and sounded like a joke because Galbatus had a 4-digit lead, and there was no one who could finish him off. But then suddenly, Falk remembered Ark's ability and power. And Ark didn't even listen to Falk to the end, telling him that he had saved his friend Ein's life, and so Ark was willing to help in any way he could. Suddenly, one of the residents of the Spirit Lands burst into the room with an urgent alert. He reported that there was an urgent report from outside that Mr. Galbatus's army had surrounded their hideout. Falk Repialum informed the adventurers that he had not wanted to ask them to do so, but now they urgently needed help to defend their last stronghold. Ark was only too happy to help protect Repialum, as he said, but he demanded an answer from Falk to one question. He asked Falk with surprise why they called the Galbatus monster Mr. He realized that there was no point in hiding it and told that it was Galbatus who had destroyed their kingdom of Repialum. But that wasn't his full name at all, and in fact, the monster's name was Galbatus Repialum. And a little worried, Falk confessed that Galbatus Repialum was actually his father. Ark was shocked at what he heard and asked if Galbatus was the spirit emperor of Repialum. Falk told that Galbatus had suddenly changed, had destroyed Repialum, and now he was nothing more than an enemy to Falk. He asked the adventurers to hurry to the defense of the kingdom, for the descendant of Galbatus was already waiting for them. They set off in a hurry, and the entrance was near, and Galbatus's followers were on their way. And Falk reported that when the gate opened, the battle was to begin immediately. Not many could fight in the last garden, so Falk Repialum decided to rely on the adventurer squad of the Black Star of Hope. The adventurers crossed the gate, and the battle with the monsters immediately began. Ark immediately dealt with one monster and absorbed its level, raising his level to 960. Armor of the Abyss informed Ark that his body had become adapted to the high levels, and it was possible to further absorb the levels. A whole huge army of Galbades appeared before Ark, and now the main task was to get rid of it as soon as possible. Falk reported that it should have taken no more than 10 minutes to defeat these monsters. He was eager to destroy all the monsters as soon as possible because there was no way he could let them get to the last garden and take it over. Though not as powerful as Ark, Falk was still a member of the royal family of Repialum. Falk Repialum was level 300 and was completely confident that he definitely couldn't lose to Galbatus's army. Fighting with monsters, Mr. Guirai thought about the fact that spirits, unlike humans, had no level restrictions. Therefore, it was much easier for them to level up to infinity, which was even enviable for Guirai. Mr. Guirai claimed that his old bones could really use a new higher level too. But Falk looked at Guirai and encouraged him that he was doing fine without it. Mena and Mill also did not rest, and helped each other confidently fighting using their skills to the fullest. To attack the monsters even harder, Mill decided to use her epic Thunderline strike skill. Mill claimed that she wasn't going to go to the other world right there, so she was investing in this fight to the fullest. Since the enemy monsters were not running out, Ark suggested that a good solution would be to destroy them all at once. Ark asked for a squad of adventurers to cover him while he tried to put his plan into action. Setting out to attack the monsters, Ark confidently began to deal with them and was sure that with his level, the monsters wouldn't even dare to touch him. Ark was able to chop down several monsters at once in one blow, and his case was progressing quite well. He had defeated so many monsters that he was able to raise his level to 2,960. Galbatus sat on his throne and learned that all of his followers had been destroyed, and the Abyss Suppressor did not bear his name for nothing. He believed he would soon rule the world, not just Repialum. And if anyone got in his way, the Spirit Emperor Galbatus Repialum himself would get rid of them. Galbatus sat directly in front of the core of the Abyss and asked it if it was satisfied with all of Galbatus Repialum's deeds. Suddenly, Ark was approached by the Abyss Armor and wanted to ask him something personally. Armor asked Ark to rid himself of the tyranny of Galbatus Repialum and what has plunged the entire spiritual land of Repialum into darkness. Ark wondered why the armor had asked for it, and he replied that while he was in the armor, there would be no better chance to get rid of it. The Abyss Armor begged Ark to do his bidding, and in return he was willing to tell him everything about himself. The armor's real name was the Abyss Suppressor. The Abyss Suppressor said that since ancient times he had ruled the realm of the Abyss Void, where true evil lived, and he alone had kept it in check with all his might. It seemed suspicious to Falk Repialum that they had already entered Galbatus territory, but for some reason, there was not a soul around. The Abyss Suppressor told Ark that they had no time for chatter, but he was sure that Galbatus was already aware of their arrival in these lands. He promised to tell everything right after they dealt with Galbatus. Ark had no way to grasp all the concepts said Armor Suppressor, Abyssal Void Realm, and Containment of Evil. After this story, the Abyss Armor didn't say another word, and Ark couldn't concentrate from all these thoughts. Falk asked Ark to keep his head in the clouds and get his thoughts together, because he was the only one he could rely on to the fullest extent. Falk also said that around the tree they came to there was usually a bunch of monsters that were protecting Mr. Galbatus. And this tree was the castle where Falk used to live, but now only Galbadis dwelled. Mr. Guiry suggested that they might have been trapped if there were no soldiers around the tree, and Mill suggested that in that case they should retreat. But Mina viewed the situation from a different angle and suggested that this could be their chance to attack Galbadis. All of Galbadis's forces could have been focused on destroying the shelter, and he could have been defenseless at that moment. Falk also argued that this might be the only way to deal with Galbadis. And that's why Falk wanted to take the risk, because if they retreated, they would hardly be able to fight off the enemies and protect the last garden. They decided not to waste another moment and headed confidently towards the tree castle where the mighty Galbadis resided. The adventurers were determined to end this once and for all, but when they entered the castle, they saw that it was also completely empty and quiet. Mana saw a huge ballroom in the castle, and Falk told her that his family used to hold receptions in the castle. Suddenly, the adventurers saw Galbadis himself come out to greet them after all. He immediately turned to the Abyss Suppressor and asked him what he thought of his possessions. Spirit Emperor Galbadis Repialum was not very pleased that the Suppressor of the Abyss decided to take his friends with him. Galbadis Repialum claimed that the Abyss Suppressor and his friends were a threat to his plot, and because they dared to go against him, the Spirit Emperor Galbadis Repialum wanted to destroy them all. Ark shouted and asked Galbadis to answer why he had betrayed his people and what he wanted to accomplish by all this. He just started laughing and called Ark a pathetic fool since he didn't even know the backstory. Suddenly, Galbadis began to reincarnate into a huge, creepy monster and asked Ark to go to the other world in abject ignorance. Without wasting a second, Ark pounced on the huge Galbadis monster and with all his might struck it with his sword right in the arm. He didn't even resent him in the slightest and only laughed with Ark, telling him that with such weak strength, he would never be able to defeat him. Galbadis Repialum said that he expected more from Abyss Suppressor, and at that time he was 3,200th level. He promised to personally destroy both the Calamity armor and its 2,960 level Ark owner. Without a second thought, Galbadis began to attack Ark at full speed, but he tried to dodge as best he could, and it was quite difficult. Galbadis Repialum's attack nearly hit Mill, but she managed to dodge and defend herself, claiming she was fine. Falk Repialum tried to apologize to the adventurers, but Guiry stopped him and told him not to do so, since they had agreed to follow him. Girai noticed that there were monster guests outside the palace, and they couldn't be allowed to sneak inside the palace. Ark reported that Galbadis had 3,200th level, and the adventurers really should have gotten further away from the castle. Falk was worried about Ark because he wanted to stay and fight Galbadis one-on-one, but Ark told him not to worry about him. Ark also promised everyone that he would destroy the very evil that had consumed Repialum by any means necessary. He had promised to fight to the end and with all his strength so his friends didn't have to worry about anything. Ark joked that they were in the ballroom at the time and suggested that Galbadis dance with him. He immediately pounced on Galbadis in attempts to attack him while simultaneously dodging his attacks. Galbadis Repialum surrounded Ark with his body and asked strength from him. Did he really think he could fool him? Galbadis then tried to wrestle the sword out of Ark's hands, but then just grabbed it and threw Ark to the floor from a great height. Ark stood up and couldn't even imagine what he had to do next, because now the situation was worse than ever. He turned to the Armor of Disaster and asked to find an epic skill that would help him defeat Galbadis. The enraged Ark didn't understand why the Abyss armor continued to remain silent when the enemy he wanted to defeat appeared before them. After a few seconds of silence, the Abyss armor finally spoke to Ark and informed him that the capture of the enemy was complete. Ark didn't understand what that could mean, and the armor began to explain that Galbadis had never been the main threat. He was just a simple blank, and he was given incredible powers, and the one who gave him those powers was the main target and threat. Armor of the Abyss said that he wanted to find the root of evil, so he devoted all his strength to it and didn't answer Ark for some time, but he found what he wanted. He asked Ark to look up at a certain purple stone that was called the Abyss of Destruction. The Abyss of Destruction suddenly spoke and said that it wanted to give Galbatus more power, so his body began to fill with new strength. The stone Abyss of Destruction asked Galbatus to crush Arka's bug with a single blow, for that was the reason she had given him new powers. Galbatus immediately struck and threw Ark back with such tremendous force that he flew out of the castle into the street right through the wall. From the violent impact and fall, Ark lost consciousness and lay motionless on the ground, while Galbatus quickly followed him in his eagerness to destroy him.